Yo, yo.
There he is. What's up? How you doing, man?
What's happening? What's going on? I'm
It's
all
a
right.
Wednesday
How about
live of
yourself?
Splintered Spirits. I'm doing all right, dude. I'm working through a cold.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I get it on the first day of school for the kids. It's just like unbelievable, man.
Well, listen, let's be real about something real quick, and the good people are going to get insight into our physiology, whatever the word is. We don't do well with stress. I'm serious. No matter how cool and collective we are, the stress doesn't affect
So
us
cool.
mentally. It affects us physically.
So
You
cool.
you get what I'm saying?
I
That's
hear
a
you,
genetic
dude.
thing. I blame your mother for that, by the way. All my
Yeah.
any of my neuroticness, any of that, it all comes from her. I'm telling you.
Oh my God. Well,
It
listen,
does. I
we
love her to
are
death.
live.
Comes
Splintered
from her.
Spirits, guys, the podcast where we talk about all things supernatural and about our family at the same time.
Ghosties. Yeah.
About ghosties with
Yeah.
I'm your host Gary. This is John Santa from Santa Paranormal. We are live on TikTok, YT, and a couple other places. I don't think anybody watches this, but mainly TikTok's jumping off. They're like really getting into it over there.
Yeah. Cool.
We do these lives. You know, we just dropped a big episode on yesterday, about Buckout Road, the most haunted road in America. And today we're going live because we have a very, very special guest. You know, we like to bring on these other influencers and other creators, especially people who are doing fun stuff in paranormal from all over the country. And today is no different as we build a paranormal community of ghost hunters. I can't count myself as a ghost hunter. I'm not a ghost hunter. I'm a ghost
I'll call.
inquisitor.
I don't. Well, listen. That's the best part about it is other ghost hunters will call the influencer ghost hunters, not real ghost hunters. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
So
sure. I
it's
see what you're
so
saying.
funny. It's so, you know what I'm saying? It's so
Yeah.
funny. So who knows? You
All
know?
right. Well, we got a great guest today. So we are lucky to have Jeremy Jolly, maybe one of the best names I've ever heard, by the way. He is from SoCo Paranormal from Southern Colorado. He and his buddy Randy started SoCo Paranormal just at the end of October 2025, so almost a year ago. And he's been popping up on my feed like crazy. His first live was on Halloween. They started with like local hometown folklore, and then they travel around in Montana, Wyoming. I know he just got back from Gettysburg, and I know you're going to Gettysburg, so I definitely want to, we should dive into that a little bit.
Yep.
He's been all over the place, man, and he formed a business. They really started to get something going here to take anyone interested in paranormal on ghost investigations. So I'm going to have him join us right now, and we are going to have Jolly come in.
What's
What's
going on?
up, man?
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Thank you so much, man, for taking the time.
Dude, the honor's mine. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you for being here.
Dude, thank you guys.
You like going by Jolly, Jeremy?
I go
Jolly,
by
like the hat? Jolly. All
Yeah.
right. Jolly, I have so many questions for you because you've been popping up in my feed like crazy, and it's like you're one of the most fun and most energetic people I've in the space that I've seen, right? Like you've really got showman potential, which I enjoy as I'm learning about this world that my nephew John here is in. I got to ask you first, how old are you, man?
I'm 39.
Dude, are you kidding?
Yes.
I would have said
You look like you're a vampire, bro.
dude, yeah, I would have said
Edward,
mid to late 20s without
Hey,
a
dude,
doubt.
I'll take it, man. I'm not gonna lie. Watched the promotion video that you had made talking about the band and the baseball team, and that dude, I was giggling, dude. I was laughing hard at that one. I was like, hell yeah, I'll take it.
39. I mean, dude, you give off a lot of youth energy for sure. And I think when you spoke to me yesterday, you have kids?
Yeah, I have 4 kids.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right.
My
All right,
oldest,
so
my oldest is 21.
what? Oh, dude, you got in the game early.
Yeah.
Dude,
No
I'm
waiting
51.
around.
My oldest is 16, almost 17. But wow, 4 kids.
Yeah.
All right. This is getting even more and more interesting to me. Okay. Sorry. Were you born and raised in Southern Colorado?
No, I was actually born in Arkansas. My parents worked for the federal prisons, and then we ended up out here in Colorado whenever I was little, and then I grew up out here. So pretty much like raised out here for sure.
Okay. So I don't know. I know very little about Colorado. I've been a couple times, but pretty much every the cities that you would imagine, right? And I've always dreamed of going to see a concert at Red Rocks. It looks like the most beautiful venue on earth. But on a scale of like Aspen and Vale on one end and South Park on the other, where did you grow up and what was that like in your part neck of the woods?
So, I would say I'm in between those, like, I'm a 50%, like, I'm halfway between South Park and Aspen and Vail, uh,
Okay.
and I love Colorado, I mean, politics aside, Colorado's a beautiful state, and, it's a honor to live here.
Yeah. So what were the reason I'm asking is I want to know what it was like or for how you made a pivot here at, basically 39, 38 when you started this to go into this field. Like what do you do? What was your job up until then or what do you still do for work now?
So, I'm a nurse,
No shit.
and
Okay.
the whole reason why I got, started with all of this is because we were in my apartment. I have a
Were
security
you killing
camera that
patients, bro? Was it like were you like it's like,
Kevorkian status?
yeah,
No.
it's like you saw some spirit, you were making spirits and then you decided
Making spirits. Dude,
to
job security, bro. I knew that I had to jump in it.
Straight
Oh
job
my
security.
I mean, gee, no, okay, but no, but go ahead. So you're a nurse in Colorado, and then
Yep.
how did you make this shift?
Here in my apartment, I have a security camera that watches my front door and my back door. Caught some crazy looking orbs. And, after that, I had my next door neighbor, he was doing it as well, and so we investigated my apartment. So then we had, like, some cat balls going off, the oven light going on and off as well. And after that, I was in it. And then just watching TikToks, man, watching people do it, and I think it's freaking amazing.
That's so you experienced it basically.
Yeah,
You were and you when you saw these orbs, you didn't go, that's just a bug or that's just dust. You were like, that's something really weird, and you're like, I got
for
to get
sure,
into
it
this.
for sure, they're undeniable orbs.
Jesus. All right. So then now this is the question I ask all our guests, and I have a little backstory. So now that you've been doing this for a year, what do you think spirits are?
Oh, man, I think that they are literally, well, it's energy, but I think that it's literally like on the religious side, like it's your soul here on earth. And the reason why I say that is because on one of our investigations, like I seen it, and I seen a full man walking. Um, Probably one of the craziest experiences that I've had. And after I seen that, then it was even more like, holy shit, this is real.
All right. So were you raised religious?
Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist. Okay. So then you look okay. All right. So you come at it from a real that's so you think when you die, what are these souls doing? They're just not are they trapped here for some reason?
Maybe I don't know necessarily trapped. I think visiting. Um, I think that I don't think that any souls are necessarily trapped. I guess it's kind of why I'm still doing it is to kind of get that answer. Because I don't know. Like I mean, it's it's just science, I guess.
Well,
You
Jolly,
know,
nobody knows, right? I mean, if we knew
for
how
sure.
what these if we knew what this was, the world as we know it would change. I mean, that's
Right.
just,
Well,
it's just sort of
so
one of
and
those
that's
things,
my
man.
whole thoughts changed, right? Like, because I always thought like balls of energy, man. You have good energy, negative energy, and shit could just pass. And uh, like still, but I think to have your negative your negative energy and your positive energy, like there's gotta be soul behind it. Like there's gotta be a moving factor of some sort. Like, I mean, you can't go into I mean, because then what makes that energy bad? Like that's just a personal question as well, like, you
Yeah,
know?
man, I don't know the answer. John, what do you think about like what do you think about negative? Because we've talked to some people too, right? We talk about frequency a lot.
Yeah.
And this idea of like the idea of a low frequency relates to sort of negative energy. But where do you come out on that, John?
Which I've never understood. To me, a low frequency is just a low frequency. You
Right.
know what I mean? Like,
Well, I
to
don't
me,
know, but
I think it's just word association at the end of the day and humans trying to make sense of something that we can't comprehend, right? Or
But
can't comprehend yet.
let me counter this for you because I've heard you say numerous times, John, when you're in a bad mood, you get bad reactions.
Yes, but that has nothing to do with the spirits.
Well,
That
how the
has to
fuck
do with my
what the fuck
magnetic
does that have to
field.
do with then?
That has to do with my magnetic field.
All right, well,
Hands
okay.
down.
So,
Hands down.
all right, but then there's some well, then
So here so here's
let's
so here's the
replace the
deal.
word
You ready for
frequency
this?
with magnetic
Hold on,
field.
time out, time out. Here's the deal. Here's the way this all works. Your magnetic field is how's that come from you? Does anybody know?
I have no idea.
No,
The
I
nurse
don't.
might know.
I don't.
Your magnetic field comes from inside your heart, right? And it permeates with the beats. That's what produces that magnetic field. It's the current of your heart, the blood flow. Okay. When you're in a bad mood, your body is one way. When you're in a good mood, your body is another way. When you're in a tranquil mood, your body is another way. And it just and that affects spirits. I don't know why. I just know for a fact that if I am in a shit mood, I will get tons of spirit chatter that will not be directed towards me. Or I'll get spirits trying to talk to me, and it's so choppy and fragmented that I can't make sense of it. As opposed to when I'm in a good mood, all of a sudden the conversations are flowing.
But here's my point. Right. You don't want like the word frequency, but then let's call it magnetic field. And there is
Let's do
what I love,
frequency too, of
Jolly.
course.
There's something that's really interesting about and you're calling it sort of uh, whatever it is, dark energy or bad energy or something, right? And he's calling it magnetic field. I've heard other people call it frequency, but there is this sense of whatever that is, that negative energy that creates something, that negative thing. Let's just call it a widget for now. I don't care what it's called, whether it's bad mood, low frequency, this that does get a reaction in a different way. I mean, are we all? I feel like we're all saying sort of the same thing, and just saying it in a different way. And it's trying to figure out what exactly it is the thing that we're all dicking
Yeah.
around doing here, right? I mean,
And I mean, I think that that's kinda why we all do it now. I mean, because the fact of proving that it's real is, like, no longer existence, like, on our team side because I've I've caught it on camera. I got the guy walking on camera, like, so we've caught it, we've proven that it's there. Now it's to find out why is there some that's angry and so negative, like, we've done the Garnett Demon House twice out in Kansas, and there's some nasty energy there, right? Or nasty spirits, whatever you wanna look at, but I've never physically seen anything there. Now we've seen a ball get thrown, like, there's things that we've seen happen, um, but what makes that thing so negative? And we have our own theory of, like, the reason why that it is so angry there, but it's just a theory, right? And then
is
but then
that
you
is
got
that based on the history of the place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me
So,
ask you this, Jolly. How many first of all, how many people are on your team? How many do
2
you
of
go out
us.
with? There's 2 of you.
Yeah.
So just
Including you.
you and one
So
other guy, or you and 2 other guys?
No, me and one other guy.
Got it.
got him.
Okay. And have you
Is
ever
that is
bef
that Randy? Is that Randy? Am I get if that
Yes.
your
Yeah,
partner?
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
So have either you or Randy, but even before, can you think about your first experience? Have you ever had an experience with the paranormal that you couldn't even explain until now that you're doing it a lot? Like, that thing that happened to me when I was a kid, that could have
yeah.
been this?
Yeah, so I do have that, but, it's still the same thing, like, even now, like, looking back on so there was a haunted doll, my parents grew up, like, when they were kids in Southeast Missouri, it's where they're at now, and, but my aunt lived out there, and she had this crazy porcelain doll that they kept locked away, and they said anytime that they would bring it down, that bad stuff would happen. Well, I was a little kid, and I would call BS or whatever, and, they brought it down one time, and the doors started slamming. Now, if that was them messing with me because I'm the little cousin, or if that was really happening, I can't answer that. So, I mean, but, like, as a definitive moment in time, like, that's probably the only type of paranormal stuff that I had happen to me whenever I was little.
You know
And
what's really interesting. too is when you think about it and you talk about like bad things in houses and in places and whatnot. It's people, right? Like, it's just like people. Like, if I go out on the street right now, and we stand out there for 10 minutes, there's gonna be people out there that you're like, "Oh, wow, they seem happy, they seem nice." And then there's gonna be people that you're just gonna get that, "Ugh, ugh," like, "Yo, like, stay away from me," that vibe. Even, Gary, you're not, really into the paranormal as much, when it comes to investigations and hunting and all that, but even you've spoken about you're somewhere and you're like, "Oh, yeah, that person, ugh, I gotta stay away from them. I'm
Yeah,
getting that gut feeling."
I and exactly.
There's no way that spirits don't do the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we're dealing with. We're essentially dealing with what used to be people most of the time, you know?
It's like, for me, Jolly, it's one of these things where it's like that I've started to the way that I can wrap this around my head is this idea of I come at it from a place of intuition, right? Like I believe in intuition. I think everyone's got it. You get a vibe of something, you got a gut feeling, right? I think you have a gut feeling. If you're what is that fright or that flight or fight thing in
Fight or
us
flight.
that's natural when you're in a situation, right? There is something that your body has. And then I start to believe now that I've met some mediums and been out with John and talking to guys like you and seeing what you've seen and seeing the stuff that I think some people are more intuitive than others. In the sense that I don't think it's the tools that you're using. I refuse to believe that you have some phone app or some cat toy that makes you see ghosts. I
I
think
agree.
it's I think it's you, and I think it's John, and I think that there's something about whether you believe that about yourself or not, that is using that tool that's working for you. Do you know what I
I
mean?
Yeah, no, and I'm 100% with you, and I think it's with people like John or myself or, the other creators that do it. Um, I think it's all on how open you are to it as well, right? Like, I mean, they
Okay.
know that because I offer up, like, my energy when we're investigating. I offer up my
Yeah, I do
energy
the
to the
opposite. That's the funny thing. I do the complete everybody does, by the way, Jolly. That's not something, that's like the norm, right? You offer
right.
up your energy, take what you need. Hell, my boy Netzel does the same thing. Take what you need, this, that, and the other. I'm the exact opposite. The only thing that I will allow is whatever byproduct is normally released. You get what I'm saying? The things that are out of my control, for example. We've experienced that when somebody walks into a room and we get like almost like they change the atmosphere. Like whatever they're releasing out there,
You can
when
feel
they
it.
do that, like that's so I do the opposite, but I always find it interesting. And hold on, let me ask you this real quick, Charlie. When
Yeah.
you is it a thing you do? Do you go into a spot and be like, "Hey, I'm offering you my energy," or is it a mentality when you walk into the spot or into the area?
It's both.
Okay.
And so it's a both it's like a both thing, like, so, like, whenever I'm going in there so there's a couple of things, right? Like, so I I use Jesus, like, as my protection, right? And so then whenever you go in, it's almost as you're not you're not going into battle, but you're preparing for battle if need be, because whenever you're going into, like, some of these places like the Garnett House, Malvern Manor that have known malicious spirits, um, you always wanna have whatever your protection may be. But also I want them to know that I'm open to talk and that they have that right to utilize my energy throughout this night to be able to either manifest or to bring them enough energy to, um, communicate, I guess you'd say.
All right. So it's
What's your go-to, app, or should I say spirit box? Like, what do you like to use
Uh,
the most? Is it more like an SB7 style, or do you like, one of the newer apps, or, what's your
yeah,
go-to?
so, um my buddy Cody with Stark Paranormal.
yeah, we
He's
had Cody on
Yep,
about a
yep.
week ago or so.
Yeah.
so he, put me on to, Transcend,
Okay, Transcend's
a
a good one.
Yeah.
and
Yeah, love that one.
I really like that, the Necrometer. But
Yeah.
then I
Yeah.
also
Yeah.
have, like, so I have the SB7, I have the Salmon Colby, I got the S-Box 2 from, Ghost Stop. But I don't just use those, right? Like, so I like to get hits on, because there's so much words that spit out. Some of them are word banked, some are worked off of just phonics. Cody probably taught you more science about that. He's more scientific than I am.
Mhm.
Um, but, uh so I also use, like, my go-to device is the Flux, right? And so that's a yes/no device.
Wait, what is that?
And
What
so
is it?
Yep.
it's called the Flux.
The
And
flux.
so yeah, and so what it is, it's a little triangular shape, and it goes off of motion, temperature control as well. Like, it sets it off, and it's a yes, no, are you female, are you male? So then I go with a response that I get off of, one of my spirit boxes, and then if it lines up with a piece of equipment, sometimes 2 or 3 pieces of equipment with the spirit box, like, man, that you're talking with some, like, there's kinda undeniable evidence, right? So the spirit box, I've seen some of your videos, that uncle video, when it was talking about you, Gary, that
Yeah.
shit was dope, dude. Like, that's one of the coolest videos I've seen because it straight up called you out, right? Like,
That's
so to
that's
me, that's undeniable evidence too. Like, you can't dispute that. You can't, it doesn't matter what you speak. You can't get that to come through on command, right?
Dude,
So,
that
but it
that time too, Jolly, that was we tried to lie to it. We tried to tell him I was what we say? I was your brother, right?
yeah.
And then we told a different version of the spirit that I was his, we tried to lie, and then it said, and then it made fun of me too. It said I was broke. It was like, come on,
yeah,
man.
so
That thing is
so
real.
it
That
was
thing, that ghost is particular. That spirit's particularly
That's a
mean.
particularly nasty spirit. That's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I've only come across one other spirit that's almost close to the one that we're talking about right now. And as much as I love that spirit, she doesn't even hold a candle to that one. You know what I mean? Like that's a
So,
ugh,
real quick, I
can't
want to
stand
just
them
remind
either.
anybody. I want to remind anybody who's just jumping in that you are watching Splintered Spirits, and we have our guest Jeremy Jolly from SoCo Paranormal telling us why he does what he does. Uh, as a father of 4, and I'm by the way, I'm more surprised at that than any spirit. I'm just saying, father of 4, 39 is still more like impressive to me than any ghost right now. It's like amazing. All right, so Jolly, what do you sound like you're really out there investigating. You're going out with 2 or 3 devices. Because look, John will tell you himself, he doesn't consider himself an investigator. He is a
No, never have.
documenter. He
Never
never
have.
has. He's never claimed to be one. He goes
Nope.
out, he documents, he has fun with these spirits, and he just collects data. But you sound like you're going out and you're really trying to, cross-reference 2 different tools and really see what's happening. What are you doing with this information, man? Like, what do you wanna see? What's the next phase? What are you hoping to see?
To be honest, man, I do a lot of this for myself, right? I got on TikTok because it gives me an instant chat to be able to talk with people, right? And because most of the time you go to these places and they can be the most haunted places in the United States of America, right?
Mhm.
And it's going to be boring for most of the time, and it doesn't, you get your creaks and your noises and stuff, but that stuff kinda goes away and kinda just becomes the new norm whenever you do this stuff. But when you get, like, ladder slamming and stuff like that, it's like I said, so, like, for me personally, like, what I'm out doing is I'm out trying to figure out why are some of these things nasty and why are some not, because a lot of people wanna walk around and they wanna say demon, demon, demon,
Oh,
right?
man.
And you hear it all the time, it drives me nuts, that's just me
Drives
personally.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
drives me nuts. I
Yeah.
sing
so
songs about it though, so
and this is where you're gonna hear me be, like, a little, like, contradictive on myself too, because, again, I believe you have good energy, bad energy, and then you got demons. So you got good spirits, bad spirits, and then you got demons, and what I've come to think of a demon as is kinda what they know as the Grinner at the Garnett House. But I think that it's like 3 negative energies, but like powerful energies, like combined into one that are making it into a demon. And then you have a different tier of demons, and that, like, those are your fallen angels, right? Like those are the people that the normal person isn't ever going to come across until it's time.
Oh, that's interesting. But we've
So
heard
that's
about
my
people
thoughts.
talk about not John calls them, non-human entities.
I
So
call them
first
interdimensional entities of non-human origin
correct. So
is what
and
I
you should know
call.
this about John and I. We both grew up in New York. We both went to the same we both were raised Catholic. And we both grew up and went to the same Catholic school, which nothing will turn you off from religion faster than the Catholics. Let me tell you, as you get older, they are
True.
it's just really it's quite something. So we both are sort of we're fallen angels on that front. But the amount of demon that we get, made me do an episode with a biblical scholar, a professor, to talk about
Demon, by the way, from
Satan. You know,
people, not from, like, spirits.
right?
Like, it's the people. Like, dude, I was in this as a strange burial ground today. You've been there, Gary,
Yeah.
right? Beautiful scenery, right? It's a beautiful day. Everything is green. There's animals going by. People are like, "What's that animal? What's that animal?" It was a beautiful fucking scene. And there were actually people coming and going, "You're speaking to demons." And it's like, what? Like, what? Where logically, like, okay, let's say you cater to that and you go, okay, these are demons. Why are these demons here at this cemetery? And the only answer they will give you is they're there for you. And it's like, yo, that makes no sense. So it's wild. It's
So
wild.
Jolly, how do you handle the actually, being religious? How do you handle people who say what you're doing is wrong on that front?
So, I mean, everybody's allowed to have
That's a good
their
question.
opinions. For me, I pray openly on my channel. I'm openly religious, right? Like, I mean, I'm a follower of God, right? And so
Hmm.
I just tell them, like, I mean, that's what I use as my protection. They ask me because then they ask me, "Do you carry around crystals?" And I don't. I don't
Hmm.
carry around none of that stuff. Some people believe in that, and awesome. And I think that they work for their beliefs, right? Like,
And you're Southern Baptist too, which in my experience, if you're because I know other people that are Southern Baptists that do this, and they are ostracized from even family members. Like,
so
family members want nothing to do with them. So that's,
yeah.
that's, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
I'm so I'm non-denominational Christian now. Like that's my religion now, right? And so
gotcha.
that's where I'm at. And but anyways, I apologize. Where were we at?
No, no, I was asking you how you handle being someone who is religious, handle people who claim what you're doing is wrong
So, I
because of
mean,
this.
I think that Christians are the biggest critics. I mean that's my honest answer. I know this is probably a bad answer, but
It's not a bad answer
It's
at
not a
all.
bad answer.
Not a bad answer at all, man.
No,
okay.
The
So
winner.
I think that they're the first ones to judge you, right? And so, um, and
crazy,
if
right?
you
Isn't that crazy?
and if you are religious, you know that that's like one of the things, like don't judge other people, right? Like that's don't hold judgment. And so I hold that tightly as well. And that's how I live my life. So if you want to come in and try to push that on me, like you can move on, or you can watch me pray for these spirits and hope that, whatever you're hoping for can be shown through my footage.
Jolly, have you ever had a spirit ask you to pray for them
Yes.
or
Ooh,
ask if it's
no
okay
shit.
for them to pray?
Yes, they
Yeah.
have asked us to pray for him. They call me the holy man, or they say holy man a lot, like now through our lives. And
Okay.
that's what, and
That's
so
wild.
I've worked. So the first time I was at Whispers Estate, I've messed with, I use the Ouija board as a tool. And so, Cody he had never done it. We used it at Whispers Estate. We asked if any spirits wanted to come through and communicate with us, and it told us yes. And then we asked it if like what it wanted to say, and it told us no. And I asked, like, is it because of my protection? Because I've been told this through like the mediums and stuff like that, that my protection's very strong. And they went straight to yes, and then went back to normal, and then communication stopped. And that's been done and documented numerous of times that whatever my spirit guide is pretty powerful compared to a lot of things that I go to encounter.
This spirit guide thing is coming up a lot lately too, because and we're gonna have we have an episode coming up about past life regression. I wanted to get a crash course in that, where spirit guides are a big thing in that zone, where they're not quite, I'm not quite sure what they are, like as opposed to they're not angels, they're entities of some kind watching you to help you make the right decisions. Are you looking at it as like, you think it's like a guardian angel? Is that sort of your perspective on it, Jolly?
No, I mean, I could be wrong, but he says his name's Will, and I don't know why he says his name is Will. I personally don't know a Will, but anytime that I feel like in a not an unsafe place, but a little bit more spooky, you know what I mean? Like, Will comes through and, it says, like, Will is here or Will is present. Um, Will is lost, and then, and so it's just kinda like a lot of different things. Will's not welcome here, and so that's pretty
Oh,
crazy,
they
as
wanna
well.
get rid of your spirit guide. Like, these are other spirits that are saying, "Will is not welcome here."
Yes, and this happens at different locations that I go throughout, and so that's why I say that it's, like, Will that follows me, and I don't know who he is, and if he's always been with me or if I picked him up during this process and he's like, "Dude, this ghost searching stuff kicks ass," I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but,
Now, what is
just
your
kinda
does your partner get the same reactions? You guys go on separate hunts or, investigations? Does he get the same kind of vibe, or is it really when you're doing it?
um, yeah, I don't know, I can't answer that. He's here
No,
if you wanna ask him that, but
no.
I don't.
I'm just curious, like, does he feel he has that sort of same connection,
Do you
as you
feel
go
that you
out,
have
or
that intuition? What? Like intuition of the feelings of, like, spirits coming on?
I didn't at first, but after so many times of us doing this, I feel like they call me out an awful lot.
Yeah.
ha has he ever done it? Because here's why I ask. I get
Okay.
nothing. I rarely get anything from any app ever when I do it, but when I'm with John, the few times we've done it together, they call me out, they get on me, like, there's a different thing, which also then leads me to sort of believe in the more it's the person than the tools, right? And it's always stronger, there's something else with the 2. So I was just curious, like, has it happened to both of you?
Is how open to you are this? I mean, like, I know that, you and John are close and stuff like that, but how open to you and how long have you been getting into the paranormal? Like, or do you still think like, "Oh, man, some of this is still a little wonky, it's
That's probably,
funky."
that's a great point. That's a great point. I probably would say that I'm not, I would probably say, yeah, I'm like, I don't know, I'm not going out there thinking like, this is good. Let's see what I'm just saying, like, see what happens. I'm not like letting myself become into the thing. So
See, and
a really
listen,
interesting, but that's a really interesting point.
I'm going on record saying this. I'm gonna add to this, and it's gonna sound hilarious. Where Jolly, you're open. Gary's like, I don't know. This might be a crock of shit. This, that, and the other. I have always had the same attitude from day one to now, and it's I don't give a shit. Like, I literally don't like, that's my mentality. I don't go open, I don't go I just when I go somewhere, it's literally I go, I do my thing, and I don't give a shit. At the end of the day, I don't care what the spirit's going through, what's happening. There's nothing I've come to the realization that there's nothing I can do about it. Like, and I'm sure, like, you
But
might
that
have
is an
already
openness in its own way. That is sort of a way of saying you're
yeah.
open to doing it. You're just like, you're letting yourself be vulnerable for it and
Yeah,
let
just
whatever
like
happen
it's
happen.
a very nonchalant, like, all right, whatever's gonna pop off. Like, people, I have noticed this. People get hung up. Like, the spirit will come through. I need help, right? I need help. Help me. They'll even say it by name. John, I need help. And I say, okay, spirit, what's your name? So let's start there. Tell me your name, and then tell me what's wrong. And a lot of the times we will get nowhere. There will be no name given. They might, through the spirit chatter, you might get a little indication on what's happening, but that could be from another spirit too, because you still don't even know that spirit's name. So my whole attitude with it has always just been like, okay. Yeah, I
But
don't get
my
hung up, you know?
but with that though, that's what I'm asking though. But you believe though that you're truly there communicating with something, somebody,
Yeah.
right, right. And so that's what I'm asking. Yeah. So whenever I'm
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
saying
oh, yeah,
open, that's
definitely.
what I mean. So then
Oh,
Gary,
it's not
whenever
even
I'm asking
Jolly
that,
at this point.
Yeah.
Jolly at this point, it's not even belief, man. At this point, it's no,
I
I know,
yeah,
I know, like there was no my upbringing with this was a little different. I started as an investigator with all the crude tools from back in the early 2000s, right?
yeah,
And got back into it a little bit in the 2010s, dabbled a little bit in 2015s, and then by 2021 jumped right into a completely different world when it comes to technology and this, that, and the other with spirits. And in 2021 I learned very quickly that not only are there spirits, but there are other things from other dimensions that pale in comparison to anything that we can create in religious texts, in Hollywood, and in stories, like an endless slew of possibilities of things, and it blew my mind. And then I realized the only way I could wrap my head around it all is if I didn't give a shit. And I just do. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
yeah,
I like what Jolly's saying. I mean, I get what he's saying too, and it makes a lot of sense, right? If I
yeah,
go
you
out there and
gotta.
I'm feeling like this is horse shit, I'm not going to get it, right? And it requires like taking a mushroom or something for
Well,
me to
hold
go
on.
out there.
Yeah, but can we
amen.
interject there? Like, there's a line too. Like, if let's say you take Gary, right? And we set him up and we say, hey, Gary, you are going to investigate for a month in this haunted location. We know it's haunted. Tons of people have had experiences there. We're gonna put you there. Don't change your mentality. I
Make sure
wonder
it's a
what
nice hotel. Make sure it's a
yeah,
nice
yeah,
haunted
right.
hotel.
I
I don't do
wonder.
camping.
Yeah, no, we're gonna put you in the middle of Long Island in a haunted campground. How about that?
Not a chance.
You'll do well there.
No,
Um,
no.
no, but seriously, I wonder what his because it's the way my brain works, what his experience would be with, say, spirit boxes, whether they be apps, SP7s, things like that of that nature, and then actual physical and environmental experiences. You get what I'm saying? Because I've noticed even people that don't believe still have experiences. They just don't wanna be like, "Oh, no, that was spirits."
That
You
didn't
know what I'm
happen.
saying?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, so
Like,
Jolly, what
that's
would you
that's an interesting
so
question.
here's what I want to from Jolly. So you just started this in October, relatively new, like really got into it. So I just built a spirit box of my own, right? I
I
did it,
watched the video. Yeah.
right? So okay, what all right, if I go to a cemetery, what would like if that's my how would what should I do? What would you tell me to do first if I get there?
Well, first, I would tell you to like introduce yourself to the spirits and let them know who you are and that you mean no harm nor disrespect. And kind of, it's almost kind of like you're coming into their homes. But anyways, I like what I try to get answered out of wise is names that we know. So we go to a prison cemetery. And so I go out there and I try to communicate with different super nasty inmates that, like one bit the throat out of a nurse, and back in the early 1900s, and he was buried with the cell door over him because of superstitious. Anyways, I would
Is that
tell you to
true?
go out.
Wait a minute. Is that true? Like really
Yeah,
vicious inmates, they would put the cell doors over the coffins?
just that one because he said he was going to come back and haunt him like through all of life.
Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah.
That's an
So, and
amazing tradition. I had no
That's some
idea.
serious intent right there.
Yeah, right?
yeah, and so dude, I could tell you some wicked stories about some of these inmates out here that we try to come out here and communicate with, but the main one we go and see is, his name's Joe Arity. He was wrongfully convicted of some crimes and, executed back in the early 1900s as well, and the crazy thing is the dude that actually committed the murders only buried, like, 4 tombs away from him, and, he was executed 2 years before Joe was. Anyways, long story. But I tell you to go to a cemetery, introduce yourself, make sure that you set your intentions of what you're there to do. And I would just start talking to them about different time periods. Who's your favorite president? Um, we have a lot of Masons here, a lot of Masons, a lot of Odd Fellows. We have a lot of soldiers, like Confederate soldiers from the Civil War. So we just bring up different things and just try to get them to communicate. And then if someone does, like James Peabody was a governor here, in Colorado, in the early 1900s. He was a crooked governor, and a lot of the places that we investigate locally, we didn't know it, but it all came full circle back to James Peabody, including to the barber shop that my son works at here in our hometown. So it all turned out to be really crazy. So they talked to me about their family, and I just ask questions. It just kind of where it leads me.
All right. Well, I would go to a Hollywood cemetery, so it's a lot of celebrities. I'll start asking like what movies they like.
Yeah, what's your favorite movie or even, what was your favorite role? You know what I mean? Like, there's just all kinds of different ways, and then if you do feel like ask them to direct you to who you're talking to. Can you give me a cardinal direction, right? Can you tell me any of those words? And, it'll surprise you on the types of responses that you will get.
All right. All right.
See, see, my friends, to myself, there's only one question you ask at a cemetery, and that's spirits, may we have a conversation? And
That
then
is
you
your
take it
favorite
from
question.
there. And then we take it from there, you
You
know?
got a light you got a light over there, John? It's getting dark
Oh,
where you
I
are.
know, it just got dark.
Uh, that's a little better.
Yes,
Um,
I know.
perfect. Uh, dude, it's
Let
fascinating.
there
So
be
John,
light.
so you're really turning what you do as a business, is it I don't know if you're and I don't mean to ask like you're making money, but you're really trying to do something, right? I know are you starting a Paracon? Are you starting your own thing? Are you
Yes,
really what is the
yeah,
goal for SoCo Paranormal?
so Soko Paranormal, to be honest, man, I wasn't even planning on being on TikTok. My girlfriend talked me into going onto TikTok and doing it because she was like, "You'll be able to do it." And so I was like, "Hell yeah, let's try it." And because at first I was just gonna try it on YouTube, right? That's what I was gonna try it on, and um, I'm glad she told me about TikTok. I didn't even I kind of only consumed a little bit even at that time, and so, um, but our future, it holds, in our opinion, is we wanna host investigations. We're an LLC now. We are actually, we're learning the ropes from a team called Are You Afraid of the Dark Paranormal LLC. They're the Haunted AF team. They're based out of on the East Coast. So we're actually hosting our first investigation with them. We're flying out to Vermont and gonna do Wilson Castle and take people ghost hunting. Like, that's what we wanna do. We've had a lot of fun doing it. We wanna continue traveling and going to like the spookiest places in the US, but we have some really spooky places here too. And there's some people that are skeptical or don't have the equipment or anything like that. So we just want to start taking people and taking them ghost hunting with us and going to just different jails or the prison or whatever the kind of they want to do.
I like how that prison is part of your background and that's kind of where you go. It could be your whole thing. I have to assume have you been to Alcatraz yet?
No, I have not. We haven't made it out to the furthest west we went is Montana to do the Battle of Little Bighorn.
Oh wow.
Um,
Oh, nice.
Did you get anything
and
cool out of
so
that?
Oh, yeah, man, that's cool because they have the natives there too, and so sometimes you'll get different languages coming through your spirit boxes,
No
right?
shit.
And so yeah, and so that's crazy, and I'll tell you, the, rangers and the people out there are just so friendly at the Little Bighorn, you know what I mean? Like, they always come out, they're welcoming to streamers and stuff like that. They're just amazing people out there, so it's just always a good time out in Montana.
Jolly, you just got back from Gettysburg,
Yeah.
correct? So John's going out there, and John, you've never been, right?
Yes, I have been. I just was unable to stream when I went. We went to Gettysburg and a couple surrounding cemeteries when we went out to Indiana. And
So
I just wasn't gonna listen. I promised Netzel that I was gonna wait till September
sure, sure.
and we were gonna do the collab. I didn't want to jump the gun on it, so I didn't go. You know what I mean? But
What advice do
I
you have? What'd you learn out there, Jolly? What'd you learn about Gettysburg that either wowed you or maybe you didn't learn anything? It's just another place like anything else.
So what I've learned is that it's truth whenever it comes to as in, like, different different places are gonna hit at different times. It's not always gonna be as active as it always is, and sometimes it's gonna be a hit and miss. That's what my best advice is that I would say. But I'll say that there's definitely like when you're going into that town, you can feel the energy, and that again, there's the energy word, right? So
Yeah.
but you can feel it.
It's a
The
wild
nostalgia.
atmosphere.
Right, and the nostalgia of it, right? Like, I mean, I grew up with Civil War was amazing history, so there was just a lot of history. A lot of my teachers had went to this place, and it was our first time. It was Randy's bucket list. It was one of my bucket lists. I loved the battlefield. I loved getting out and walking along in the woods, like actually in the woods of the battlefield, to just kind of feel what the soldiers felt, right? Like you're walking through there. And what was crazy, and we didn't process none of it, and I'll kind of talk about it, but we were going through there and it was like shit suffocating, right? And so then when we went up, it was actually Buford, Colonel Buford or Burford or Buford. I don't know exactly. But he was in being hit in the neck and ended up passing away that way. So it was pretty crazy. Just all those things, you get hit in the neck, you'd think your lungs would start filling with blood. You know what I mean? It'd be type of thing. So
Did you look up the history of a specific place after you heard this, or did you walk in knowing, "Okay, I know what's here, so I'm hoping to see what I'm gonna catch." Do you know what I mean? Do you work backwards, or did you go in with knowledge pre-existing?
when No, we worked backwards. When we went into these areas, we just kind of stumbled, like, we were trying to do the auto tour, you know what I mean? And it took us all over Gettysburg. I would say, John, if you do the auto tour of the battlefield, bro, don't worry about, like, number 1 in those places. Like, just go over to where, like, Meade's headquarters or General Lee's headquarters are at and start
Dude,
that way.
so when I go, I did a little research, right? Because you're not allowed on the battlefields at night, which in the next year or 2 I will be, because I got in bed with some people when I was making some phone calls and I joined some things. But anyway, I got we're gonna be at, I don't wanna spoil it for the people that are watching, but we're gonna be on people's private land, like people that actually own the land that are parts of the battlefield. It's just that when, things lines got drawn up and whatnot, it's like, "Oh, no, they bought this land at this time, this is theirs." And one of the spots is gonna be right near, like, the Devil's Den and, like, all these, like, high profile areas that, people wanna get to. I think it's called the Devil's Den.
It is.
Um, yeah, yeah, and, which is great. So I'm only gonna be able to do those during the day. I'm not
Yeah.
but I'm still gonna be able to get to the battlefield at night, which is gonna be a treat. And we're staying at an internment spot for the war. So it's basically a pop-up hospital is where we're gonna be staying, which is gonna be pretty wild. And then we're gonna hit all the other spots. But dude, they got that, they're insane. Like the rules and regulations they have out there for nighttime, it's wild. Like everybody I spoke to was like, "John, whatever you do, don't get caught in
Is
these
that true? Are they
spots."
Everyone.
strict on it?
They're
Yeah,
all so
oh, yeah,
strict.
they are,
They
and
were
they
like,
told us
"Don't get caught."
they're like,
So
"Well,
I'm
they'll make you come back to court even for it and
Yeah,
stuff." Like,
yeah,
it's a bad thing.
yeah. So we're gonna play, plus I don't wanna deal with that. When me and Netzel go, we just wanna have a great time. So we're not even gonna attempt to do any of that. But the
This is
fact that I was able to get up by the battlefield
We're
alone
trucking
and
up
be
to
part on the
Pennsylvania,
battlefield at
dude.
night is gonna be wild.
You gonna be
T
live streaming that, bro?
Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm gonna be live streaming the whole thing. We're gonna be
Hell
there
yeah.
for probably about 4 or 5 days.
Dude, hell
this
yeah.
speaks
That's
heavily to
awesome.
Pennsylvania in a
Yeah,
big
yeah,
way. And you know what I
yeah.
feel about Pennsylvanians.
It's a Gary, it's a money grab. It's a money grab.
Some
They
of
know
it,
what
right?
they got. They know what they got, and they're just like, "Yo, if this is what you're gonna do, this is how you have to do it." And
That's
it's like,
crazy.
"Okay." So I started the process. I wanna make see, I'm more of a documenter, Jolly, right? I'm not a big, ghost hunter, investigator. I know how to do it all, I just don't do it. I
Yeah.
like the documenting side of it. So what I like to do is go to the same spots over and over, and I like to rotate. The way I'm expanding now is I'm looking for spots that are, instead of an hour away, that are like 3, 4 hours away that I can go to once a month. So basically, I want to put Gettysburg in the rotation. Like, this is the first time I'm going. I'm going to be going back in a couple months after that, and then more and more frequent where it's 1 month at a time. So
That's
I
dope,
can't
dude.
wait. So hopefully, the next time you go, I have access at night. So you just let me know the next time you go.
You, dude, anytime, man. I
Uh,
would travel anytime. That's what we're doing right now. We try to go to a new state every month, right? And actually this month in September, we're taking it off, but we're letting the Soko family decide where we go and investigate next. So in October, we're
Sure.
going out to Vermont and Salem, which are my bucket list because I want to go to the East Coast in the fall. But we're gonna let them choose. But after that, man, anytime after that, John, you want to get together, man, I would love to come out and film with
yeah,
you
man.
anytime
You
you
let me
want.
know when you're free.
And
You
Jolly,
ever coming out to New York this way, man? Just let me know.
when is this
The
Paracon
Shamrock.
that you're running?
Oh, so the Paracon is run by me or us and Haunted, I call them the Haunted AF team, but it's Are You Afraid of the Dark Paranormal LLC. They actually are the ones running it. We're co-hosting it with them. It's in Cripple Creek, Colorado. And
That sounds made up. Is
June.
that a real place?
Yeah,
That sounds like a made up name.
it's one of the most haunted.
Okay.
And it's gonna be, June 6th of 2026. We're gonna have, Amy Bruni there, Adam Berry, Dustin Perry, Stark Paranormal will be out there, we'll be out there, or of course, and then we're hoping that we can get some different creators from TikTok to come down to Colorado, John, and just hang out,
Yeah, yo,
and
send me the info, man. It's a
Wow,
and
possibility.
so it's like a year away. Wow, that's like you guys really plan these
Yeah,
things, like
if it's
plan
a
these figuring
dude,
way out.
that's I get invited to these things like crazy, but it's always like 2 weeks before the thing, like, hey, can you come out for and it's like, no, not in 2 weeks, but a
right.
year? Send me the info, man. I might be able to lock it in.
Yeah, and then and then they actually rented out the whole, Hotel St. Nicholas as well, so it's one of the most haunted hotels in Cripple Creek, and, like, you'll be able to get a room there, but if Ghost Investigate it, the jail will be open to investigate, so it's gonna be a really cool time, really good time, so,
Yeah, John
it
Santa at St. Nicholas. That'll be that'll be yeah, hey,
Yeah.
John Santa at St. Nicholas hanging out with Jolly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
here we
hey,
go.
let's go,
that's
Jolly
it.
old
right?
fucking Saint Nick.
That'll be a Christmas themed.
I could play those words like you wouldn't believe,
Right, that would be a Christmas themed episode
Right.
for sure.
Yeah, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's funny. Uh Listen, Jolly, I think you're a lot of fun, dude. I love watching your lives. I mean, also, and I say this with love, you're a terrible karaoke singer. I've seen you do that too, but the fact that, you know, it just goes to show how open you are in terms of doing it. You're just, the vulnerability to putting yourself out there and being a showman and making this entertaining
I
is
appreciate you, but I mean,
what's
I'll
really
admit,
great.
dude, the only reason why this guy, other than whenever I was dancing a pink tutu, I lost a battle, so that was the punishment, right? Like that's what I did, and it's okay, I'll do it.
Right.
The only reason why I karaoke is because that's my mom's channel,
Oh, it's
and
great.
it's Mama Jolly, and so
Oh
she
my
runs
god,
that.
I didn't even realize that. That's super sweet. That's
Yeah,
amazing.
and so I go on there and she does her thing, and so I go on there and I sing with her and for her, and she just has a good time, and so
Oh my god, that's so
if it
great.
makes my
That's
mom
awesome.
happy, it makes me happy, you know?
I would love to
That's
get
it.
your mother out there, John, in one of these things. That's my sister, which would be a real
Oh,
I mean, a
man.
whole other
I
vibe.
had my mother on once, and let me tell you, it was imagine that. I had my mother on, John. Listen to this real quick. I had my mother on, right? And I took her to one of the most haunted places you could take an individual. Okay, where most people experience something visual, visual, either candles flying off the wall or something breaking or seeing a spirit. So I take my mother down there because it's where I live. And long story short, my mother had to come. My daughter was having surgery. It was a whole thing. So it's the night before. And I'm like, yeah, come live with me. You want to experience what I do? Now, my mother thought everything I was doing was fake. She thought like the whole thing up and down was fake. She goes down there. I said, the one thing I need you to do, Mom, is if you see something, don't get scared. I was like, "'Cause there's things down here that'll feed off that shit. All right, just don't get scared." "Yeah, okay, whatever." Dude, literally 20 minutes in, my mother sees something and loses her shit, and I'm like, "Mom, what did I tell you?" You know? Like, it was just wild, so I could only imagine,
What do your
you know,
parents
I
think
could
of well, Jolly, what do your parents think of what you do?
At first, they thought I was crazy, and then, we went out, to Missouri, and Missouri's just got hot like, I don't think that it's just necessarily always places, like, their land, man, they had a lot of battles and a lot of Native Americans out there, right? Like, and so just the land itself anyways, I went out there and I was at this bridge out in the middle of nowhere, and, I was ghost investigating, and then some locals showed up out and I'm telling you, I am in the boondocks in the middle of nowhere, and some locals showed up, and, my girlfriend was, with me out there, and she was watching me on TikTok, and my mom was like, "What's going on? What's going on?" So she started watching me then, and then ever since then, man, she's been my number one supporter. It's
Oh,
been
that's so
amazing.
great.
And, but I had we got out and got to go to some haunted places out in Missouri on the whim, and so it was pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
My mother still watches every now and again, and she'll just I get notes, which I get notes, which is like, "Don't swear so much." Actually, she doesn't even say, "Don't swear so much." She'll say, like, "Please don't say 'God damn.'" Like that's the curse, like, that's, like, the thing that says it
Yeah.
sets it off. And I'm like,
So that
just like I'm like, "Like anything else, mom, you can change the channel. Just change the channel if you don't like it." It's like,
How
it's
can
fine.
she though? Her grandson and her,
I know. It's
and her
crazy.
baby boy are on, you know what I'm saying?
Crazy,
She
crazy.
can't.
I
She
don't
loves
have
this.
any other questions for Jolly. I know you sent me a video of which is a shadow thing, but it's like I'm just more interested in talking to you about everything
Can we see
else.
the
It's
video? Did you have
yeah,
it
you
queued
know
up?
what? You want me to show it? Do you want to walk us through
Yeah,
what this
yeah, yeah,
is?
yeah.
You want to see a little
I
Jolly evidence?
got another 5 minutes that I can before I have
All
to
right,
start getting ready.
Jolly,
So
you
Oh,
let's
want to
yeah,
set
heck
this? So
yeah.
this is the video you sent me with where you're just like it's in a bedroom, but there is a weird shadow.
So this is at, Gabby Egan's Airbnb. Um, so, uh, it's out in Cincinnati. We went out to this place on a whim right before we went and seen Robert the Doll, and, we went in there not even thinking this place was haunted. It was a clip from TikTok that we jumped on, and, she invited us out there. Shout out to Gabby for giving us a free stay out there and, checking this place out, but like, there wasn't even supposed to be anything here. The story was that a lady ran out thinking a demon was chasing her,
Oh shit.
and,
Yeah, go ahead.
she left her reservation, and, so I was like, "Well, that sounds right up my alley. Where's this place at?" She told me Cincinnati. I said, "Let's go." And, so we're standing in this room. This is the room that the lady said that she came running out of. Really weird story with some wallpaper issues, in my opinion. But anyways, you're gonna when you play this video at about 39 seconds, there's gonna be a shadow that comes from left to right, and then, about 49 seconds in, you're gonna see a shadow coming from right to left. And the
So
cool thing is
I shortened it a little bit, so we're gonna get right into it, just so people can
okay, go
see it.
ahead.
So it's
Yep.
like and you set up the room, and I assume that's Randy in the corner, right? He's the guy sitting in there. That's not a spirit.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, let's show you guys.
So you see that shadow?
Yeah. You see it again quick, better in the next one.
Yeah. And it answered.
That. What is that? Now there's nothing above you. There's
No.
nothing you Here guys,
No,
I'll show you
and
one
I
more
can't
time.
see.
what I got really excited about okay, so watch right here, lower left-hand corner.
Boosh.
Oh,
You see it. That's a definite weird thing that goes across.
so and it
I can't see the visual.
You'll see it when the replay because you're looking on your phone, but everyone else that's watching can see it because it's very clear. There's definitely a shadow there, and you're just standing there, right?
and
What's
so the cool thing is we just dropped a YouTube video on this exact scene right here. Well, it was a longer video, but it was completely dark from his angle. So you can see that it's not my shadow. I'm not moving. There's nothing. And actually we didn't even catch that at first. It was some people that they've watched our videos and they told us like check those shadows out. And we went back and slowed them down and we got them in slow motion and stuff too. But
and you
that's
have
the
the
one I'm gonna
but
do.
you just said you have the camera from the other side looking at
Yeah,
you. Oh, see,
yeah.
that's cool.
Yeah, so we have multiple angles just because we don't want anybody to think that we're kind of manipulating things or anything like that. So we have, and then we even have a camera that sits off on the side watching us too, that's just collecting like EVPs and stuff like that.
Listen, man, it's like, one thing about what we try to do here with Splintered Spirits is we always come at it from a place of belief, right? I mean, we weren't there. You were there. You believe you saw something. I'm going to believe you that's a thing, right? We could sit. I despise debunking. I think that's unfun, and it's like, who am I to debunk it? I wasn't there. I can't debunk something I wasn't there to see. So
Right.
I'm watching that video and you're telling me like, and I see those shadows, and John, you'll see it too, because when this is all up res, it'll be crystal, and then you'll see it. And it's weird that there's a shadow that moves that fast. You're not moving that fast. And if you have the camera angle from the other side where we don't see you holding a fan above a light or something doing to make it, then who's to say, it's weird that gets caught on camera.
What kind of shadow was it?
It's just a shadow. It's just a black shadow. Like you just see it come
Yeah,
across.
well,
And
but is it like solid, like blocking out, like something's getting blocked out completely? Is it like more like cloudy, like cloudy gray shadow? Is it believe it or not, there's different types of shadows.
it
As
was
as
to me,
crazy
it
as
looks a
as
little
crazy as that
like
sounds.
cloudy black. Like
I was
a
gonna say like that
Cloudy black?
translucent black.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
That that makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, that makes sense, that makes sense. I
That's
just
Yeah,
can't
wild,
no,
see the
dude.
video with the
Now
thing
what?
right now.
You had
I
lights
I
around. You had lights around
that's why
that
I'm asking
bed,
to describe it to me.
right? You had
uh,
lights around that bed and stuff. What was all that?
so the green that went off, that was our flux machine. And then the other one that on the ground, that's a tracer wire and it runs off of motion, it runs off of heat and cool sensors. So if something goes over the top of it, which we got that on camera, someone went over the top of it in that room and it turned completely red. And then so it detects colors, detects if there's any kind of EMF shift, and then it shoots like a purple light that goes all the way down the strip. So it's just a
That's fun.
different way to detect. Yeah, it's fun. It's we use a lot of lights, a lot of gadgets.
Sure.
It's kind of to get more visual and to get more people into seeing what they can respond to.
It's awesome, man. Jolly, I love what you're doing. I really am, and I honestly wish you nothing but the best with all of it. And I'm sure I'll keep watching. We'll stay in touch. I'm sure we'll have you on again in the future. This podcast is relatively new as well, so we're all just sort of gathering information and learning about this stuff. And it's fun to watch what you do and come at it from the place that you come at it from. From what you said and from what you're getting, I think in a lot of ways it's probably that, you might be a witch and you might want to do something about it of some kind. And you might really want to, it might just be you. That's some sort of, the antenna for the dead, for the damned that comes in because it is wild. Yeah, dude, what you're getting is nuts.
Yeah,
Um,
it is. It's crazy.
but anyway, dude, I thank you so much. I mean, you've given us a good hour here, and I'll let
Yeah,
you go. I
man,
know you.
thank you.
And I was right, John. I said right. He's a ball player. He's got a game tonight. Jeremy
Yeah,
Get
Jolly is
ready
the
to go play
ultimate
ball.
baseball name
yeah,
I've
nice.
ever heard. So it's like he's playing. So I hope you win. I hope you knock it out of the park, literally,
I
for that
appreciate you
matter.
guys, man. Seriously, it was an honor. Thank you, John. Thank you,
Yeah,
Gay. Dude, Splintered
yeah,
Spirits. You guys are freaking amazing. Thank
yeah.
you.
Jeremy Jolly from SoCo
Thank you, man. Thank
Paranormal.
you for being here.
I really appreciate you. Thank
Yeah,
you, Jolly.
thank you guys. It was an honor. Thank you so much.
All right, buddy. We'll see ya.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Cool,
That was
cool
Jeremy.
dude.
Very cool dude. Very cool dude. Hold on, I'm just gonna.
Uh, like 2 weeks ago, a week ago, something like that. 2 weeks ago, we had a crazy shadow appear here in the tower that not only gave people a big like holy shit, like what the hell is going on, went viral locally. Is that the way to say it? Like I had more people in this town come up to me about that than the videos that get like 25 million views. You know what I'm saying? Like they were like, "Dude, what's up with that shadow?" Blah
Yeah,
blah
because when
blah.
you see something like that, and you'll see the video, I'll send you the video he sent me
Yeah,
too, so you can
yeah,
watch it
yeah,
yourself. When you see something like that, dude, it's like real. It becomes very real in a weird way. It's
Yeah.
something fit.
This thing
Yeah,
blocked my face
yeah. That's
and then
nuts.
went around me. And then when it finally went around me, that's when I saw it and I reacted to it. And then as I'm reacting to it, it goes behind me. And you just see it go behind me and disappear.
Yeah, man.
And shadow
It's
entities are interesting, right,
it's
Monty?
wild, dude. There's what was I gonna ask you about? Oh, actually, I wanted to take it to the chat for a minute. You got a minute, or do you got to split? You doing all right?
I have another minute.
Yeah. I just want to take you to the chat. I haven't, look, we had a guest that couldn't really focus
Yeah,
on it.
it's all you. I can't see the chat either.
All right, guys. What's everybody think? I mean, talk about a great guy.
But I
Jolly's a
can
great
see
guy,
you.
super nice. Um, and I got to
Can
stop
see
calling him a
you.
kid because he's definitely not. If he ever got arrested, that would be an adult man is on the scene. That
It's an adult
mugshot would
man,
not be
yeah.
a child.
39 years
So
old,
it's
4 kids.
yeah, 4
He's
kids.
definitely not a kid.
He's definitely not a kid. I was so wrong, terrible about it. But
Yeah,
yeah, man, he's
yeah.
got great energy. Let's see, exploring the unknown. Yep, Jolly is awesome. He's a great guy, and I got to check out your podcast. I will look into that. Thank you for watching this one. Um, Great interview. Thank you, Carrie Lou. It was great. We love Jolly. Good, good. Yeah, he's cool, man.
Yeah.
Stark. Stark's in the chat. Hey, bud.
No,
Um,
Sark.
Stark's in the chat. I forgot to add. I gotta see next time. Maybe we'll get both of them all together since they're boys. I don't know. Listen, I'm not Lewis and Clark, guys. I don't know geography. I don't know how far the two of them are from each other. It's like Stark's what he said. He's in Indiana, and then Jolly's in Colorado. I don't know.
Not far.
It's not far.
Yeah.
Seems like it's far. I mean, I don't know. Isn't
Yeah.
there mountains? Whatever. We should get them both on since they're boys.
Yeah, but aren't the mountains towards the coast?
Listen, dude. What am I, Magellan? I don't know where everything is. It's
Like towards Washington,
I
right?
haven't had a look at a map.
I don't know geography either.
Yeah, it's like
I'm only going off what I know from movies, you know?
Yeah. It's not. I'm not doing it. Carrie Freeman is my first podcast. It was a great interview. Thank you so much. I hope you like it. We've got more episodes. We just dropped an episode yesterday. Now, what did everybody think of that buck out evidence when John heard the child? That's what I loved, which was a real great moment because that's real, man. Those mic sounds, it comes through his mic frequency.
But it wasn't a mic to me.
It wasn't a mic to you. And what's funny too, so I tried it a bunch of different ways too. I tried slowing the audio down to see if I extremely slow it, but it didn't really come up with anything, which is why I did what I did. And I'm not going to tell you what I did because it would spoil it for those that haven't seen it yet. But those scratches are 100% real. And
I don't have a mic.
he
There's
has
no
no
way I can
mic,
create
but that's
that.
what it sounds like. It sounds like if like when a mic rubs against a lapel. And I didn't hear it. I had to isolate it on his track and just crank it. Just crank the volume up. And it's wild. I mean, that was really something that caught your attention. There's something that
Yeah.
caught your attention,
Yeah.
and you
Well, I
heard
heard
it as
it.
a
To,
voice.
to me, it was a spirit calling my name, a child. That's literally what I heard. When it was recorded and it translated, it was unfortunately scratches. But that's probably a frequency thing.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Like that's a frequency
Yep.
thing
Yep.
of some
That's
kind.
that's a frequency.
I'm really starting to get to it. It's also interesting, right? Like, I think Jolly's like the first real religious ghost hunter we've had on. And I use religious loosely. I know, it's not like he's not out there with the holy water and shit. I'm just talking about, he's a firm believer that Jesus is protecting him, which is an interesting trait for a ghost hunter and not like an exorcist or something,
Yeah.
Uh,
Well, a lot of them are like that too. But you gotta think of it like this: at what point does someone's faith become just as strong as intent? And is that their intent?
but that
Think
just
about
works
it like
for
this:
him. Right,
if you
that's what
believe,
works for him, though.
if you believe, well, whether it works or not, if you believe in something, if you believe in something like wholeheartedly, like that type of manifestation, if you will, it's interesting to think about.
Well, sure, that's what I'm saying, like,
Yeah, yeah,
that's how he gets to the place he has to get to get the the recordings and the things that he's getting,
Yeah.
right? That's his place to go through,
Yeah.
right? You come at it from a place of I don't give a shit, which is your way of opening up,
Yeah.
right? To let
Yeah,
him
yeah,
in.
yeah, yeah, pretty much,
I mean,
But I
but both of
also
you,
but hold on. It's a mix of I don't give a shit and then meticulousness. So for example, and this is no step on the way, Jolly does his thing. For example, Jolly said that he was go where to battle Little Bighorn, I think it
yeah, yeah,
was.
yeah, yeah,
And he was going somewhere and he heard head and suffocation.
yeah,
And then that guy ended up, finding out that he ended up getting shot, in the neck.
sure.
Um, Even though I don't give a shit when it comes to what the spirits are thinking of me and what they're gonna do and this, that, and the other in those contexts, I would need a hell of a lot more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, man. I mean, I
And
get it.
that's the
I see what
doc
you're
and
saying.
that's and all I'm saying is that's the difference between, documentation and investigation, where, okay, now I wanna hear the story. I wanna hear it from the spirits. I wanna hear it from that spirit in particular if possible. I
But it's a
want them
good
to repeat it
opening.
a bunch of times,
It's
you
certainly a
know?
good opening, right? A
Yeah,
very, it's an opening that is slightly beyond coincidence. I
yeah,
think it's safe to say because it's quite a specific thing. And then,
yeah.
yes, you want to dig in and figure out what's going on.
You wanna dig, dig, dig,
But
you
I'll say
know?
this about the both of you. There is a sense of, I would say, neither one of you are ever embarrassed,
I've
right?
only been embarrassed once doing this.
Yeah, but right. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
it's like
once,
there's,
and that's when the spirit knocked food out of my hand. A Philly cheesesteak went flying and slammed into a cabinet, and for some odd reason, it got me embarrassed, and I was like, "What the fuck? Like,
because
why
you
am I
lost a
embarrassed
sandwich.
over this?" Yeah, yeah,
But I'm
yeah,
saying, like,
once,
he's
you
fearless.
know?
I mean, there is a
Yeah.
sense of fearlessness, and he's not embarrassed to do anything to be a showman, which is what I think you sort of have to be, especially in the TikTok social media
Oh,
era,
100%.
to
Oh,
be honest, to
100%.
sort of make. And
Yeah.
he's working TikTok, it's and making a business out of what he's doing, which is it's good, man. He's fun to watch. He's just really fun to watch. These guys are cool. I like these guys we've had,
Yeah.
that are out there doing it, and they're all and with like even I know watching even Netzel and then Stark and him, there's these I like seeing these different states. I gotta get a map up here and put a pin in it. Like, where do we learn
Yeah,
about
yeah,
ghosts in different areas
yeah,
and the types of people
yeah,
and the ghost hunters that are out there, right? Um, because it is a wild sort of angle of how everyone approaches something and the feedback and what they're looking for, you know? Netzel's
yeah,
running at like 100 miles an hour. Like that guy's like, he's all speed. You know what I
yeah,
mean? He's all speed. And
yeah,
it's like for Stark and for Soko, it's more, when I watch them, it's very, they're having fun out there, but it feels like I'm watching Southern guys doing it and it's cool. It's like there's a kindness, watching them do it. I was watching a Stark feed. Oh, you would have loved this, John. I was watching a Stark feed. And I think I told you, I was like, this guy's got, it was like during the day, he's got like over 1,000 people watching him. And then he got banned. He
yeah,
got cut. And then he comes back, he's got a couple of hundred people watching him. And then a few minutes, like maybe 30 minutes later, somebody comes up to him, a real person, not a ghost, and
yeah,
was like, we don't like you filming around my family's, and I'm paraphrasing, all right. I could be making this up. Like, we don't like you filming around our
yeah,
family,
yeah.
and he's like super kind about it. He's
So
like,
it's a very common thing that
right.
happens.
And it's fine.
It
And I
happens
I
to
said to him on the sly, I said to him on the side, I was like, I texted him, I go, I would not be surprised if they're the ones who banned you and then came out to confront you,
yeah, it's
right?
a
Like,
possibility, yeah,
right? I mean, it seemed very
yeah.
coincidental that I don't know how far he is from people, but if within 30 minutes someone's coming up to him about, and
Dude,
it's just like
people
he's the nicest
pe
guy out there. He's like
yeah,
super
yeah,
nice
yeah,
out there. And he's not focusing and calling people's names out. It's just like, how the hell is he supposed to know who her family's grave is? And there's nobody around. You know what I mean? It's
yeah,
just like someone has nothing
people
better to
suck when
do.
you're doing this.
They have nothing better to do.
No. Yeah,
Yeah.
listen, it's just the way people are.
Yeah.
That happens to everybody, like, there's, like, literally everybody just gets run-ins with individuals, I don't really deal with the whole, "Stop filming my family's headstones because everybody that I do is their families have been dead for generations.
Yeah.
So I don't,
You just might go screaming and chasing after him like a big bear, though, sometimes if you have to.
yeah,
Which is
hell
fun.
yeah. Yes, I will. Let it be known. Yes, I will.
Yeah.
As much as I shouldn't. I'm not stupid. I know I shouldn't, but I'm going to, And if
Yeah.
I catch you, oh, wait, that's not a good
That's
thing,
crazy. Well, look, this is a great episode.
Yeah, Jolly was cool.
Jolly was super cool. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in.
Thank you,
Again, you're watching
guys.
Splintered Spirits. That was Jeremy Jolly from SoCo Paranormal. It was so great to have him join us. Really fun to have him. Really enjoy him. He's a good dude. And hopefully we get more like him because the guys, we want those guys on here more, you know? We want more.
Yeah.
We want to build a community. I'm trying to play music. I'm trying to play our outro music and it's giving me business. There's F
Right.
it. F it.
F it.
That's going to be it for today, folks. Thank you again. Much appreciated.
Everybody, thank you for
Everyone,
watching.
stay curious. That's the key. Stay curious. We got big things to come. Our next episode, well, it's not for another week. We can talk about it, but we've got a really very, very famous psychic medium named Amy Belaski, who's going to join us. And she's got a lot about frequency. She's a firm believer in frequency, and it's a really, again, it comes back to frequency so many times. It really does in a lot of weird ways, right? These vibrations and frequency. And it's ancient. It's an ancient belief, But she's a wonderful guest, and that'll be in 2 weeks. But we'll talk about it. We'll show you more of that. Watch Splintered Spirits from yesterday from Buckout. You'll enjoy that. And everyone, thank you so much. We appreciate you. That's it for this episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, especially on our YouTube channel and wherever you get your podcasts. You can find our guest, Jeremy Jolly, at SoCo Paranormal, SOCO Paranormal, all over social media. And if that's not clear enough, then check out the link tree in our bio and the links below. Until next time, folks, stay curious. Hey, everybody. Angel left me a comment saying her ghost mom was messing with her car stereo. Give it a read. I'm driving. I can't really read it. But the gist of it is, every time her music was playing, the static was going loud, the sound was terrible. But every time country music was playing, her mom's favorite, it was perfect. It was loud. Well, two things. One, I'm guessing your music sucks. If the dead don't even like it, you might want to think about changing genres. And two, next time you take your car in for a tune-up, skip Jiffy Lube and take it to the dump because there's a ghost in your car. Hope this helps. All right, here's the man, the legend, the myth.
What's up?
There he is. What's up?
What is going on? Oh, I got everything going on. Everything
Welcome,
going on.
welcome,
Hold on,
everyone.
I'm just setting it up so I can see the live myself. Give me one second. What's going on, everybody?
I can already tell we're going to get a lot more people. We are blowing up more than normal by doing this. Guys, we're broadcasting across both channels, Splintered Spirits and Santa Paranormal today. So welcome anyone who's passing by or new. This is Splintered Spirits, the podcast hosted by me and my nephew, John Santa, talking about all things spirit communication. Trying to prove those theories of what are spirits, answer those questions that we all wonder. Lots of stuff to talk about. Lots of good episodes this past week, if I do say so myself and ourselves. It's been fun, and the feedback has been wild.
Oh, I got to show you what this looks like real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ready?
Yeah. That'll be easier for you. That's like old man stuff. We can actually see it.
I know. I can see the chat. Isn't that wild?
That's really cool.
Soon I'm going to get it, so it's going to be right in front of me, so I'm not, ooh,
Yeah.
you know?
Right. We've been getting a lot of great feedback about our time with Rebecca last week. and I'm getting a lot of fun stuff. I think I mentioned this to you, John, and I'll tell the crowd here. So I've been playing around with Reddit,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so I've been loving it, dude. So we did this episode. If anybody hasn't seen it, our latest episode was with this professor Joseph Laycock out of the he works at the Texas University. Wrote a couple of books about Satan and Satanism. And so I've been dropping videos from that episode as promo. If you follow us on all social medias, which if you're not, you should be, then you've seen a few of them. But I joined a lot of Satanist groups and the Church of Satan, and I'm like, all of them, right? And man, the first one I dropped, they were all into it, right? They were really behind us as a like, yeah, like there's a miscommunication about what the devil is and about what Satan is. But then the next one I dropped where he says, because of the book Rosemary's Baby, that success that pushed publishers to have Anton LaVey, publish the Satanic Bible. Well, that sent them off, dude. And I've been banned from the Church of Satan subreddit, which I think it's kind of like a badge of honor. Now, I got into it a bunch of Satanists on the Satanism subreddit, which is much bigger of a community, but it was very cordial, the conversation and the argument about it, right? But dude,
Hold on, let me cut you off for a minute.
yeah,
It's getting crazy here right now. I have my REM pod set because I'm going to be going live
uh-huh.
after this. I have the REM pod set. The REM pods are going off. They just knocked off a whole chunk of wax that I had in the middle of the shelf here, which isn't leaning or anything, when I was setting up the candles. And the cat's going nuts, which is normal. But now this light is off. I know for a fact the light is off. And I have a light that is flickering. And I know the switch is off. So I don't know if that's an electrical issue. I don't know what just happened, but between the REM pods, the chunk of wax getting thrown off the shelf here, and the light now, I'm like, what the hell's going on in here?
Maybe it's because we're talking about the devil.
Maybe.
Maybe we're getting people riled up on both sides of both dimensions.
That's what that beeping is right now. If you hear that, those are REM pods going off.
Oh, I didn't. Okay. I could barely hear him, but that's wild.
Yeah.
But
I don't know
anyway,
if
so
anybody in the
listen,
chat can hear it.
so look, you could find I don't know if anybody else is out there on Reddit, and I know we ask a lot of this community to go out and promote and plug and follow us and like and subscribe. If you're following us on the Santa Paranormal channel right now, you can also see us on the Splintered Spirits channel for both of these things. So it's so there's a lot of people, there might be a lot of new people, but on Reddit, look, if you're ever on Reddit, this is me on Reddit, and this is our podcast on Reddit. Feel free to go in there, get in on the conversation, upvote us,
Gary,
and build it. Yeah.
check this out. I'm sorry to cut you off. I was
No,
playing
cut
with
me
this.
off.
You might need to look into this too, because we were both talking about this. Check this out now. Look how clear that chat is.
Oh, good. That's good. That's good for you.
How wild is that?
Oh, nice.
All right, sorry about that.
No,
Get back
it's
on the
cool.
topic of Satan and Reddit.
Satan and Reddit. It's
Reddit and Satan.
I'm getting obsessed with Reddit as a promotional tool, just really working it and trying to figure it out. I'll go into mediums groups and start dropping our old videos in there, psychic groups, dropping stuff in there. And they all, for some reason, get real bent about promotion. Like, I'm like, oh, what do you give a shit? If you like the content, why do you care if it's a promoting? I don't know. That's just, people get bent.
Well, no, you got to understand something. You got to think of it like this. This is coming from a personal standpoint. If you build something, whether it's a Discord, a Reddit thread, a Reddit channel, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, anything. If you build anything from the ground up, hard work by yourself, and then somebody comes in, you have no idea who they are, you have no idea what they're about, and all of a sudden they start saying, "Hey, check this out." The people that create it go, "Oh, screw you, screw that, do what I did." Click.
No,
That's what the mentality is.
I hear
which
that.
I agree with.
I get that. I get that. But if my thing with Reddit is, they say like, this is a group to talk about psychic mediums. everything psychic medium, all conversations, in the news, in the thing, psychic, medium. And I post a video of like me and Kathy, or you and Kathy, or like from Bob Ginsberg from when we talk about the Forever Family Foundation, which is completely on topic of the broad topic of psychic mediums. It's not like, hey, this is my brand. This is just some group where people who like to talk about psychics, and you get bent out of shape because I'm showing you something that's about psychics, even though it's my,
Oh, well,
yes,
that's
I'm
different.
promoting my
Yeah,
thing,
that's different.
then I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
eat it. Just like eat a dick, and not in a good way. It's like, what are you getting so bent about? It's just such a strange thing for people to get upset about. Like, what are we doing here? Like, I don't know. Anyway, so I'm getting obsessed. I'm getting obsessed with Reddit. It's great. But we've got these past few episodes have been getting some really killer responses. Rebecca was super fun. If you guys didn't check her out, she was our guest live. We've got another guest coming on in a few minutes today. Another influencer, more of an investigator, more of another. We got to come up with a term of what the walkers are, John. Like what you do and what Netzel does.
Oh,
There's got to be.
listen, I've called it cemetery walkers.
Okay.
Hands down. That's the term. Anybody who got their start walking on cemeteries, they're cemetery walkers. Because think about it like this. Before I was doing it, nobody was doing it, even though people come out of the woodwork claiming they did it. No one was doing it. It was taboo, and we know this.
Mhm.
People thought there weren't spirits in cemeteries. Let's be real. How many people have we spoken to that are like, oh yeah, spirits, no. It's the belief that spirits are in the cemeteries, right?
Mhm.
And then I do it years ago. It blows up. And now it gives all these people that always wanted to get into the paranormal, but didn't know where to start, didn't have a place to go and investigate, an opportunity to go, oh, I can go to my local cemetery. I can go to my local graveyard. I can go to my, which is
Right.
cool, which is great. I call them cemetery walkers.
God, he's like,
That's exactly what they are.
he's going to send us a video we're going to look at. This is a Stark
Oh,
Paranormal.
cool. Awesome.
That we'll look at where I think he may have crapped his pants. He gets so scared in it, which is funny. So I want him to walk us through like what scared him. And I think I hear what's scaring him, but I want him to walk us through it, which is kind of fun.
Okay, cool.
But
awesome.
We're getting a good response on this podcast from these guys and these men and women who are influencers in the space and building this community, right? So, it's great. I see you, LA Premier in the chat. It's one of my boys. So it's really fun how it's working out.
Trolling your
Yeah,
that's funny.
It's my kids. It's one of my kids. It's a dad for my kids' water polo team. So it's he comes in. He's got an obsession with UFOs, which is great. Which we haven't. I love, dude. We haven't gone down that road yet.
We should one of these days, definitely.
I would love to. Here's another thing I want the community to know that's coming, that we listen to them. We had asked once, I think, John, when you were not on one of the lives, and I just had to talk like, what do you guys want to hear? What do you want to listen to? What do you want us to investigate? And I got a lot of past life regression.
Okay.
And I want them to know that I've heard them. And I am doing an interview with a guest who specializes in this. I'm not going to say who it is yet because it's probably not going to air for like at least 6 weeks. But for all those people who are interested in past life regression, I'm getting a crash course in it. And I think you're going to enjoy it. Much like how I did the crash course with investigating and my crash course in mediumship. I'm going to give them a crash course in past life regression. So we've heard you. We like this kind of feedback. We want your stories, we want your questions, and we want to see how this speaks into spirit communication, right? Because that's what we're talking about in this. So that's what this whole podcast is. So, well, good. I'm glad you guys are happy. Yeah, it should be fun, right? I think we'll have a lot of fun with that one. And we've got a lot of good. We've got a lot of good mediums coming up. We've got our next guest after our next guest. Oh, dude, we've got ourselves a Salem witch coming up. They're gonna like. Yeah. Yep. So that's in 2 weeks. And Bonafide Salem witch, an old Italian witch.
We had such a good
and what did you call it? You said like she has a way, like a cadence of speak. She rhymes a lot, and she like.
Oh, it's a like wordcraft. Like she uses
spell
basically.
Speak or what?
You could hear the spells coming out of her mouth as she speaks. Everything she says with intent and for a reason, and you can hear it. You can hear it when she's speaking. And I'm like, I picked up on it. I'm like, I see what she's doing there.
Oh, she's great.
You
She's great.
know?
And what's really funny about the witch, her name is High Priestess Lori Bruno, and she's probably the most political of all of our guests too. She gets into
Yes.
it, dude. She's like,
Yes.
I feel like she's probably put a couple curses on some people. She didn't want to admit it, but
Yeah, oh definitely.
you never know.
The way she
She's not
was,
into
I was
that.
like,
She talks about the
whoa.
light a lot, but I feel like, I think she might have dropped a few curses on him, which is funny, dude. Um, well, John, our guest has arrived. He's in the waiting room. So
All right.
I'm going to get into in a second. Let me introduce him. So I told everybody here that we were expecting a guest. This is Cody Stark from Stark Paranormal. So he's been doing this. He's told me he's been doing this for about 6 years now,
Okay.
live streaming for about a year. His first 6 months, he was with a team, and now he's sort of on his own. We'll hear all about that. He's all over the social media. So he's another paranormal influencer, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. I think last I checked, he had close to 30,000 followers. He's got a pretty big audience. He's a lot of fun. I watched him, and he's got a real, um, kind of like an everyman sort of approach to it, where it's like, well, I don't know what this shit is, but which I enjoy because it just makes it feel less, intense. It always seems like everybody's so intense. But anyway, I'm going to bring Cody on. So give us a second, and we will add him to the stream. There he is,
What
Cody
is up,
Stark.
gentlemen?
Going
Thank you so
on.
much. It's a pleasure to meet
Hello,
you,
hello. Thank you, thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Cody. Where are you? Where are we finding
I'm
you?
in Indiana, Southern Indiana.
John, it feels like didn't you just go to Indiana? It feels like there's a lot of ghosts in Indiana. What's
In
the deal with this
March.
place?
Yeah.
What's going on in
Randolph
Indiana that
County
there's a lot of
Infirmary.
ghost hunters?
You know?
There's just a lot of places here, I guess. Randolph
Yeah.
is a fantastic place to go. Been there
Yeah.
numerous times.
Yeah.
So, Cody, we like to start out with all our guests. We ask them this very question, just to sort of get a baseline. It's like, Cody, what do you think spirits are?
Loaded question right off the bat. All right.
Yeah.
I think it's pieces of consciousness. It's kind of similar to you, John, in your memories, fragments of memories. If you take the religious approach, it's more the soul. You could look at it on the Catholics as purgatory. They're waiting to either be judged to go to heaven or hell, or they just don't want to leave yet. But me, I'm still honestly searching for it. I don't have it actually narrowed down, and hopefully I get there one day. But still searching. That's why I keep going out every other night.
What made you do it? What made you get started? What was there one thing that you were like, oh shit, there's ghosts. I need to find out more. What was it? Tell us the story.
Yeah. So when I was 12 years old, there's a house that's very close to mine. It's been abandoned since like the 1980s. And before I could drive, that's where I went hunting. I'd walk past the house, back to the woods, dark evening, morning. I seen a little boy in the upstairs
Wait, when you
window.
say hunt, you mean ghost hunting? Or
No,
just hunting, like real hunting?
Deer hunting. Yeah,
Okay,
real hunting.
Got it.
And I seen a little boy in the upstairs window. And the first time I seen it, because I'd always look at the house because I'd walk real fast because it kind of made me nervous. This big, abandoned, creepy house. And I seen it looked like a little boy standing upstairs window. So I just book it. I'm scared. But about 6 months later, I seen it again. And I stood there and watched it for about 4 or 5 seconds. And I mean, he had short hair. You can almost he looked like a little Amish boy. He had a whitish shirt and he had like suspenders, and I could only see to about mid-thigh. But yeah, that's what got me into it. I started watching all the ghost shows, and ended up meeting my wife and joining the group, and kind of took off ever since from
Wait,
there.
you met your wife ghost hunting?
No, not ghost hunting. So I met my wife, and then her ex-brother-in-law had a team. And that's how I got involved in it. But I always watched the shows, always found it intriguing. I didn't know how to make that leap to actually go do it. And like even now, some people are real nervous about doing it because society don't always look well on society, for that person. People think you're weird or crazy. Or now I don't care. I tell anyone and everyone, don't really care.
Well, that's why I found it
But
so amazing that or odd when you said like you met your wife ghost hunting, because it's like, I don't know, dude. I don't know if you want to meet chicks doing ghost hunting stuff. It's sort of like if they're really into it, there might be something else going on, you know.
right.
It's a different way
Red
around
flag.
it.
Red flag. Exactly. No, no, not wild ghost hunting.
So when you started to get older and that little boy, did you ever investigate this house to find out what that boy might have meant or what it was or who he is
No,
or why he's there? No, it's just like
not
fuck that
until
kid.
not until the past 6 years. I just
Okay.
like I watched the shows. I seen him use equipment, but I just never did it. I didn't have that oomph to go do it. And I wish I would have now. I wish I'd done it years ago because I
So now
just feel
you're
like
out
I'd
there.
have more knowledge.
So now you're out there, you're doing it. And what have you discovered while you've been doing it? Like has anything changed about what you thought it was versus where you're at now by ghost hunting or documenting or investigating these places that you do it?
The biggest thing I've learned, the intelligence. And I think they're learning. They're constantly evolving like we do. That's probably the biggest
Give
thing I
me an
learned.
example of that, man. What do you mean by that?
So I call it a trick. So I'll do it with playing cards, I'll do it with a dice, or I'll do it with a coin. I got like a big ass coin. One's a penny and one's a $50. And I'll flip it out there and I'll try to get them to tell me what side it lands on. What's the top facing side? And I've got it numerous times. Or roll the dice and tell them how many dots are on the dice. And that's like the thing that's mind boggled me the most. Like if you actually go into it from watching the TV, they don't really they say intelligent residual, but they're not like really saying how much that they can learn or evolve. And I think, especially when you go back to places over and over again, how they learn you learn them, they learn your equipment. And what I found, the more I go to these same places and I'm doing these tricks, they're getting it more times than not. They're getting
Yeah,
either heads,
John
they're
has a
getting the
few
dots.
ghosts. John has a few ghosts that he knows that know him. Some of them make fun of him constantly when they go. They even
Yep.
started making fun of me a couple times, which I don't appreciate very much.
Hell, I get hit on half the time.
It's really interesting while you're out there, right? And you start to realize these things, and you think just how much like the blurred line between residual and intelligence, and if the entity in question, when you're not around, kind of like if a tree falls, in the forest, does anybody hear it? When you're not around, just how residual that energy is, as opposed to when you show up on the scene. And if it does go from residual to intelligent, it really makes you think. 'Cause I've always questioned the whole residual. It's residual, it's residual. And it's like, maybe, but maybe whatever's lingering in residual has the ability to not be, depending on the right circumstances.
I 100% agree. I do think residual can learn in the same way intelligent can. And I
Yeah.
Well,
think
John, I
that's
mean,
where the repetitiveness comes in play.
it's
Mhm.
like also if you think it's attached to energy somehow, that could possibly absorb more energy in a lot of ways, right? Cody,
Yeah.
is your wife's name Amanda? Is that your wife?
Yeah.
She's in the.
Yeah.
I want. This is sweet. She's in the chat. She just hopped in to try to say like, listen, I'm not crazy. Basically, right? We both had an interest in the paranormal, bro. So it's like, guys, I'm not crazy. Don't worry, Amanda. We don't think you're crazy. We find it very sweet. It's I always find it it's interesting. Yeah, that is a good way to look at it, right? Uh, especially if you're seeing the same spirits over and over again and they're saying the same thing. Do you ever then go back and investigate their stories or try to look up their stories in history or try to find out? Have you
Yeah.
ever been
So
what's blown you away the most? What's a story that's sort of like knocked you off your socks? Knocked your socks off, I should say. Whoops.
I would honestly say, so I've investigated the house that actually brought me into paranormal many, many, many times now.
Okay.
And after learning the family history, uh, something that really has gotten me, I think something happened there that the spirits give me pieces of a puzzle, but would not come out and just say it. Either A, they're too nervous to say it, as odd as that sounds, or B, maybe the original owner, which his name's Frederick, won't allow them to say what it is. Because something especially with this house, I call it the stall house. I've really learned that I get out a lot. And at first, I thought he just didn't like me because I'm younger. I mean, he passed away in 1886, so probably has that mentality of just that older, grandpa style mentality. Get the hell off my lawn, kid, type thing going on. But as I've been asking these questions about, did something happen here? And like I said, I've gotten pieces of that puzzle. I get out a lot. And I'm not so for sure if he's actually telling other spirits to get out, because I also think there's a portal there. Because I get new names all the time. All the time. I'm getting new names. That does not reside within the history that I've looked into, the family history, or just other spirits that's always been there that I've always contacted. So that really blows my mind. That's the piece that I'm trying real hard to figure out. Is he telling me to get out, or is he telling other spirits to get out of his house?
What
And
are
I'm
you
just
using?
catching that blurred lines.
What do you
Uh,
use? What is the gear? What is your go-to gear? We like talking about gear here because there's a lot of controversy about gear.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Apps and Spirit Box.
Okay.
So I started off with Spirit Box. So radio frequencies, right? Manipulating the radio frequencies.
Is this what everyone talks about? This SB7 or the whatever it is? What is it?
7 SB Pro. I mean, multiple
Sure,
different
sure.
ones. I mean, I even got a 12587 Radio Shack hack that I've used that I probably the best one ever made. But from the
All right.
90s.
Like a
And that
radio
came from a
scanner.
buddy of
Okay.
mine. Oh yeah. Yeah, old school. Pull the
Okay.
pins.
Yep.
Okay.
Pull the pins. Pull the pins. Yep.
Right. But I also been using apps a lot. And I know apps are very controversial. But who's not to say that apps just ain't new tech? They're still pulling in frequencies from biometrics in the phone. It's just not radio frequencies. Right.
It's
So
digital
as
radio too
John,
in some of them for sure.
right. Especially if you're pulling across the internet. So if your phone's always pulling in internet signal, pushing and pulling, it's picking up radio frequencies. It's not the same as an actual radio, but it's still picking it up. So why does people have such hard time grasping that spirits can manipulate your phone? Now, I do have a thing on that. The apps that ask you a whole bunch of permissions, I struggle with. That's permission for your mic, your photos, your GPS location. I struggle with them apps the most because if that app has that word database in it, right? And I say a word that is a trigger word and it spits something out over that trigger word, it's using my mic. So I find those a little bit fishy, but probably, especially recent, Transcend is my favorite by far. No word data
I like
bank,
Transcend.
all phonetics,
Yep.
and it don't ask you a bunch of permissions.
Yep.
It's just you interpret what it says, and most of the time, what it says is not what pops up on the screen from what you hear, and that's what I like about it.
Yep.
Do you
But
ever have you ever felt, Cody, that because you said you were young and you saw this spirit in this boy, did you ever think like you are somehow on a different wavelength in terms of this world? And I don't mean it like I mean just sort of like,
right,
are you, if you've listened to our podcast before, I say this all the time because I use these apps. I don't get dick. I get absolutely nothing from them. I get I get the get out. I get the, why am I dead? Get out. I get all the basic stuff. But when I'm with John there, it gets real specific. It says my name. I'm using the same app, and it's like, and I'm, it's weird. And I'm just a firm believer, like, his frequency's off. he's sort of on a different wavelength, or his magnetic field is different. Because it's like I look at them as tools like anything else, and I think, look, so I believe in intuition. I can't imagine anybody would say they don't believe in intuition. You just sort of have a good feeling about something or a bad vibe about something, or I think that we can all agree they have that. And I just think that having been in this process now with John for several months, maybe that intuition in certain people can lead all the way up to mediumship, right? That's that strengthening in the same way. I can't, and I use this analogy. Not everybody can throw a baseball at 98 miles an hour. Some people just can do it. You know what I mean? It's like, that's
right.
like a God-given gift or whatever it is, but so anyway, that's kind of what I'm saying. So when you're using this, do you ever feel like you're on a different, like you have a better connection than most of seeing what you're seeing, hearing what you're hearing? What would your
I
wife
wouldn't say
say?
I have.
Amanda, jump in. Feel free to jump in, Amanda. You think he's connected to ghosts or what?
She'll probably call me crazy, is what she'll do. But I, I've never claimed to be a medium, psychic. I really believed in them until I started doing social media, and everyone in the woodwork comes out claiming to be. I'm not knocking. If they are, they are. I'm not disputing that, but I still think it's a very rare thing. Um, like me personally, I think it has to do with relationships. Because John can attest, he goes to these places all the time. He is forming relationships with these spirits. And the more you
That's an
go to these
interesting.
places,
It's
the more you
you
go to
bring
these
that up.
places,
Yeah.
John, what do you
And
think?
what's wild is he brings up that point. And when I go to a brand new cemetery, I warn everybody, guys, this is going to be a different experience. These spirits have no idea who I am. Get ready for it. They might get nasty. They might get very turned off and standoffish. Get ready for it. So yeah, your building is 100% correct. You build relationships not only with the spirits but with the spot you're at.
100%. You're feeling that spot's energy. You're feeling the spirit's energy. Then they're feeling your energy. If you want to look at it from an energy standpoint. But there's multiple times. It takes me 3 or 4 times to go to a location to really start getting interaction. Whether it's with ITC devices or with EMF, physically to move or that sort of thing, motion. It takes time. And I think, see, another thing on that too is when people go to a location, say they go to the Randolph or anywhere, they go for one night, then spirits don't know them at all. But I bet you if you stayed 3 nights in a row, I bet you that third night would be popping. I bet you'll get some good interaction on that third night just
Well,
because they know you by now.
you know what's really interesting about the Randolph that you bring that up? So that spot back a couple of years ago was a big spot for a lot of people that had just had a lot of beef with me for no reason. When I
Your audio's getting a little cracky there.
is it
Sure.
when
Yeah.
when I went and I'm walking around, a lot of the spirits knew who I was, and I literally was like, "Yo, guys, I can explain why these spirits know who I am." And all I said was very simple. Think of all the people that are vocally against what I do and how I do it and where they always used to go. And it was that place. So these spirits were probably watching, and it just goes to a test, we're probably watching other people watching me while they're mocking me and what I'm doing for years at that location. Bringing me up in discussion. Oh, yeah, John Cena, screw that guy, this, that, and the other. And then there I am, and all of a sudden the spirit's like, "Oh yeah, you're John. Oh yeah, that's John." And I'm like, that's hilarious. Now I have no issues with any of those people now. That's all under the bridge done with. But it was just very interesting how at times, and that's something I've always wanted to test out too. Pick a brand new spot, not go there, and have literally someone go there for maybe a half hour a day, real quick, and just watch some of my videos. And then see when I go there if the spirits recognize who I am from the videos. I've
That'd be a
always
really
wanted
good
to
test.
test
I
that.
would like to see that.
Yeah.
That is a great
That
test.
that would be a great one.
Yeah.
Because I think
Guys, if John is breaking up for you, I think it's because it is storming.
Actually, I think it's on his end because you're good. You can hear me, right?
well, you're cracking on my end too.
All right.
I will
But
say
yeah,
that, but you're good.
we have issues. We have some issues.
Whenever we go live, things get all whacked out.
Well, actually,
But
there's something about that I wanted to say. Have you ever had spirits manipulate your lives?
yes,
They're messing with your signal.
yes, I've had. And what's crazy is in those live streams when it happens, I have service issues all the time, right? Services are service issues. I'm not going to turn around and every time be like, "Oh, it's paranormal, it's paranormal." When I go back and listen to the replay, there's audio over the replay. So I'm literally catching EVPs over the replay. The problem is it is so distorted, you can't make it out. But you can
So
hear
you're getting audible EMF.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've got that a few times. I've gotten audible EMF, and So I have the same issue on my lives, and I got a good story to that one too.
Love
But
it. We love stories. Let's hear it. Get after it, Cody.
There's a cemetery in Kentucky. It's called Hell's Gate or Gates of Hell, depending on who you are. That's what you call
Sounds
it.
like a place I will never go to, but continue.
It's actually called Casey Cemetery, and lots of satanic rituals going on there. Lots of devil worshiping, witches. There's even it's called the Witches Circle. You can go there and find burn spots. I mean, it goes on there, and I've been there multiple times. But this was my first solo, and I just went maybe a month ago, and I was live for about an hour and a half and didn't have. I mean, it cut out occasionally, but not bad at all. I'm using Transcend, and this voice comes through. It sounds like an old grandpa, real deep and raspy. Soon as that voice come through, I started having issues the entire time. The entire time. And it's not very nice. It's pretty nasty, some of the stuff that's coming through. So I ended up going to YouTube and running a live there so people could watch, because YouTube was running pretty good, but TikTok didn't want to run. So I ended my TikTok
right
live.
there, that's actually your biggest piece of evidence, believe it or not, because you can talk to anybody that streams on both YouTube and TikTok. If you're having service issues, YouTube is the first to go. YouTube goes quick before TikTok will, if you're having service issues. So if you were able to stream on YouTube, that means either two things. Either TikTok was having an issue, which if no one else was having the issue, then you know it's not TikTok. Or, that spirit somehow, some way was manipulating your streaming phone for TikTok.
So it actually gets better. So I end my TikTok live and I go back live. Still have an issue. And I'm getting really frustrated at this point. I just drove 2 hours and I know this place is a good place to investigate. And I'm upset for my community because it's lagging so bad for them. And finally, I'm like, Spirit, quit messing with my stuff. I'm over it. Stop. So I got frustrated. And that same voice comes through and says Romans, a Bible verse. Then he says chapter 2. This is on Transcend phonetics. So I have my chat look up what Romans chapter 2 means. And it talks about judgment. All about judgment. And I said, either you think I'm judging you or you're judging me, and I'm not judging you, or nor will I have you judge me on that. And I started speaking Bible verses against darkness. It stopped. I didn't have any more issues.
Any more tech issues? Or
I didn't have any more tech issues. I mean, I'd have the occasional blimp, but not like what it was. I mean, it was almost to the point where I couldn't move. It was so bad.
John, this guy is getting yelled at by ghosts, and then he decides to start reading the Bible. Gary would be, reading the exit sign and sort of splitting out of the place. It doesn't make any sense to say. I mean, that place must have been a good spot for you to want to stay there so bad to fight spirits off by pulling a scene from The Exorcist and the power of Christ compels you kind of stuff.
Well, in my mind, I'm there to do the research. Yes, I'm entertaining my community. And if anyone says TikTok ain't entertainment, baloney. You're still entertaining your community.
100%. 100%.
But I'm there to do a job. And for one, if it is true darkness, which there's only one time I think I've ever encountered it, something of otherworldly or demonic, if you want to put the demonic word on it. And it was leaning towards that darkness. And I can't show it fear because that's what it feeds off of, or what we think it feeds off of, right? So I had to get kind of shitty spicy back with him, But see, I've had this issue one other time, and that's actually at the Skull House, the house where I had my first experience. I'm live in the attic, and I have a music box. It's a thermal motion music box, the Para 4 Ace music box, aimed in the doorway. And I'm actually double streaming YouTube and TikTok. My YouTube starts malfunctioning, doing the trying to find signal.
Reconnect.
TikTok was fine. The music box hits, just a quick hit, half a second it played. And I looked up and was like, oh, music box went off. You guys hear that? Well, I'm still messing with YouTube because it's not going. Music box hits again. All right. Okay. Something's in the doorway. All of a sudden it pins. It's playing. It's not stopping. I look up from my phone. I can see the shadow standing in the doorway. I have the music box going through a doorway. I can see the shadow standing there. I look down at my TikTok screen. I can see the shadow on my TikTok. Both live streams were completely lagged out. I had to end my lives. Complete lag out.
What song was
No
playing on the
evidence.
music box?
I think it's called The Carpenter. Or no, not The Carpenter. It's whatever Pair of Four Aces. I don't know. But
That's
so
wild.
I had multiple different devices seeing them on the screen, to video. Then I got the music box going. I can see it with my own eyes. And I completely lag out on two separate social medias at the same time. And when I mean lag out, like completely froze, no comments moving, nothing. And I'm like jumping and hollering and just pumped because I got the best evidence I've ever captured. Nothing. I was so upset. For 15 minutes, I'm trying to get service back. I end the live. I go back home, immediately download. I stayed up late that night, going to work the next day, immediately download it, watch it. I lost all that time. It's not there.
Wow.
Sucks.
That's one of
Right?
the worst things.
Yeah,
That's
because
one of
that's
the
like
I
that's the
can't
nature of
tell
this
you.
whole thing, bro. Right?
I
Isn't that
can't
the
tell you
isn't
how many that's happened to me. It's one of the worst feelings that when you go to or the live is corrupted, you go to download the live and it's corrupted, and it's the worst. I feel for you.
And
no?
it's not even the feeling for your community. It's for myself too,
Yeah,
because I'm there for myself as well as showing the community.
yeah,
Well,
of
yeah,
That's
course.
what
dude. You're
upset me
you're
the
going to some
most.
super haunted place and you want to catch something, and you risk, whatever, just either being scared to death or tripping over something on the run out, and it's like you think you got it, and then you don't,
Right.
and it's like you just wasted a night where you could have been in bed, or you could have gone to see the movie, or you could have caught up on, you know, the Bear or whatever the hell you're watching. It's just like, what are you supposed to be doing? You know what I mean? It's
Right.
like, and you just
Right.
wasted your whole night. So you sent me a video you wanted me to share, and I want to share it with people.
Yeah, I
And
want
show
to
them,
say.
because I told John it's hysterical, because this is how I would have reacted. It seems like you almost shit your pants a little bit doing it. And
Maybe a little.
now tell me if I'm wrong, because I'll play it a couple times for people. Is it the sound like that, right? And it's I
So
just got chill say like
it
it
wasn't even
sounds.
just the sound; it was the vibration. The whole building was vibrating.
So I'm gonna play it for everybody right now. I'm gonna jump over, and then we'll play it a couple times, and so you can, and you got to listen for it. But here we go. Let's see.
Fuck. Can you whistle back at me? So what's crazy is I've kind of noticed a pattern. When you go down to that end where the green light is, you start hearing noises. Then the noises kind of stop. Fuck! What the actual fuck is that? Hello? You're not allowed to be in here. Hello? What the fuck? That legitly scared the shit out of me. If you're a person, you're not allowed to be in here. I will call the owner. Fuck, that scared me.
Now, was it that wolf? Like, was that the
So
like? That's what I
so
hear when I really listen to it. I don't know if the
so
audience can hear that really well, but Cody has this on Stark Paranormal on his TikTok feed, or all his feeds. You can find this clip and you can really listen to it better. But Cody, tell us a little bit about what we just experienced there with that.
so
I think John's trying to hear it for himself. So, do you want me to play it again, bro?
No. I heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, man, that sounded like it shook the entire building.
it I wasn't exaggerating when I said it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, dude.
Because that's
Cool.
probably that's
Nice
in the top
capture,
3.
man.
And
So tell us about like what, because for over the recording, to me it sounds like a whoa, like an expansion sound, like you hear in the movies, right? Like
so
when Neo in the Matrix moves the room, and it's like wow, like that's what it sounded like.
So in the moment, the last part after I quit screaming like a little girl, I didn't hear that. I only heard it at the after I went and watched it. So I didn't like I don't know if my mind was just a jumbled about what happened. That I didn't hear the last part, but like so I'm in the intersection of actual Pine Lawn, the nursing home part of it. And what I'm talking about is I'd be at like one end and I'd hear all these noises at the other end. So I'd go that end and then all the noises would start back. So I ended up in an intersection where I'm like halfway between the noises. And I'm just standing there. And actually, when I say, can you whistle? I didn't say it in the live or in the video. There's a whistle back. It's just so faint that I couldn't get it loud enough for people to actually hear, so I kept it out of the video. And I whistled many times that night because that place is known for getting whistles back. You whistle, they'll whistle back. But I'm just standing there, and I could have swore someone drove a vehicle through the wall of that place.
I want to put on my
And
I want to put on my Brandon Kramer hat. If you guys don't know, Brandon Kramer is Real Ghost Hunter 1. He was a guest in the pod. He's like, he takes, I bet if he was on, he would ask, like, could it have been an AC unit going all, you know what I mean? Like doing something weird, shaking the thing, or like I don't know
right.
exactly. Tell me a little bit about the place.
So Pine Lawn is a nursing home in Illinois, and it's I think it was abandoned for a while. Then the guy bought it. Now does the ghost tours in. They're fixing it up. They just redone the roof. I seen, and I was all over this building for hours before this happened. So probably 2 to 3 hours. I was all over this building, and there's no one in there. Now there was more people there. Like we had a couple other creators there, but they weren't in the building. I was the only one in the building at that time. They were over at the center, the therapy center, and so I hear the noise. I freak out, and which it don't show it in the video, but it took me every bit of 10 minutes to walk back there and see what it was. I came out, walked around the building. There's no one out. There's no one there. There's you can't open the door to go back. Like I'm at the end of the video, I'm looking down the hallway, and that's the one that took me like 10 minutes to walk down. Because I honestly thought someone came in because I've never had something that loud and that much vibration happen to me before. Now I've heard a lot of crazy noises, but nothing like that, nothing even remotely close. And so it took me a minute. And finally I get the courage to walk down there, and I'm going crazy, like looking like what could have fell. There's a bunch of stuff back there, but nothing heavy enough to make the whole building shake. But that one got me. That one,
Yeah, dude.
I can honestly say that one got me really good.
Of course it did. It's insane. It's wild.
Yeah, and you can literally hear, like, listen, I've been in music and whatnot all my life. So is my uncle. You could hear that vibrated that building. You could just hear it. It's not like, the sound is just, coming down the halls or, coming from a room. No, whatever that was. And it almost sounded like it was interdimensional enough to not only affect, the area you're in, but the entire building itself.
Right.
It honestly, warbling is probably the best word to describe it.
What a great word that is.
Warbling.
Say that 3 times fast.
Which, I've experienced that plenty of times, and it's wild to experience it because it's not normal. It's just not. It's like the definition of the paranormal. It is not normal.
I want to also point out it's a nursing home, and everyone who knows this podcast knows my theories on this. The 2 worst types of ghosts are who? Old people and children. Straight up. If we are to believe anything from the movies, old people are the worst, and they even make worse ghosts. And children, they're terrifying. So of course.
So that's what gets me so bad. We are physically out there looking. We want that to happen. And people are like, well, you're looking for it. What do you expect? That stuff don't happen. So I always say, like, and I actually think I give it a little leeway. 75% of the time, nothing happens. 25% of the time, maybe something will happen. And I think I'm giving a lot of leeway in that as far as, my research that I do as actual paranormal.
Yo,
Where do you want
real
it to
quick,
take? Oh,
isn't it amazing the amount of people that watch? Because as you said, we're entertainers. That's what we're doing. We're here to entertain. We have our agendas.
Mhm.
Documenting, investigating, hunting. But if we're doing it on social media, we're going to be entertaining. Isn't it amazing the amount of people that think that they're like, hey, we want to see a ghost. We want this. We want that. And it's like, what? You think we control this? You think that, we can snap our fingers and things are gonna happen? It's like, no. It's not. It doesn't happen that way. It doesn't work that way. It never will work that way. It's just the way it is. You go out there and you get lucky or you don't, you know. Huh?
And that's
Cody, where?
what
You
people
get
watch.
boxed.
Sorry, that's what people watching these lives are actually seeing. They're seeing real, well,
Yeah,
entertaining, but real paranormal. They're not 3 days at a location to watch a 45-minute episode that has everything cut out of it. You're
Yeah.
right.
seeing it live action. So
Yeah.
of course nothing's gonna happen. Not calling out Karens, but I had a Karen in my live last night that thinks I was a wizard of some sort, that I could just poof, a ghost out of nowhere. And she was trolling hard, man. She was
I love
trying.
trolls. I love when the trolls come in. John's mods usually get rid of the trolls before I get a chance to like jump on them.
Yes,
Sometimes I
yes,
do like a troll though. I do like a good one. We get a lot of
yeah.
Jesus freaks. Not that there's anything wrong with religion, but only because they think that John and I are dealing with doing the devil's work, which is why we did a whole episode about the devil recently, which is getting a whole other set of baggage in and crazies. But Cody, where do you see yourself going? What are you hoping to? Where do you want to go with this now? You said you've been streaming for a year. I mean, look, I get it. Yeah, it'd be great to get those followers up. We hope you do. We wish you the best of luck doing all that too. And it's like make a couple bucks doing it. What's better, right? It's really fun. But where do you see yourself in like 5 years? What do you want Stark Paranormal to be and do? And
Hopefully, you know, I don't do this for fame. I don't do this for money. It's nice. Like, don't get me wrong, TikTok is paying for me to travel. It's paying for my gas. I don't, I go to a lot of free places. I mean, I still have a family. I still work a full-time job every day. So, it's nice to be able to go do this hobby of mine and take people with me. And so, like I always say in my lives, that I'm trying to give people hope. There's some people that are terrified of passing away. And if I can give them a little glimpse of hope that maybe there is something in the afterlife, I did my job. Now, like I said, it's nice, to get gifted and everything, because it's just helped paying for my addiction, if you want to call it, because it is my addiction in all reality, you know.
sure.
But I really hope, just if I can make it through to one person and give them some hope. And then, like, probably my more famous saying, at least from my group, is I'm just a country boy looking for shit I can't see and shit I can't hear.
Cody, tell everybody outside who might not know you, who might not follow you. Again, you can find Cody at Stark Paranormal. I think this is the same handle, right? That you have everywhere. Stark underscore
Stark, it's
paranormal.
it's the same across the board. Stark Paranormal
Yeah,
on
yeah,
everything.
And do you
just
have a
Stark
set
Paranormal.
schedule? Tell everybody when you go on. What's your when do you
So
usually live?
So I'm usually live Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and Saturdays. Now,
Got it.
like I said, I got a family, so that's not all the
That's
case,
fun.
but more times than not, it's usually Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I'm on Facebook, and my YouTube is more or less a secondary. If I need to go live on there, I can. And then I'm starting to post like my TikTok lives on there, so if someone wants to watch it, they can later.
Got it.
Um, I'm on Instagram, Facebook. I'm also, as like another style of backup, I'm on Rainbow as well, which I know flavor of the week, or kind of like Clapper, and I get it, but I mean it's still, just in case something
You're
happens.
building an
I have
audience, dude. I
right,
just spent
right,
we started this pod. I was talking I just started getting on Reddit to promote the podcast, which is an unbelievably, they're so mean on Reddit. They're just so mean to me. But it's like I absolutely am getting obsessed with it as a new sort of community platform builder. But yeah,
right.
man, you got to promote. I don't knock it. It's what you got to do.
I do have a question for John if I have time to
Well,
ask.
dude, please, let's
Yo, what's
go.
up, man?
So I have a theory. Do you ask spirits questions in your mind and see if they'll answer?
It's funny you bring that up. I do not do that, but I may be able to give you some data on the topic. Okay. There are times when the spirits, and my entire community can attest to this, will say what I am going to say before I say it. And you can actually listen in my live and you'll hear the spirit say something. And literally, while the spirit is still saying it, I start to say it. So it's not like, oh, I heard it and then I'm just regurgitating what the spirits are saying. No, it's almost like they pull it from the top, the top of your brain. Like the tip, they pull it from the tip of your tongue. They will say what you are going to say before you say. Happens all the time. All the time.
I
And it's not
I agree.
like we don't make a big to do with it while I'm streaming because it's just such a natural thing that happens. Most people don't even realize it, and the ones that do are like, "Oh yeah, that happens all the time." So I don't think spirits are
I,
psychic. They could be, sure, but there has to be some sort of connection between the spiritual synapses and an actual physical one. There's no
so
way they're
this
not.
is
Well, John, it speaks to if it happens. Let's look at it from some, if because I tend to agree, or I certainly lean into John's theory of it's memories or consciousness, because no one really knows how the mind works, trapped to energy, and because it is a scientific fact, we have electrical impulses in our brain. That energy has to go somewhere when we die. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. Those are the various facts of these things. So if your consciousness is on your energy and their energy, that consciousness, maybe there is a way to connect to it. I feel like if I play this back to myself, I'm going to sound like an idiot, but it's sort of, or sound crazy saying it, but I feel like, how is that, maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's when you talk about telepathy or people who study consciousness. Um,
So what if
when they
the
do
what?
remote
So
viewing and things like that, that's how that stuff gets
do you?
communicated,
So
right?
what data do you have? Do you do that in your live? Do you ask the questions? Do you?
Do you write it
so
down for your audience before you, and then if they say
so
it, you show your
so
audience, you write it down?
I did it for the first time the other night. Now I ask questions in my head all the time, but I can't prove that.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes I'm walking around and I don't want to stop to comment it. They're gonna be like, who the hell's this commenting in here? We don't know this guy, because I don't really comment in my lives. I'm talking, you know.
Yeah.
So I did it for the first time and I thought I got my answer, but I didn't. I actually posted that video today. But I have gotten answers, but I can't prove that. It's more or less to me, my opinion, subject matter to me of my question. Did they answer it? And I have gotten it probably 4 or 5 times. I've had it answered. Now, I think that's also something where multi dimensions and string theory comes into play. In my opinion,
Well, look, Cody,
is
one thing I can tell you about what John and I both agree with, and I think most of the community here that's watching or listening to Splintered Spirits, it's like we come from a place of why not? I'm going to believe it first. I'm not going to assume you're lying to me, right? Or you're trying to set me up. So it's like the questions then come after, as opposed to you show me something, what it is. I'm not going to go like that's clearly not a ghost. If you were there, I wasn't there. John wasn't there. So you're showing me a piece of evidence and you're telling me this happened. I'm going to take your word for it, right? Like, why
Mhm.
not? Like, this is sort of the fun of it. So, and I know, and all you're really only proving it to yourself because there's nobody online that's going to believe you. They just don't listen, they don't care, or they're not smart enough to do it. It's like they're just not that smart. And I'm sorry, guys, I love you, I love the fans, but there's a lot of you. I think you know the truth. You're not that bright. But it's like, and you know who I'm talking to. But it's just one, so you can't please them. You know what I mean? So it's like if people come in, it's like you're faking it. It's like, what do you want me to do, man? All right. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I can't spend the whole day here telling you I'm faking it. It's like I just
You
did
know,
this.
you
This
know
just
what's a great
happened.
way, Stark, for you to do, where you can actually prove it while you're live, even if you're by yourself. Pad and a piece of paper, write down the question. Don't say it in the live. Fold it up, have it be in view, where where everybody can see you write the question. Fold it up, leave it down somewhere, and be like, spirits, I'm literally thinking of a question in my head. Can you answer it? Try it 10 times. See how many times they do it. And then who's going to turn around and, the only people that are going to dismiss that are the ones that are like, the spirit boxes are fake. You program that.
Right.
You're using a recording.
Right.
That's it. And who cares about those people? Because they, no matter what evidence is in front of their face, they're going to turn around and come up with a reason why it's BS, even though it's not.
Cody, we did a thing. We had a situation where one of John's mods, his mother passed away in October of last year. And I don't know if you caught this episode of us. We show it all, but it used to happen to him quite frequently enough to where I started looking up, like, is this a thing that happens? It is a thing that happens. Telephone calls. People get telephone calls from the deceased all the time.
Mhm.
And the stories they have were matching up with Brian's stories, where sometimes it's just static or sometimes it's this. I reached out to a professor in the UK who wrote a book called Telephone Calls from the Grave. We had him on, but then John goes to what is apparently some hotbed of ghost activity, Indiana. And on his live there, Brian gets this phone call from his mother. And it's kind of funny because John's like, "Can I answer it?" And he's like, "No." You want to answer? But we have it live. We caught it.
It also happened here too, months later.
Yeah.
Like after we aired the episode, like maybe like a month or two after that episode, recently it happened here. Like he got another.
It gets crazier though, Cody. So like even before the phone call came in on that live, one over the Spirit Box app, it said mom's on the phone. So that happened, and then he gets this call. So then, all right, we play the call. The call is clear as day, and it's his mother on the voice. She leaves a voice message, and then there's a text to voice and it doesn't match the voice, right? We get all this stuff happens. The time signatures match where it is. And we post it. We do an episode. We post the episode. I post the little clips, the promo clips of the thing. People are just like, "You guys faked it," right? It's like, all right, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell. They're like, the text doesn't match the message. I go, "Yeah, man, I told you."
When does it ever?
I go, the text. I go, "Yeah, I told you that. We don't know." I literally said, like, we have no idea why the text doesn't match. Now, are there reasons why that could happen in the technical universe? Of course, dude. The glitch, could be a glitch with that phone system. Her message could be trapped in there in the cloud and it comes through all the time, right? But here's the thing that I question. This tends to happen a lot to people who grieve, and it happens around John a lot with Brian, probably even more than it happens with Brian on his own. So that's where the question comes into play for me of what is happening. Not like, but I can't convince the audience that we didn't set this up. There's nothing I can do. I mean, we have it on video when it happened live. We play the tape for you. I'm giving you everything I've got. And all I can tell you is this is what happened. And it's crazy, dude. If you've never seen it, you can check it out. But it's like, we love our audience. I love you guys, but also fuck you guys. It's like I can't make you believe us. You know what I mean? We're just gonna try to show you something that's wild, and you're either on this ride with us or not, So that's what I'm saying. You can't please them, bro. And it's like, you've been doing it for a year. John's been doing it for a ton of years. That's the thing, just get over them. It's like the people stick with you, and you might lose a few people, and that's fine. You'll gain, sometimes you take a step back to take 2 steps forward, right? So you might lose a couple to go on. And that's the, that's all you can do. Man. You can't please these people. You just can't. You can't please them.
No. And it took me a while to figure that out, because especially when you're first starting out, you're really trying to grow your community, which I'm always trying to grow my community.
Yeah,
but
of course.
I'd much rather take my OGs than 50 new people that are assholes.
Yep.
My opinion.
Well, dude,
but
I have a bullshit meter now, man. Straight up bullshit meter. We even got emotes. They ain't going anywhere. Once that bullshit meter starts to rise, that's it. Sub-only chat. You'll still be able to watch, but you ain't getting involved in the chat, because it's just, and I allot a certain amount of bullshit from my community too. because some people, they ask you just questions where it's like, why are you asking me that question? You know I don't have the answer to that. Like, I don't get it. Wait a minute. You should know
Well,
better. Don't ask that
I,
question.
like
I
my
don't know
biggest
what tiles on the ground. You know what I mean?
like
It's
my
funny.
biggest thing I fight is a lot for my community are expecting me to answer their question when it's asked or see their comment. But when you got 6, 7, 800 people in your live and it's just flying by,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah.
But then at that
I
point,
refuse, when I'm walking now, I refuse to answer questions while I'm walking. I refuse. If I sit down, think about it, I'm at a cemetery, I'll sit down for 3 hours before I go for a walk. You got a question you want to ask me? Now's the time. I'm sitting down, I'm looking at the chat. Once I start walking, though, don't ask me any questions. You're lucky if you'll get an answer. If I can answer it in 5 words or less, I got you. But if
right,
and it's just the way it is. That's social media. That's just live.
right.
I know they get really mad at you guys when you don't answer me, and then they
Yeah,
repeat it
yeah.
like it's like you don't
And
Because
then
care
your
about
sometimes
mods
some
me.
get
people
upset.
forget. Yeah,
Then your
Right.
I
mods get
just sent you
upset
a
and
gift. Oh, my bad. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. If you want, all right. I'll stop talking to the spirit to thank you for this. And now I'll ignore everybody in the chat and just talk to you because you sent me a hand heart. I appreciate it.
Isn't it
Like,
wild, dude?
get
The
out of
sense of
here.
entitlement that this has created in people. This is a whole other conversation about it's sort of like the end of civility due to social media or something, right? But because it's just everyone's lost all sorts of sense of manners and respect, but
Mhm.
and the sense of
it's truth.
entitlement, you know.
It's straight truth. It
Yeah.
really is. I battle it every night. Every night I go live, I battle it. And I got great mods that help me. Like our things, we got a sticker, sub sticker called the VIP room. Well, you mess up, you get sent to the VIP room. Hope there's popcorn in
Yeah,
there for you. Sorry.
yeah,
But like, I just, the keyboard warriors come out strong sometimes.
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
they do. I just
And
turn them into songs now,
I just
and I
ignore
love
them
it.
half the time.
Yeah. So sometimes I can't. If they come in and they say something good, and the wheels in my head turn, I'm like, oh, I can turn that into a song. I'm going to put them on blast and have a great time doing it. Oh, you're about to get your whole 15 seconds. Let me tell you, like, it's great. I love it.
I
Yeah.
try to do the same thing, but my mods are so good that they end up getting them out before I can even actually get
Yeah.
involved because I
I
want
know
to get
John.
involved
I know
because it was
John's
so
mods get him
interesting.
out. I want to get involved too, and John's mods
Dang
always
it.
get him out.
I wanted my
Oh,
shot
yeah,
at
no,
it.
my mods they're just, they nuke quick. They
Th-
know what
This
they're good with it.
the podcast
Yeah.
Awesome.
itself is the
So
podcast profiles
listen,
itself are not big enough for
I
mods
have
yet,
to
and
go. I'd love to stay
yeah.
on and keep bullshitting, but I have to go. I have Netzel at 8:30. We do a little thing on TikTok together. So I gotta hop off.
Cody, listen, everybody, again, uh, you guys got to check out his profile. He is at Cody Stark at Stark Paranormal.
Yep.
You can find it. TikTok is probably the best place, yeah, but he's on Facebook, Instagram, everywhere else.
Yep.
Cody, this is really fun, dude. I'm glad you reached out. I'm glad we had you on. You're a super nice guy. We'll
Yeah,
have you
thank you,
back one
man.
of these
Appreciate
days.
it.
Any
It was great
evidence
having
you
you
ever
on.
gather, yeah, any evidence you ever gather, Cody, by all means, man, please send it over. We'll talk about it. We love getting ghost
Yeah,
stories and like,
yeah,
guys, check out what I got. We'll share it, and make sure
yeah.
people see it. We love seeing ghost stories. And like I said, we always
I
come at it from a place of like, okay, it's wild. Like this is if Cody said this scared him, let's show it. You know what I mean? So please do.
I knew
All
you'd
right.
probably like that one. But
It was
thank you
good.
guys so much. I appreciate you bringing
All
me
right.
on here. I've had an absolute blast. Thank you guys.
Thank you,
Awesome,
Cody. You
man.
have a good one. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You
I'll
guys
see you
have a
later,
great.
Cody.
See you.
Bye. And bye,
Bye.
Amanda. Or stick around. You can watch the end as we wrap up. Super nice guy, dude.
Yeah, awesome, dude.
Real
Awesome,
nice
dude.
guy. What's going on in
Yeah.
Indiana? It seems like there's a lot of Indianans.
Well, what I
Indiana-ness.
noticed about Indiana is there's just so many damn abandoned places. Like when
Oh.
I traveled out to Indiana and just heading out there, all the places going through the states, it's just like there's so many goddamn abandoned places around here. I was like, this is nuts, But yeah, that's the deal with that. Listen, guys, thank you so much for joining us for this
All
episode.
right. If you guys have been following on John's channel on Santa Paranormal, please follow us at Splintered Spirits.
Yep.
Come on over. We would really like the subs. Please like, subscribe. It would be great if you did. You know, we want you to come out. We've got some great episodes out already. What can I tell you, man? Another good episode. Everybody, thank you so much for being a part of it. Go check out. We dropped that episode about the devil. It's out now. With Rebecca the Ghost Hunter we had last week. And if you missed this live, if you're tuning in and going, shit, I missed it, don't worry, we're dropping it tomorrow, and you can see Cody again. We thank Cody Stark from Stark Paranormal. Everybody, this has been Splintered Spirits Live.
Thank you for coming on. It was awesome having him on.
All right,
later,
man.
guys.
See you, everybody.
Gary, I'll talk to you later.
See you, man. You're talking about this house is haunted by a couple that are still alive.
The only thing I could say that was kind of odd was in the summer, late summer, in the early fall, in the spring, we have our windows open. We didn't have air conditioners on. And every once in a while, my wife and I would get woken up in the middle of the night by the sounds of the two of them going at it like wildcats. And he points from that bedroom over there. So whoever this couple was, they left a heck of a imprint behind. And so I got the number from this guy, this neighbor. I got the number of the guy who used to own the house and explained who I was. And he was curious when I said American Society for Psychical Research. And he said, okay, tell me what's going on. So I explained it. And then he said, well, yeah, my wife and I used to get up. He said, I'm not going to go into the story as to why, but it was kind of a ritual for us. We'd wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning and we go at it. I guess we were a little bit loud.
So unbeknownst to this poor couple made a spectral sex tape without even realizing it.
Pretty much, yeah.
They can't see it yet, but the shoulders are moving.
Are they? Oh, you got a groove going?
I got a groove going.
Let's see.
I'm gonna try not to lose it.
Oh, I'll put you on. There's nobody here yet. It's just us.
It's there. Oh, they're here. We just can't see them yet.
They'll start jumping.
What's going on, Gary?
I'm doing all right, my man.
Yeah. Me too. This place looks beautiful right now.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like I'm one with nature. Yet there's still something while I'm sitting here. Just like that whole, maybe something's watching me. Maybe I'm not alone in the woods. You know that feeling?
No, because I don't go to
Other
the
than
woods
the
that
bugs.
often.
Yeah.
I don't go hanging out in the woods like you do, my man.
Dude, last night was insane for me. I had a really crazy night last night.
I saw you. Where were you? There was some sort of like brick fireplace thing, and you were walking around. You saw some weird like Blair Witch kind of sculptures hanging from trees. What's all that?
So I have no idea what any of it is. The spirits were talking about bound spirits and witch ladders, and come to find out, I learned this all on that live. A witch ladder is basically a bunch of items, mainly nature items, sticks, bones, crystals, rocks, feathers, things like that, strung together. They're usually used for all sorts of spells. Walking in there was atrocious. Like, it is just so dense, and there's just like pricker bushes everywhere, and it's just insane. Like it's literally like you feel like a bear walking through the woods, right? And coming in there, I couldn't see anything. And as I'm sitting there, and I bet you some people in the live may have noticed too, like I was just very straightforward. I wasn't as jokey, joking around. I kept looking around. I was using the thermal maybe more than I should have. Not jumping at every sound, but really just like aware of my surroundings. And what do you know? When I went for that walk at midnight, we're walking around, and then bam, we spot the first one, and then I see another one. And then
you were talking about like a trap, and you were mad at yourself for walking into a trap. What does that mean?
Yes, dude. Like it literally, like the way it was set up, and then one of the spirits said something about me taking the bait, and then that's when I was like, oh crap, I'm literally walking in a trap. You know, who knows if I disturb the wrong thing or touch the wrong thing. Luckily, I didn't touch
Well,
it.
what is a trap? Like, what could the trap possibly have been?
Oh, who knows? That's the thing. Who knows? Maybe they wanted me to release something. Maybe they were hoping that I would, get involved with something there. I don't know. That's the thing. You just don't know.
Well, why were you mad at yourself though? You should have. You said you were like rookie move. You got real mad
I
about
said
it.
I said it was a novice move. Just not realizing that, is they were talking about like a triangle, like the witch ladder triangles or something like that, or the ladder triangles, and I'm standing in the middle of it, and I'm like, wait a minute, like what idiot does that? Oh, this idiot, like why would
Sure.
think about it? If you're in the woods and all
Yeah.
of a sudden you come across these weird totem things hanging in the woods and they're in the shape of a triangle, and you have no idea what's going on,
Right.
why would you go walk in the middle of it?
Right.
And it was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna walk in the middle of this, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I could be getting involved in something very stupid. So, because it's unknown, you don't know what you're dealing with.
Fair enough.
Plus, I don't know how long those have been hanging there. They look like they were they've been through it. They look like they've been hanging there
It's
for a while.
weird, dude. Like, why would they?
Yeah.
It's so weird.
But there's always been witchcraft happening back there. It's been a very common, from middle school kids going back there pretending to be the craft, to advanced witches. So
People are
it's a
weird, dude.
known spot for it.
People are strange, without
Well,
question.
depending on why they're going in the woods and doing things, yes.
And but like,
They want to
let's build some triangles out of bones or whatever sticks.
yeah.
It's creepy. Even no
Yeah.
matter what it is, it's creepy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it's just So I was telling you briefly, and as we wait for our guest, we have a fun guest today on this live. Hopefully, she's going to get
Awesome.
logged in okay. I'm sure she'll text me otherwise, but I'm just going to check my phone, make sure. We've got a fun guest today, and she'll be on soon, and we'll talk to her, and I'll tee everybody up. But as we get caught on, okay, she's in our waiting room. We'll get. You know what? I'll save this story later. I don't want to keep her waiting too long. So
Bring her
while
in.
she's sitting there, so it'll be a fun one. So let me just tell everybody who we've got today. So, I'm going to read this out to everybody. She's super fun, and I'll tell you why I love her. So look, since 2019, Rebecca the Ghost Guide has been helping audiences to better understand the ghosts around them and within them. She has shared her experiences with millions through skits. And this is great too, because it's all like, dude, everybody's so dismal in the paranormal space, John, as you and I always talk about. What she does is she relates her stories and her experiences, and she creates these skits where she like acts out both parts, and they're fun.
Oh, they're
It's just
great.
like
They're great.
it's just a
They're
fun
great.
way to tell it, as
No.
opposed to like, how many, like it's just all, everybody's always so dark about it. So she does these through skits based on interaction with ghosts in a collective. I mean, she has over, when you add them all up, she has almost 900,000 followers on TikTok alone. Then you start getting into YouTube, Instagram, Patreon. She's out there. And what she really does that's really interesting is, she does courses, community and workshops, community programs, where she helps people at every level of spiritual perception feel more grounded and confident in their abilities, right? So she has a very unique perspective on ghost relationships. And she got a little notoriety because, she went public with the fact that she actually was in a relationship with a ghost, which we will talk to at the end.
She took the step, huh?
She took a step. I want to know more about that. And,
Wow.
we'll see what that all means. But I'm going to have her join in right now. I want everybody to welcome kindly Rebecca, the Ghost Guide. As soon as I figure out what to do, we're live. I have no engineers.
Hey.
There she is.
Wow, guys, thanks for that very kind intro. I appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I super appreciate that you reached out, and I've been following along since. And I really like what you bring to the table as far as grounded spiritualism, open-mindedness. But once again, I really hone in on the people who are out there being like, yeah, we don't know everything, but we might
Yeah.
one day.
No, everything. I barely know anything. So it's like
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
it's very simple for me, and which is why I enjoy getting all sorts of different perspectives on this, and yours included here. Rebecca, I start out asking this question to every guest we have, which is this, and I'd love to hear your theory on it. So, Rebecca, what are spirits, and what do you think happens when we die?
All right. Well, I will try to simplify that answer because I can go on and on and on about the things that I found out over the years. And one of the coolest things that I've been lucky enough to experience is being able to talk to people from literally all over the world, learning from their perspectives, and also tapping into various components of those perspectives so that I can create an even larger understanding of something that I didn't have as much understanding of not that long ago. So, oh goodness, when it comes to spirits, and I'm going to specifically talk about ghosts here, and one of the things that I teach about is there are different frequencies or dynamics of spirits. So a ghost is not going to be the same frequency as a deity or a higher power, or I encourage people to utilize their own language, what resonates with them, rather than, just me coming on the scene and being like, this is how it is. No, I want to learn from everybody. I want to learn from everybody's experience. So when looking at ghosts specifically, what I oftentimes see is when somebody passes, if there is a part of them that the common terminology has unfinished business, right? Or if there's a part of them that is being held back by some kind of connection that they have to something in the physical, sometimes that can create a piece of themselves. So you can have a larger form of the soul that moves on. And that's where people talk about, oh, they're in a better place. They've learned about this, that, and the other. Yes, but you can also have the part of the soul that went through some kind of traumatic experience or got very attached to like their favorite chair or something like that, or very attached to their body. Some folks do follow themselves or get reawoken. I think that's the right word. When something happens to their body, let's say their grave has been messed with, or it's just not being taken care of, or something like that. And so parts of that energy can connect. That would explain more of the ghost, but it doesn't have to contradict that some people, due to, and this is where I kind of get into the more why I think mental health is so important. Some people, when they have unchecked mental health things or experiences or something like that, it's those pieces of them that can still be somewhere else. So once again, even though like I sit here and I tell my stories and nobody has to believe them, that's really not the point. I'm very much an advocate for mental health because I don't want people to feel like they have to leave themselves behind or a part of themselves behind when they can acknowledge that part and heal from that part and really do a solid move on, whatever that means for them.
Rebecca, are you religious? I mean, a lot of what you're saying, just so I get I want a full picture here of like what you're talking about, like moving on, or they're here, or they go somewhere. Are you a religious person? Is there a faith behind what you're talking? Because you use the word, there's deities and things like that. So what, do you have a faith, religious background, and that's what you're applying to some of this theory?
So I grew up in a religious background, and the more I learned about the history of different religions, the more I learned about mythology from different places, the more I learned about how that affected culture, the more open-minded I became. I consider myself a polytheist with Quaker morals, but not necessarily Christian morals. There's a different kind of code of or standard to Quakerism. Some Quakers do not identify as Christian, but that's a whole other different thing.
Let's not get started on Christian morals.
Yeah.
That's a juxtaposition in and of itself in so many ways, but go ahead.
Yeah. But basically, to answer your question as far as like what I believe in the beyond, I believe in a lot of things. I believe, because I've talked to past loved ones too, and some of them, they'll tell their person, they're like, hey, tell them I'm in heaven. And I'm just like, is that your heaven? And they're just like, well, I just want them to believe that I'm in heaven. I don't want them to be upset. Now, does that say that heaven doesn't exist? No. It's more of there are a lot of different places that we can go to. Sometimes it's to be with other ancestors. Sometimes it's to be with the found family that we make. Sometimes it's to come back as guides for people that we love. Sometimes it's just to stick around with people that we love. And other times it's, whether they move on to another form of the afterlife. There are loads of afterlives. For some people, they kind of make their own afterlife. And I really come about readings and my own personal understanding with that very open-minded perspective of they get to tell me what they're experiencing. I'm not going to sit there and tell them and be like, oh, well, clearly you're in the light. No, I work with a lot of ghosts that are scared sometimes. Sometimes they don't think they deserve heaven or to move on or some kind of happiness due to their own trauma. So I work with everybody on a one-on-one basis to be like, okay, well, if heaven kind of freaks you out, if you don't think you're good enough for that, where's a happy memory? Like, can you go to that? Can you connect with family? I do a lot of different work to help ghosts. All the same, I'm not one of those mediums that's like, every ghost should go to the light because something's wrong with them. No, I mean, obviously I've befriended ghosts and I'm just like, hey, what do you want to do? Do you want to sit around and watch? Great, cool. So long as you're not in a bad space or upset about that, and you're not upsetting other people, doesn't upset me.
When did you realize?
Speaking of
Go ahead, John.
ghosts and befriending ghosts, I think one of the first times I came across the video skits you do between you and the spirit, which are amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
Timothy, is that the correct name? Was it Timothy?
Timothy.
Timothy, yes, Timothy. Oh, those are so good, so awesome. I was watching those advocaatly. Those are awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got to check out Rebecca's profile, everybody, and it's as simple as the name on the screen. It's at Rebecca the Ghost Guide, so you can find her there. Rebecca, when did you realize you had these gifts? When did you first embrace this idea that you were a medium or a clairvoyant, or how would you define what it is that when you discovered it?
Yeah.
What's the story behind it? What's that first moment?
Well, it's a mental health journey. I'll tell you that first.
Okay.
I talk to people all the time who we discover that they had psychic sensibilities from a very young age. And a lot of people, you talk to kids and, it's that whole like, oh, there's a monster in the closet, da 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 da. I used to think I was making up my monster until the next family that moved in, the kid also described what I was seeing. So you have these kids with their imaginary friends, or they're talking to a corner, or they know things about their grandmother that they never met, or they can describe these things. And then roughly around the age of 5, a lot of social conditioning comes in. We start telling the kids, hey, that's not real, right? There's nobody over there. Stop talking about that. We want them to fit in with society, of course. And so we try to put them into cookie cutter molds so that, we don't want them to be made fun of. We don't want them to have a hard life. My hard mold was, being raised Southern Baptist. There was no explanation for what I was seeing. I saw colors around people. I saw auras, didn't know what that was. I would see figures in my house. Later, I found out that other people living in my house saw the same figures that we.
And where are you? What part of the country are you? Where'd you grow up?
So I grew up outside of Greensboro, North Carolina. It's a small town named Jamestown.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. It was wild, the things that I found out much later on in life. We even have some wild things that were captured on video of like quote unexplained things like moving around the house. It totally freaked us out when we all like watched that together. But as I mentioned, I turned it off. And this is something I tell people a lot too. A lot of people, they're not blocked by something external. They're blocked by what keeps them safe. They're blocked with the understanding of like, ooh, me talking about my quote imaginary friend doesn't really make me friends in school, and it makes, people make fun of me or something like that. So we put on the blocks. I had the block of fear of hell and damnation and all of that. Well, it was during like my early teens, I had another spike. We also see this a lot with teenagers, where they start seeing stuff because they have so many things going on at once. I was the same too, but I was terrified of it because I would talk about it. Once again, everybody around me would be like, no, that's no. So I, I shoved it back down. I was like, I'm not seeing stuff. I eventually managed to turn off most of my skill sets. I turned off my clairvoyance, my ability to psychically see with my eyeballs. I turned off dreaming. I turned off so many things because I just couldn't trust it. College, I had another spike. That's a whole other story because it's college, of course. You go in there and you're just like, whatever. From there, I joined the theater, and it was amazing. And I was a professional producer, performer, and playwright. I worked in DC and New York and around North Carolina. And then the pandemic happened. Couldn't do that anymore. That was not safe. And it was about that time that I started doing ghost tours. I actually live in one of what I consider the most underrated haunted hotspot in the country, which is Wilmington, North Carolina. Look it up. We've experienced everything. There are ghosts everywhere. You walk downtown, they're not hard to find. So I got a job as a ghost tour guide. I was living in a house that my roommate and I called it the bus stop because there were ghosts going in and out all the time. The animals were experiencing things. We would have all kinds of electrical things going on. I have a whole bunch of stories from the house.
Can I just interrupt you really quickly? So just when you're talking about going from college to theater to this point where now you're doing ghost tours, when did you fully embrace? Because you sort of made a dip there. You were talking about how we were always taught to, to say to not say it out loud. When did you make the change and go, no, this is what I'm feeling. This is what I'm seeing. Was that after Wilmington. College? So that was when you moved. So this is after COVID. So that's when you just sort of embraced it. You're like, this has to be what this is.
Well, I had to wake it back up. That a lot of people, they turn off their natural self-trust. They turn off their natural abilities to see these things. At this point, I don't consider them gifts. I consider them skill sets that I've worked on. Part of my mental health journey was first accepting myself, first coming to terms with my ghost, so to speak, the ghost that I created from my shame and my guilt and my inability to, win at everything. A lot of things happened about that time. A lot of my 20s was spent in various states of hardship, and I had to forgive myself of that. From there, that's when I really started to tap in, because I was just like, all right, I made it this far. I think I'm seeing stuff. I think I'm actually experiencing stuff. There's this whole corner of the internet that's really excited to hear the stories. And I hadn't come out as a psychic medium because I was like, nah, I'm not a psychic medium. I'm not, that's a lot of responsibility. I just talk to ghosts. I didn't want people putting that on me. I didn't want people to be like, talk to my grandpa. That really freaked me out. So I was just like, I just talk to that guy that's by the dock and just sits there. That's it,
Sounds like somebody else I know, but go ahead.
It sneaks up on you, right? Where it's just I'm not a psychic medium. I just have a bunch of ghost friends. It's fine.
Yeah. Interesting. Yep. Okay.
So my awakening was mental health first, and I keep it as a center point moving forward.
And what's your process to connect with spirits? What is your, I'm assuming if you wanted to, you could do it right now, but what do you do for yourself to what's your way in? What's your, how do you sort of break it? So for John, for example, John is right now joining us from one of his regular haunts at Buckout Road, which is honestly one of the most haunted places in America. If you believe in all that, and it's which we do, and it's the spirits there are insane, and he'll go there with his spirit boxes and have full on conversations and learn about what he's taught, who's there, and then he does the research about it, and then we find out what happened, and it all sort of checks out. Sort of a backwards approach to it, and how we do it. What's your approach when you enter a new place or go to a new thing? How do you go about getting in tune or getting on that frequency?
Amazing, and also thank you for saying that, because I didn't know where you were, and I was just like, "There's a guy."
Okay, hold on, time out. Let's not get off the train here. But
okay.
While you were about to ask that other question, I saw something. I saw something right, and it made me even. I saw it,
It's
and
on
I
that
was
side,
like,
the side that you turned. Yeah, he's on that side. He's like kind of in front.
well, okay, so I didn't like see it. I
Sure.
describe it as, it's to sound hilarious, but me being an atmospheric thing, right?
Mhm,
So me being in a vat of Jello,
mhm.
and then all of a sudden something enters that vat from the side, from the distance, and the whole thing ripples, and I'm like, that's the only way I can describe it for myself.
Uh-huh. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for that description. Do you want to know what a psychic calls that ability?
Well, what is that ability called?
Clairsentience. It's the
Clairsentience?
it's the ability to psychically feel. It's the same thing as when we understand there are those around it. Like, let's say you close your eyes, you're in a crowded room, right? But you have to walk forward. But if you're paying attention to the electromagnetic difference around you, you can stop yourself before you actually run into somebody
I
without
do it
having
all
to
the
see
time.
them or
I'm
hear
blind, basically. I do it all the
them.
time. I can also, and funny enough, and I used to use, and I didn't understand what this was, and I call it like reading the magnetic fields of the room. I'd be in a
Hmm.
bar, and if an ex would walk in, or somebody I knew would start trouble, I could be at the other end of the bar, not even facing the entrance, and go, "Ah, shit," you know,
Hmm.
somebody just walked in that I'm gonna have an issue with, or is gonna cause an issue, and it would always be, something would always pop off.
Hmm.
So that's funny you describe it that way.
Yeah.
That's yeah, that's what.
I look,
Yeah,
it's we talked about this once in another episode where it's trying to understand. We get a lot of heat, right? Let's take a step back. We get a lot of heat about, or John, I should say, gets a lot of heat about using the apps, right? He likes his ghost apps, and I'll use those apps and I get nothing. I get absolutely nothing. Total dick. It's like a waste. I get the generic, get out, I'm
Hmm.
dead, all the stuff that everybody gets. When he uses it, honestly, it's very specific at times and very odd at what happens. And so I look at the apps, and to take a step back, it's like the apps are a tool. They are not the thing. You don't blame a carpenter. You don't blame the hammer when a carpenter messes up your renovation. So what does that mean to me? I always look at it like, as I've gotten into this world now with this guy, that if there's some sort of intuition, right? We all have intuition, right? I get a bad vibe from somebody sometimes when I'm walking, right? We all feel it. And whatever that is, if it's a frequency thing, then some people may have a heightened frequency. And to use yet another metaphor, not everybody can pitch a baseball at 98 miles an hour. Some people can just do it. That's a gift. Like, that is a
Hmm.
gift.
Hmm.
You can't train yourself to do it. I'm sorry, you just can't. So I look at maybe this is the same thing, where some people they just have that vibe. And that's why, like, he'll deny to death he's not a medium of some kind, but we always
denied
call him sort of
100% that I'm not a
we
medium.
always call him that there's something going on, because it's just weird. That doesn't happen to everybody.
Listen, I describe it very simply
Hmm.
as, magnetic fields, which I talk
Hmm.
about all the time, and the use of logic while talking to spirits.
Hmm.
That's why I don't call myself a medium. I can't channel. I can't, none of that. Like, there needs to be a disturbance in order for me to, like what happened back there,
Hmm.
in order for me to, pick up on something. And yeah.
Yeah. So, one, just to put this out there, you don't have to call yourself anything. Nobody has to call. Like, my biggest fear was when I was like, oh, shoot, if I'm a psychic medium, that means something, right? Nah. You can be spiritually sensitive. You can feel the disturbance in the force. You can be anywhere. And this is why I teach, because I'm just like, look, nobody has to call themselves anyway, like anything. You can still have like a really cool experience and just be you. Like,
Yeah.
being psychic, being a medium, being whatever, it doesn't change who you are and how you work.
Yeah.
So
Very,
Rebecca,
very
when you
good.
call
Very
yourself
true.
Rebecca, when you say you're the ghost guide, is it a guide for people and how they deal with ghosts, or a guide for the ghosts when you interact with them?
That's a really good question, because it's a bit of both. When I One of the things, and you mentioned something about like the paranormal community, and a lot of it can be very drab and just very triggering and very much like, how did you die? And I know you guys don't
Yeah.
do that, which I super appreciate. That's probably why you get a lot of really cool evidence, because the ghosts are like, oh shoot, you don't care about how I died. Oh well,
Yeah, exactly. I try to look for the almost not looking for it, but I
Sure.
appreciate the beauty and the para-nature of things, if you will,
Absolutely.
and the
Yeah.
mundane, so yeah.
Yeah, it's like, hey, when I go to spots, I'm like, so what kind of drink do you like? Like, what kind of candy? Do you like cookies? I brought cookies. Like, I'm that kind of person. But yeah, as far as like, am I the guide to the ghosts? Am I the guide to the people? I'm a bit of both. A lot of my audience, they had a natural curiosity with the whole spectral out there, though they weren't actively pursuing it, though they like the idea of, what if it's not all terrible afterwards? Like, what if we can talk to them? What if we can learn about them? But also, what if we could learn about ourselves in the process so that we're not, as a society, constantly repeating the same sorts of hardships and traumas and concerns? Like, what can we learn from the past in order to understand the present and move towards a better future?
So so when you meet with new people or in your seminars and things like that, you're sort of giving them a basis of how to tap into their. Are you telling everyone that they all have this ability and they need to tap into it and they could do this, or are there people it's like, look, you just might not have it, or do you know what I'm saying? How do you feel about this idea that anyone can be sort of connected? Does
Oh,
that make sense? Is that a shitty
yeah.
question? That might be a shitty.
No, it's not, I promise. I do believe everybody has intuition. I call it what you like, call it a gut feeling, call it I just knew I shouldn't have been there. That's claircognizance. Gut feeling, do you literally feel it in your gut? Also a form of clairsentience. Or do you just know something, or you feel like you're not alone, or you think you heard something but like it didn't quite? So many people have experiences like this, and I think one of the things that makes me a little bit less popular with some of the other psychic mediums out there is I'm very much like, yeah, if everybody believed that they were psychic, if everybody believed that they could just trust themselves, because that's where psychicness comes from. It's trusting yourself to understand the information you're getting around you. I'd be fine with that. Like, some psychic mediums are very much like, oh, but if everybody can tap in like that, how will I get readings? I'm like, I do readings, but my primary thing is I want to tell stories. I want to make human connection with people. I want people to feel like they can just connect to whatever they believe in a safe and grounded and responsible way. This is why I'm not as popular with psychic mediums, because some of them are like, ghosts are evil. And I'm like, okay, that's fine, but
Yeah.
not in my experience.
I love when Jesus freaks get into the chat. I absolutely love it. John knows that I absolutely love them telling me how evil we are. But no, I love how you do it. And look, I want to show everybody this. If you sign up on Rebecca's website, she has this go-to guide, right? And here's, dude, it's written like it's written like if you're a 6-year-old, you can understand this. And that's what's wonderful. I'm not saying that to be, I'm not making fun of it. I'm saying it because it's absolutely like, this is the exact way I want to be taught this stuff. And I just want the bottom line of what does all of it mean, from clairvoyance to is it a ghost? What are you feeling? How do you know what you're feeling? And then it gets into, how you protect yourself, from this and in those energies. Again, you got to sign up, go to RebeccaTheGhostGuide.com, put in your email, and you got it for free. I mean, it's just this little chart. It's super cool. But let's talk about protecting yourself, because you talk to a lot of spirits. Now, John is a believer of intent. First and foremost, intent. He makes jokes about Jesus, crystal, salt, and sage, but it's really your mindset of intent. What do you do to protect yourself?
I absolutely agree with that. Like, these other elements out there, and I'm not knocking other elements. I mean, I'll burn incense from time to time. I'll do regular cleansings, whatever. But it's not the element that's used. It's the one who powers the element, which is oneself. I'm a big advocate for learning how to protect oneself. I know a lot of people, they're like, I'll call the angels, I'll call God, I'll call this, that, or the other. And I'm like, that's great. The way that I was trained, which was the school of hard knocks of not understanding anything that was around me and having to figure it out on the fly, the way that I was trained was to protect myself. Like, yes, I can go to other people, I can ask for help, though I trained myself to protect me. And now I train others to protect themselves. As far as like the protection that I use, absolutely agree with intent. I do use some visualization. I always tell people, like, build up your shield, be the superhero you always wanted to be, or surround yourself with something. And a lot of people are like, the white light. And I'm like, sure, if that's what you want, it doesn't hurt anybody. I've found with some of the things, especially because I have had to go in and remove more not so nice things on occasion, just by working with clients and that sort of thing. Not ghosts, by the way, inhuman stuff.
Oh, dude, wait, you can't just drop a broad.
What I call them interdimensional entities of non-human origin is the safe term I use for that. And
Wait, so wait,
that's beautiful.
That's exactly
tell me a
what they are.
story.
It's nuts.
Wait, I want to hear a story. Tell me a story of this. Like, what does that mean to you? And tell me a story.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, because I love that. That was a very long terminology for me just to be like, yeah, there's some things out there. Real quick, I'll tell you how my shielding works, and then I'll get to the story, because I got a story for you. I have a few, but I'll get to one.
Yeah.
So with the shielding, my shield works very much like a boundary. It only hurts you if you cross it. And spirit can see that boundary. Like, I've got spikes in my shields. I've got all kinds of like electrical stuff. Like,
you visualize this. This is what you literally visual. Okay, continue.
So, and the cool thing is, with knowing other psychically perceptive people, like I teach workshops, and I've asked them, I'm like, all right, I'm putting up the shield. What do you see? And then they all put it in the chat, and we get to cross-validate each other in real time. It is the coolest effing thing, which is why I'm like, psychics, let's all just, like, if we understand how to tap in, it's so cool. But anyway, so yeah, my shields work. They don't have to hurt, but if you're going to cross my boundary, they can.
Okay.
Now, as far as something not so great and inhuman, something that comes to mind, this happened last year. I know I've done a few in the past, like more recently, but this is a more recent one, or one that's coming to mind, I should say. So the Wilmington Railroad Museum, I worked there for a time. Now I'm a board member. I am the unofficial like medium on staff. So when things go sideways, I get a call. And for the most part, it's totally fine. Like, it's a wonderful museum. I really love the spirits there. I'm protective of the spirits there. And oftentimes when things go sideways, I am called in to make the regular spirits more comfortable, just because we can't always control what's going in and out when it's a public venue. Well, they expanded last year into a new part. And some of the staff kept telling me, they're like, hey, I don't want to tell you, I don't want to prime you, but there's something going on over there. And I was like, So one of my viral videos from last year, which is hilarious to me, was me coughing up the stairs, because the farther I got up the stairs, the more I felt like something was choking me, which, once again, that's a form of clairsentience. I'm going up the stairs. It's hitting me in the head. I know something not good is up there. So like, I'm going up the stairs, and I do this on a live, right? So like, it's just me and a camera, right? I'm just like going up the stairs, and other people in the live, they're like, turn around, don't go, da 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 da. And I was just like, hey, everybody, if I were afraid, I wouldn't be going, because fear messes up what I'm able to do. So I made a reaction, but afterwards I was like, okay, I'm up here. The worst thing about this was how this creature was utilizing a ghost to make others think that it was a ghost. What this thing was, it was huge. It was like it was like stooped over in this room. It had these really long limbs. It was like basically taking up the archive room at the time. And it had like this weird drippy looking face. Like, it looked like it came out of a nightmare. Though the first thing that I saw was a man. I saw a man in front of this being. And it just like a dude that had taken his own life through certain, I don't know what all I can say here.
You can say what you need to say.
Okay, it just looked like a man who was hanging. And I got this implication of like, okay, he made that decision. It seems like it was from a rafter. That wouldn't have been the craziest thing to hear from that location. We do have different information about people who pass there. Here's the thing though, I was like, but the man on the inside is empty. Like, I can't quite reach out to him. I can't quite have a conversation with him. I found out what this being had done. It took like the basic shred of the memory of this man and was holding it there so that if anybody came in to try to remove the larger thing, they would go for the symptom rather than the illness itself, aka this thing. So when I went in there, the first thing I had to do was free the imprint of the guy. I sent him on because there was not much left. It wasn't really a conversation. It was just being like, all right, we don't need to be here anymore. Like, you're good. This is awful. I'm so sorry this happened. Go wherever you need to go. From there, that's when I did the removal work to get that thing out of there. I'm a regular worker in underworld spaces, so I worked with some of my collaborative spirit folks, and we just yanked it all on alive.
That dripping face is a lot like, remember we had a guest on, he goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, Brandon Kramer, who had a photo of that dripping face in that basement of also a museum type situation.
Yeah, if I remember
right?
correctly, yeah.
Where it's like really wild. We show that, he has it on his site. He's another paranormal influence, but he caught it, an image of it, and it's really, check it out. His name's, again, Brandon Kramer. He goes by Real Ghost Hunter 1, but it was like, but it's odd that happens. It's like that Top Hat Man. It's like these similar sort of visions of things in various places that have some sort of connection. I don't know. Maybe there's no connection, but it just seems odd.
What's wild is when you said, again, I'm going to use the terminology, interdimensional entity of non-human origin, controlling, these other, fragments of spirits. I've come across the same thing. Some of these interdimensional entities have that ability. And when dealing with these things through a spirit box and like picking up the bits and pieces, it takes a bit before you realize, like, oh, wait a minute, this is what's going on here. The spirit's being controlled by something else. And it's wild. It's actually, I'm going somewhere tomorrow where I deal with that. I deal with what most people would consider a succubus. It's an entity that feeds off sexual energy, and it also likes to control spirits in that manner. And I'm going to deal with that tomorrow, so that should be
What
fun.
do you think it is, Rebecca? What do you think when John says interdimensional entity? Where do you think it's from? What do you think this thing is? It's not human.
It totally tracks. There are beings that come from all over. Like,
All over.
Look at
All
any
over.
look at any mythology. How many mythologies are there across the continent? And think of it, how many mythologies have we lost due to colonialism?
Yes, yeah.
There's a lot of places that these beings come from. They come up from cracks. They come here to do different jobs. Sometimes they get stuck in the muck. So they come from all over. And for some of them, especially in my line of work, I do try to compromise with just about everything. I try to look at something and say, all right, your morality is not human. It's not from this plane. Where's your home? Can we go home? Can I give you something? Can I work with you? Can I negotiate something? And for the most part, it works.
I agree with you 100%. The most evil thing can come through while I'm documenting, and I will first give it the benefit of the doubt. And I'll be like, hey, can we talk? Can we just have a conversation before I have to, be like, okay, clearly I know what you're about and what you're going to do. Let's just leave it at that then. And it's true. They come from everywhere. And, a lot of people, will assume, oh, they're coming straight from hell. And it's like, I wonder how many hell-like dimensions are actually out there. And what I describe as a hell-like dimension is any dimension that our energy or our memories or our spirit it'd be toxic for. Which is why, let me ask you something, Rebecca. Have you ever come across an entity from one of these hell-like dimensions that has no malice towards an actual person? It's there and maybe doesn't even realize what it's doing to, say, the humans in its vicinity.
Yes.
Yeah.
One being that comes to mind was under the Santa Monica Pier out in LA.
Oh, shit.
And when I went there...
I guess I can't go to the Santa Monica Pier anymore.
Oh, no.
Thanks,
you can go.
Rebecca.
No. You can go because it's gone. I'll tell you.
Okay.
No, I was out there with some people who are part of my workshops, and we had like a casual meetup, and we just went out there, and immediately all three of us were picking up on various things. I had not realized that people had taken their own life out there, though I could feel them. And I was like, that's weird. Like, just because one takes their own life, that doesn't mean that they have to stick around there. Like, that doesn't mean that they get stuck all the time. And I started to treat the symptom, right? I was just like, oh, okay, well, I'll just, see who I can talk to and be like, hey, is there a time in your life that you'd like to go to? Is there a time that you believe in, or like, what do you believe in? Can I help you go there? And what I found was a lot of these guys were being held by a being who actually so happened to be from one of the hell areas of the underworlds, I should say. And basically what this being was doing, it was doing its job, though it, for some reason, from what I understand when I was talking to it, which it was big. It was like under the ground, and it was like holding folks like as if they were tethered. And I talked to it, I was just like, what are you doing here? Like, you're just hanging on to these souls who I later looked up and verified different folks that I was seeing, which was very tragic. Though at least now there's something done, but I digress. I talked to this being, and I was just like, what are you, why are you here? And the being basically was like, oh, I'm doing my job. I hold souls when they feel a particular way about themselves, and this is what I do. And basically I work with one of the people I was with, and I was like, hey, let's see if we can move this guy back to hell. He wasn't bad. He was very much doing his job. And he's like, I'm doing a great job. I have all these guys here. And I was like, yeah, maybe we don't need them though. So from there, the being agreed to move on and go back to hell. Once again, not morally bad, was very much like, this is what I do. I hold souls. And I was like, cool. From there, that's when I was actually able to work with individual like pieces or fragments of those souls to be like, go home, go home, go home, go, 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 go.
So, all right, Rebecca, when you're dealing with something like that, and we know you put up a shield first, you protect yourself when you're getting in it. I think it's time I have to ask about Rupert. And how did the shield come down? And why don't you, I don't want to tell the story for you, but like, if you wouldn't mind sharing the story of this and how this came about to where that shield came down for you.
Yeah. So Rupert is also a part of my spiritual awakening. And I tell this to people often, like, you really want to tap into the other side. Love is a beautiful way to do that. And I don't just mean like ghosts. I mean, anybody who passes. A lot of people get interested in the beyond when people who they care about, their life is starting to go, in a particular direction, or maybe their health is going in a direction and they just want to understand. So with Rupert, when I first met him, well, he was very much a shred of a ghost. He had been out there for about 300 years. This was in Wilmington. I was walking home alone after a ghost tour. It was 2020, a lot of heightened feelings in every particular direction. A lot of things were going on. And I recall I was just so tired and walking past. And once again, just to go back in that time in my mind, I was like, I don't know if I'm making him up, but it doesn't hurt anybody to talk, right? And that's really how it started. He was worried that I was walking home alone. He was upset that nobody was walking with me. It was dark. He passed in 1781. He was a part of the Revolutionary Soldiers. He was with the English. Actually, working with him, I was actually then able to look at the history and do a deep dive and make connections around town with the historic sites. And it was so validating for me to be like, this is not the first time I'm learning about this, because I learned it from a ghost first, but I don't typically start that way with the general historian. That's typically not how I start a conversation. So basically for a period, I allowed him to walk with me for a few blocks. I was still very much like, stranger danger. I don't know who you are, but like, I'm pretty sure I could take you, right? Because you're a ghost, right? That's how that works. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just sort of like, he seems nice. He seems to care. It's kind of scary out here. Sure, I'll befriend a ghost. Really with him, though, he had a lot of work to do on himself. As I mentioned, ghosts are very much fragments of themselves. He was the fragment of himself that died looking for his love. he was murdered, and it was because he fell in love with a woman that I guess you could say he shouldn't have fallen in love with, according to the father of the woman.
Well, you said he was a redcoat, right?
He was a redcoat, yeah.
I can
So
almost.
yeah,
It's like, it's one thing to date a ghost, but dating a complete traitor at the time.
well, and that's the thing. Wilmington, inside Wilmington, was pretty loyalist. However, all around Wilmington was not. And
The rebels.
yeah,
Technically, at the time, he wasn't the traitor. Technically,
Right.
at the time, he was
That's true.
right, yeah.
Yeah.
he was the he wasn't
Right.
the rebels.
He called it
Okay.
a skirmish. Yeah, like that was
Okay.
the funniest thing.
So you found this out about him. You're starting to get to know his story about whatever. He fell in love with the wrong person. You're getting closer
Mhm.
in these conversations, right? You're getting closer in these connections.
Yeah, well, he also started to confuse me with her. And it was weird because I remember at one point I was walking and he looked at me and he looked kind of startled. Of course, I'm seeing all this with my inner eye. So, like, I kind of saw maybe an outline with my eyeball, but I was kind of like, I'm not a medium. Like, that's not what's going on here. Like, I can't
Mhm.
see. And I remember once he was startled and he kind of looked at me and he said, "You're taller." And I was like, no, I'm not. Or another time he looked down and he was just like, "Your hair is darker." I was like, no. There were these little comments that he would kind of throw out, and I would just be like, I don't know what's going on. Well, as an example,
This is a lot of Dracula vibes, by the way.
Yeah,
Right?
it is.
Like when it's my, like, you know what I'm
I
saying?
have
Like,
I have one question in my head, but I'm waiting because actually,
go
you know
ahead.
what?
Keep-
Before you tell the story,
yeah.
we'll I'll keep this simple as possible. Did you rebuild him in the sense as in new memory, or was he able to reconnect with so okay, all right, tell the
I don't know what
tell
you're
the story.
saying. So then
Yeah,
you could fill in the blanks what John just saying. But yeah, keep going. 'Cause I don't know what
This
you're talking
I
about.
think this story is going to be epic. Please continue.
Yeah. John, with what you're saying, with what you've been telling me just on this call alone, I'm just like, psychic? What psychic? Psychic, John? Yeah. What psychic? uh, yeah, because I think what you also just said there is something called claircognizance, where something kind of like bings in your brain, and you're like, wait, is it this? So anyway,
Well, what you're talking, it's almost. I have theories. We could talk about them another time, but it's just insane. All right, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to
no.
interrupt.
No,
Please.
not at all. That was an amazing point, and I will explain that too. So basically, what was happening? I'll get to your point, and then I'll kind of fill in the punchline, so to speak, of what ended up happening. When a spirit who's especially a fraction of themselves, when they're having to remember more and more and more, basically what they're doing, oftentimes without realizing it, is they're calling to the memories where the fuller part of their soul keeps them, whether that's this plane or the other, or something like that. So basically, the more he remembered, the more of himself he became, which, once again, that's also a mental health journey. Mental health journeys can happen after passing as well, because we have to be like, whoa, how did I get here? Why did I get here? And poor Rupert, he went through a time where he was like, I don't know if I exist. And I was like, well, if you don't exist, I don't know who I'm talking to. Like, I have a fantastical brain sometimes, but there were things that I was like, I don't think I could make that up, because that was totally out of the blue. Like, there was no train of thought that brought my brain to thinking that conclusion. Anyway, so there was a time that we spent apart. I was not sure if he would still be there when I got back. And part of that was I was living in a bus. It was 2020. We didn't know what was happening. So I was like, I will move into a bus. Okay. I do a lot of mental health work. I come back. I'm more certain of myself. And I come back. I'm with a friend who is spiritually sensitive. And I tried to connect with Rupert first, because I was like, hey, I'm back in town. If you want to talk again, just wondering. I could feel him around, but he wasn't saying anything. So I was like, cool, maybe I'm crazy. It's fine. I bring my friend. And my friend is like, oh, there's a man standing behind you. And I was like, cool. And he was like, oh, I'm picking up on a soldier. And I was like, cool. What kind of coat is he wearing? He was like, oh, it's a red coat. was like, okay. And then my friend makes this reaction because he heard the same thing that I heard. And my friend just looks at me and it's just like, yeah, he's telling the truth. And I was like, excuse me? What I heard, and granted, what I get is more inner ear, clairaudience. So it's like the understanding of words that I hear. Rupert just outed, he was like, you're my wife. And I was like, whoa, let's calm down here, right? Because I was just like, we passed the point. Like, what in the world? So, of course, I go back later and I was like, were you going to tell me? Are you going to explain yourself? What are you talking about, right? And he was like, well, I wanted to tell you in front of somebody who would also hear it. And I was just like, still, you're making no sense. What are you talking about? And then he started to explain. He said, you're my Mary. I was like, excuse me? And he said, you're Mary. You're the woman who I was with when I was alive. Now, from there, I was like, cool. Let's put a pin on that. Let's just close that conversation, because I'm like, yo, I didn't know how to trust myself. I didn't know what I was doing. So I actually, a past life regressionist found me on the internet and was like, hey, would you like a free session? I'll give you the free session in exchange for promotion. And I was like, absolutely, let's do it. I go into this and I was very like, you know, whatever I'm supposed to see, I'll see. I go into the regression. And I remember the first thing as I was coming out of the tunnel, so to speak, when you get into that very regressed state, it was like coming out of this sort of tunnel. And then I started to smell piss and fish, and I started to hear seagulls, and I started to like pick up on people who were fishing and boats and bells and that kind of thing. And when I came out, I saw Wilmington, but I saw it the way that I had seen it in what had been drawn out from different things in the past. But I started to walk around this regression and I started to see things that I hadn't yet found in history. And then I saw him.
Doesn't sound like a very nice first date.
No. So yeah, that's how all that happened. And all the same, like, we've done a lot of work separately in order to be able to understand each other personally.
Are you still in communication with this person, with this ghost?
Mm-hmm.
But okay, but you made a point to say like you were dating him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that still the case?
Yeah.
Okay. So what does that mean to say you're dating a spirit?
Okay. Well, of course, for anybody who's dating anybody, there's a whole spectrum of what dating means for them. And I'll just go ahead and get this out of the way, because people are always like, but physically. And I'm just like, are you going to tell an ace person that they have a lesser relationship because it's not physical? Like, are you going to tell people who maybe they have issues with, you know, physically performing, but they do what they can for one another to make another person feel loved and for them to also feel loved? I didn't go looking for this. Like, that was not on my bingo card. I know part of what we were talking about is like people who are attracted to ghosts. Nope. I wasn't sitting around being like, oh, but if a ghost, no.
I think there's a word for it, like spectrophilia or something.
Yeah,
there is. Yeah. But that's not your case.
That's not
at all.
Okay.
You actually taught me that word, because I was just like, what? There's a word for this?
The internet, we can find a lot
So
of stuff.
if I finally start giving into all the spirits that hit on me, that's spectrophilia.
No, when a guy does it, it's weirder. It's gross.
What's it called? What's it called when a dude does it?
I don't know. I just don't. It just
What
feels
kind of
gross.
sexy
It feels
shit is
gross
that?
when you do it. It's just going to be different when you do it. That's all I know.
I get hit on by both men and women's spirits.
I know.
That's actually
when
one
you
of
do
my
it, it's
favorite
wrong.
things.
That's all. I don't know much, but I know when you do it, it's going to be wrong.
Listen,
but wait,
whenever a male spirit comes through that hits on me,
Excellent.
you know, I'm just like, yo, bring it on. Bring it on. First off, who knows what that poor spirit was going through back then with their sexuality and themselves, and not to be able to express how they truly were. you know? So for them to be able to do it to me, I'm all like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, dude, you're
I'm
a big
like,
bear. They love you.
yeah, yeah. I'm like,
So
bring
Rebecca,
it
hold
on.
on. I want to get this down. So it's like, all right, I totally hear what you're saying. It's there's an intimacy that you have when the communicating with the spirit. It doesn't have to be physical, and that's why you can say how you consider dating. Is that fair? Is that a fair
Yeah.
assessment? But you're dating someone, and a human person,
A human person.
a living human person too,
Yeah.
right? All right, now
So,
here's the thing. All right, it's like I have to say, it would probably almost be worse if my wife found out I was having like telling secrets to someone than if I was just having a physical relationship with someone else. Like she would probably find that more offensive than I was intimate on a personal level. How does your living partner deal with that element? You know what I mean? Like
mhm.
you the sharing of that.
So, okay, just to start out, my living partner, Theron, who's been in the chat, thank you, Theron, is incredible. We have a lot of communication. And on top of it, just to kind of rewind a little bit, I told Rupert from the gate, I was like, you're not getting in the way of me living a full physical experience. And that's a huge thing that I tell people all the time. I'm like, yes, you can have connections with ghosts and spirit guides and past loved ones. And, you know, love doesn't just die with a body. Like we still have these connections of love on various forms. That being said, we can't live in the past. I can't live as who I was when somebody was alive. With Rupert, a big thing that we had to come to terms with, I was like, hey, I am not Mary anymore. She's a part of me, but I've had lives that I've lived since then. Sometimes I curse like a sailor. It's the summer. I show a lot of skin sometimes. And I was just like, that's pretty different from the 1700s. You know, like, are you sure you actually have feelings for me? So we had to grow from that to ensure that it wasn't just like holding out for something that used to be. Now,
Oh, Rupert probably loves seeing shins based on the way they dressed back then.
I mean,
He's probably like, whoa now.
Yeah.
he may, but he doesn't
shin-high
like that
dress?
everybody else can see them. That's the problem.
Right. Yeah. It's probably a whole different thing.
So going back to Theron, though, Theron is somebody that I met through TikTok years ago, and we befriended each other. And Theron also had a kind of re-coming out as a psychic medium. Theron knew Rupert before Theron and I started dating. They talked first. They have a friendship on their own. And one, it's cool to have cross validation and be like, wait, did he tell you that? He did? He told me that too. Oh my God, we're psychic, right? That's a regular thing in our house where we're just like, you heard that? I heard that too. Psychic, you know?
Right.
I'm all for like, you know, making people feel more validated and, you know, once again in a grounded way. But yeah, it's in a sense, or not in a sense, but I'm technically polyamorous, but I'm not polyamorous in the physical sense. I have two relationships and they
Well,
don't
I don't,
cross
not
each
to
other
cut you
out.
off, but I don't
Sure.
think what you have can be described with words. To be honest with you, it just doesn't. You know, it seems like the whole thing developed just so naturally, completely out of your wheelhouse. Not, as you said, not something on your, something you wanted to achieve or something you were going for. Almost like a go with the flow kind of thing. I think it's awesome.
Thank you.
I think
It
it's awesome.
made me believe in fate, honestly.
Yeah.
Before that, I was kind of like, I don't know. And then there were just too many things that I couldn't explain away, which was pretty cool.
Can I ask how if I can, if it's, you don't have to answer, but I'm just curious, like, how do you identify in just generally in sort of, you know, would you say from a living sense, you're on the, like the LGBTQ?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like, would you say you were like poly before that?
Mhm.
I know
Oh, yeah.
polyamorous is more than one, but it's okay. Got it.
Yeah, I've been in open relationships before, consensual, open relationships and that sort of thing. It takes a lot of communication and like, I'm not knocking it. I just happen to be in such a happy living situation. Like, goodness, and that's not knocking anybody else's poly. I tell my partner all the time, I'm just like, yeah, I'm just happy. I used to be interested in dating other people and that kind of thing. And it was never on the back burner or like behind anybody's back. I was just sort of like, yeah, I'm good. like I feel pretty good.
Well, look, this is a very unique situation that you found yourself in with what sounds like a very sort of powerful spirit that can come through this often, this regularly, this intimately, right? And
He's
have these kind
grown.
of conversations.
Yeah.
What did, what would you give what kind of advice do you give to your students or to anybody else who might be feeling this or might have this happen to them? Should they be like, look, I'm a unique situation, but before you put down that spiked electric shield, you better do this, this, and this? Like, is there sort of is there a rule book to this that you've created because of it? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So one, generally speaking, I don't recommend dating ghosts because a lot of reasons, but
For tons of
for a lot of reasons. Yeah.
Tons.
And
All
that's,
right, I'll say it. Your average normal person should not date a spirit.
No.
Should not date a ghost.
no.
Yes.
100%. I'll say it.
Yeah.
You don't got it. I'll say it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Okay.
Right. But
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah. I think too, even for the person who's more open to this and that kind of thing, you have to acknowledge ghosts have a lot of things sometimes that they really have to overcome, and you can't be their savior, and they can't view you as their savior. They've got to do that work on their own. And some of them, when they do the work, they're kind of like, I'm kind of tired. I don't really want to be here anymore. That's another thing too. I tell people, I'm like, mediums are not the saviors of ghosts. If they come to a place where they're like, I'm tired, I want to go home, they can just go. They don't need us. We can help, but they don't need us. Anyway.
You know what's funny, real quick?
Mhm.
What I always tell people is I always get tons of people. They're like, "Oh, are you going to send the spirit to the light?" I go, imagine that light is some interdimensional force that rips apart the soul and feeds it to its young. Like, you really want to send it to the light now? Like stuff like that.
Yeah, if you don't know what the light is, and if you can't connect with them on what their version of the light is, maybe just leave it be. Just
Leave it be.
hear them out.
Yeah.
But goodness,
we're talking about protecting yourself. What would you tell other people? Like, what would be like the rules or things to check before doing what getting too close?
And thank you for repeating the question, because I was just like, my brain went all the way over here.
I deal with this guy. I got to repeat myself 15 times.
Yeah. That's the ADHD for me. I'm all every direction.
It's something new.
Thank you. Yeah. So one of the things, and I say this in the pamphlet as well, which of course is open to everybody for free, you understanding your sense of self is going to be your best tool for protection. Because if you know how you feel, you're going to pick up on pretty quickly if you don't feel right. And then you get to ask yourself the question, is that how I feel? Or is that something around me that's trying to project some kind of understanding at me? What can I learn from that? So the biggest protection, I would say, is understanding oneself. Once again, going back to that mental health journey. If you know you, you're going to know what's not you. And if you know it's not you, then you can actually, further the amping up and being like, all you need is your intention. I work with kids sometimes through consultations. I work with their parents and children. And sometimes these kids will be afraid, and I'll just be like, okay, what does your favorite superhero do? Oh, they throw a punch and then fire comes out of their fist. I'm like, what if you could do that too? And kids, you don't really have to tell them twice. They'll be like, I can do that. I'm like, yep. Seeing is believing. All you got to do is believe. And is it literal fire in our sense? No. Though, can that have an effect on an energetic sense if they put their intention behind it? And I teach parents too. I'm like, this is how you also protect your kids. Believe them. I mean, even if they decide it's made up later, just be like, hey, cool. What is, this, I think Power Ranger, because I'm of the 90s, but I was just like, what does the Power Ranger do? But yeah, parents can do that too. It's imagination, quote, but to spirit, it doesn't have to be, and it can still be very effective. When it comes to
spirits, intent is everything.
Absolutely.
100%. 100%.
This is
a Power Ranger analogy, by the way.
Power Rangers.
That's funny. Rangers. This is a fascinating tale, Rebecca. I can't thank you enough for sharing it with us here. John, I don't know what else to say. I hope everybody.
I know what I'm gonna say.
Well, everybody, first of all,
never change. And honestly, you're literally the first person that I've spoken to in in the years that I've been doing this that comes from a spiritual lens of all this, that my more logical lens basically almost goes right over, and
Well, look, that logical
you're
makes it
seeing
sound
through
like
it.
hers is not logical. Let's
No,
use
no,
the
no.
word more.
No, no, no,
It's
no.
more
It's like she
scientific.
understands what I'm saying because I
Yeah,
haven't
Yeah,
been
I
doing it.
do.
like, do you see
You
what I'm
see,
saying? Like
yeah.
John's theory is like memory, spirits are the fractured memories of the living, right? That we all have an energy. We do, right? There's literally electric synapses in our brain, and that energy has to go somewhere when we pass, and the mind is somehow attached to that, and it has to go somewhere. We don't know nobody knows what the mind is, right? That's where he's coming from. So let's use the word scientific more than logical, because then you make it sound like I like what
Well,
it's
I
like.
can't use
Hey, I like
scientific
what
because
you're
I'm not a
saying.
scientist.
Mine's a little more logical than what you're saying.
No,
But it's like you got to say it more like I have a come from a less spiritual
she knew what I
approach.
meant.
I did.
I just wanted to
She
clear it
knew
up.
what
I don't
I
want
meant.
to think
Well,
you're
you're
insulting.
awesome. Never
Yeah.
change, okay?
you.
Please.
No, you
You are
listen.
so awesome. One of my favorite guests to date. So
Yeah,
awesome,
Rebecca,
yo.
you're a lot of fun. I love your approach to things. I love your
Yeah,
lighthearted approach
amazing.
to it. It's like you really take a stand that's like this is not something. This is not all doom and gloom. It's not. We're not playing up into the Blumhouse version of spirits. This is here's what it is. Here's a fun way to do it. Um, I use fun, but here's like it is what it is. So let's enjoy it. Let's get into it. Let's enjoy it. And I find that to be an interesting take and a unique take because that's what we try to do. We're not into the whole, we're not into all the darkness and all that stuff. It's like it's just
Listen, it
not.
happens sometimes. You're gonna
We're
come
talking about
across,
ghosts, man.
you
I
know.
mean, it's like, what are we gonna? How serious can you be? Like, at a certain point, it's like we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
So, like, if we can't laugh at this and like understand it and respect it, like that we don't know, it's like I don't know about you, but I find it's so amazing to me when people get in the chat or they get online to one of our videos or something or John's videos and like this is what it is, this is what it has to be, it's this.
It's
And
so
it's like,
wild.
what are you talking? It's almost like if they said, "Nope, vampires don't like garlic." It's like, hey, Dick, vampires aren't real as far as we know, and who knows if they are? If garlic is a real thing. Somebody made that up, So it's but they are sure of it. They're so sure of everything that is. So I like that you come at it from that sense as well, where it's like, I don't know what this is. I'm rolling with it until it's not. I'm not going to roll with it anymore. And how you should protect yourself. It's really interesting stuff, and I really thank you for being here, everyone. You got to go check out Rebecca the Ghost Guide she's on every social media platform, and go to her website. She also offers readings. You can set up a session. Am I wrong? You do all these things for people?
Yeah.
Where you can also make a buck, hopefully. Do it, show her some love. Because she has a really great approach to all of this whole world. And as far as spirit communication goes, I'd say you've been communicating.
Thank you.
More so than most. You know what I mean? That whole vibe is real interesting. I got nothing else for you. I really appreciate you taking the time to sit with us. It's been a real pleasure and a
Yeah.
real
All the
honor.
questions I have will take hours, which I don't have, unfortunately.
We'll have to have you back.
today.
We'll have to
I'll
have you
come back.
Have to
Yeah.
have you back.
Yeah,
Definitely.
no, y'all are great, and I appreciate your mindset as well. I sometimes I prefer talking to people who are more in the ghost vibe than like the higher and everything like that, because I'm just like, we're out here, we're living, and I like connecting with folks that are also just doing their best, whether they know if they're living or not.
Not. It's true.
I know. At least ghosts don't leave dishes in the sink.
Yeah.
So it might be better to
That's one way to
have
look
them
at it.
around sometimes.
Might start blaming them for it though.
Good luck
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah.
Let's see if
Yeah.
maybe they'll put them up.
Exactly.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Good
Yeah.
luck with that.
Like, oh, the spirit did that one,
Funny.
not me. The
Can't hear
spirit
it.
did
I
that.
accidentally pulled
If
this up.
only.
Listen, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Make sure you check out her socials, check out her website. Can't wait to have you on again. And yeah, you've been awesome.
Awesome.
Rebecca, thank you. We'll talk soon.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
That was so fun.
Incredible. She's incredible.
Right?
It's great.
How fun
Yeah.
was she? And there's
Amazing.
there's really nobody like that tone. There's very few people that have a tone that's similar to how, your approach to this.
Well,
Even though
what's wild about everything that she speaks about, I can literally back up with my theories. That's why when she started with that story, and I was like, wait a minute, are you saying that, you rebuilt that spirit? Like, it's pretty wild. It's awesome.
yeah, right, but it's again, it's another person. We spoke to somebody else too that was like had a little bit of a more spiritual take, but still on the note of frequency, on the
Yeah.
note of the memories, on the note of energy,
Yep.
which still plays into a lot, but they have the spiritual side of it where it
Yep.
comes from, which is fine. It's like everyone's thing, but also the idea of other, you call them interdimensional non-human entities. She called them, I forget what her exact, but it was sort of non-human, some sort of non-human entity.
Yeah.
It really is the
What's wild about
similarities are
that?
crazy.
I know we don't have time to talk about it, but what's wild about that is how accurate her non-human interdimensional entities are compared to the ones that I come across. Like how accurate it is. You
Well,
know
you know
what
what it
I mean?
reminds me
Like,
of? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of The Matrix. Do you remember in The Matrix how there were certain creatures that were pure code, like
yes,
the French guy, and it's just
yes,
like he just does this job, but
and that's it.
he was never a human, but he's a bit of code, or the key
Yep,
maker, right? That's his code, but he's like
yep,
there, and
yep,
that's what it I think of.
yeah,
I go to that
yeah.
place where it's like when you start talking about these things that are non-human, they're part of this whatever we call this thing, this area that they're in, and they
It's pretty
have a
wild.
job, to do of some
Yeah.
kind.
A job to do. It's wild. Hey, Gary, listen, this has been great.
Yeah, this is a
Another
good one.
another great one in, guys. I hope you enjoyed the episode. She's awesome. Make sure you check her out on everything. Website, her socials, Rebecca the Ghost Guide. Definitely worth checking out.
That's her link right below. Real easy to find. We appreciate everybody who checked in for this episode. I'll post if you missed it, don't worry, I'll be posting it soon. That was a great one. So,
Yeah.
John, I'll let
Gary,
you go. See you, bud.
always a pleasure.
Yeah, my man. That's it for this live episode of Splintered Spirits. Be sure to like and subscribe at our YouTube channel, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Until next time. So, my boy,
What's going on?
just getting started here, getting warmed
Yeah.
up.
I was just thinking about something. I was wondering, you know when you do something and then you forget that you did it,
Yeah.
right? And you're like, and you're in like a state of wonderment. Is that even a word? Wonderment? We're gonna make
Sure.
it a word for this. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
A state of wonderment. I fixed the central air in the tower
Okay.
and completely forgot that I fixed it. Okay. Like I ran new wires and everything just because it was not functional when I got in here. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, yo, I'm so cool. It feels like it's 60 degrees in here. And then I just remembered that I got the damn central air working. And I have it running right now because I didn't feel like being tortured while I was doing this.
You thought it was magic or something.
Yeah. It was a hot one today too.
Jesus.
It was so hot. Oh, brutal.
Let me shut this
But
music
hey,
off as we're getting started.
know.
Welcome everyone to Splintered Spirits Live.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome.
Guys, I hope you can hear me okay. You might see me a little in as if I'm in a different realm, but that's just my camera might be doing some weird stuff. It's just, I don't know what to tell you today. It's going to be, we're just going to, as long as you can hear me just fine, that's really what matters. Don't worry about the sync. I really, live things are happening. That's how they go. Hello, everyone.
True. It's very true,
John,
especially when it's live.
especially when it's live,
Yeah. What's going
what
on,
happened
Gary?
this week? This week, look, we dropped a Dan Sturgis episode. That was a fun one. We got some good feedback on that.
A lot of great feedback on that. A lot of great feedback. People were
Dan's
loving
a
Dan, you know?
yeah, Dan's a
And I
pro.
keep
You know,
telling
he's like
everybody, you know, we're gonna see him soon. You know,
good.
we're linking up soon. You know, we're gonna see him on the stream, and you know, who knows? Maybe we'll make it a Thursday, and we can, you know, fall right into another live episode of Splintered Spirits at the same time.
Well, you know, he's got that merchant house that he
Yeah.
does investigating, and he's been that's his like almost like I would say it's safe to say his life's work. And it would be really cool if he lets you in there and you can see what's going on and into that place. That would
Yeah,
be
that'd
really
be cool.
wild,
That'd be
right?
cool.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
a very different thing for us. It'd be a nice change of scenery for you too. And he's just
Yep.
one of those old school pros, you know.
Yeah.
And it's really interesting, dude. So, in the vein of that kind of like a classic uh paranormal investigator, we have a guest on
Mhm.
today. And I like to do these lives as with other influencers. And this guy is like, I think he much like you in a way took advantage of social media early in the paranormal space when there wasn't a lot of people doing it. And it's going to be fun to have him on. I want to talk to him about a lot of things because I look at him and I don't think it's odd to say, but I feel like he's a traditionalist in a lot of ways about how he approaches things. So, I'm excited to get him on. He'll be joining us very soon. How's
Cool.
everybody in the chat doing?
What's going on, chat? I can't read the chat right now. I got it.
That's all right. I'll read the
But
chat.
hi.
I'll do some chat reading.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
do the
Do some
chat reading
chat
for
reading.
these fine people if they've got
Yeah.
anything interesting to say. Right now, they're just saying hello. Hello. Hi. Yes.
Hello,
Welcome.
chat.
There it is.
Hello, chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's
Hello,
everyone saying?
Angela. Smart
Everyone-
Six. It still highs.
Everyone
Trolita. I
cycling
recognize
in?
these names.
Yeah.
Kirsten. Renee.
Yep.
Hale.
We got a lot of cool
A
people.
lot of
on this
meow. A
video.
lot of people with meow names and various cat names
Yep.
in your chats.
Meow, meow.
They're all cat people.
Yep. You know how we do it. I mean, in
it's
general,
funny.
I think the majority of us are fur baby people. You know what I mean? Like, we love both dogs and cats. I mean, I know I do. I love animals in general.
I'm a dog person for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah,
I'm
I
low
don't-
volume. You're telling me you can't hear me that well? How's that? Is that a little better? I can amp it up. Hopefully that helps. Is that better, folks?
I hear you better. I mean, I was hearing you fine before, but now I hear you.
Okay. All right. All right. That might have
Isn't
helped a
that
little
weird?
bit.
Usually, if either I'm having the issues or you're having the issues.
I know, dude. The lives are tricky for sure.
What's up with the performance issues? You know, it's usually not a
well,
problem for either of us.
I like this service because it's easy, but like for quality, because we're going through the web, it's always iffy,
It's always
right? It's not like there's the other service that everybody uses, which is which we used to use, the Riverside FM, which we can go back to as this gets bigger because it does give you a better quality because it uploads the video after.
Yeah.
But it's like, man, as we're starting out, this one just looks good and it's easier to use.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it looks good.
Yeah,
now I'm reading the chat. What's up?
Yeah,
it looks good. I'm watching it right now. I'm watching the.
All right, cool. Cool. Hopefully, our guest is going to join us any minute.
Yeah.
Hopefully, he's not having any problems logging in. And then once we get him here, we'll get going. But yeah, okay. Everyone's saying much better. Ooh-wee. Great.
Ooh-wee.
Ooh-wee.
Yeah, so I was cleaning some graves today. That's what I did for.
Okay. Where were you going? Where were you cleaning them?
No, the same old spot, the same old cemetery where I have permission to do it and whatnot. And I'm usually there, every other day, every day, depending on the weather, of course, because the weather's just been horrible. I mean, it was even raining on me when I was there for a bit. It's just the way it is these days in New York, I guess, with the summer. But it was interesting. I got a couple interesting responses. I think the mother of a 5-month-old headstone I was cleaning came through.
Do you find that you get
Thing.
more action? Do you find that you get more action when you're cleaning a child's gravestone versus an older person's gravestone?
No, no. It's
Doesn't
been
matter.
50-50 because I've cleaned both. You know, I've cleaned almost every age that, you know, age groups, if you will. And like, it's 50-50. You never know what's going to come through. You never know, you know, if
Got
anything's
it.
going to come through. I mean, there's been some where it's just been, you know, gibberish, where it's nothing coherent, or may I say, nothing that passed my bar, you know, that
Got it.
made me go, okay. Dude, did you see the video I posted the other day?
Well, hold on.
It
I
was
want to get to that, but our guest is in the waiting room. He
oh,
just signed in.
awesome.
I don't want to keep him waiting too long.
No,
So
let's
let
get
me
him
tell
in.
you about let me tell you about our guest, everybody who's sitting here. I think he can hear me, and hopefully, he's going to let me embarrass him by bragging about him for just a minute.
Go
Our
for
guest
it.
today is Brandon Kramer. All right. Brandon is a seasoned paranormal investigator with over 2 decades of hands-on experience exploring the unknown. He is a Wisconsin native, and by the way, let me say this. I wouldn't even have to say that. He's got one of those Wisconsin accents that's classic, just like you and I have that Goomba New York accent. Like, you're gonna know where
Yep.
this cat's from right away.
Yep.
He's worn many hats, right? He's an investigator, a ghost hunter, an educator, and a trainer. And he really enjoys coaching others. And I'm hoping to get some information out of him because I need the coaching for sure, because I don't know shit about anything, which is a fact, right? Over the years, Brandon has uncovered compelling evidence of unexplained phenomena and shared his insights as a guest on numerous podcasts, including his own Paranormal Watchtower, which you guys can check out on YouTube. But for most, he's known as Real Ghost Hunter 1, which you can find. And dude, he's got over 450,000 TikTok followers. So let me bring him in right now and add him to the stream.
Oh,
Brandon,
there we
how
are.
are you?
Brandon,
How's it going?
good
Good,
man.
good.
How
Now
are
I
Can you hear
can
you?
us?
see all of us.
Cool. Can you see it? Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. No problem. No problem. I was actually watching on here.
Right.
I'm like waiting to come in. I'm like, ah. So, John, I haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, it's
Missed
been a
watching a
minute.
lot of the lives. I got questions for you if we have time for that.
Yeah.
Gary, it's nice to meet you face to face.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you.
So thanks for having
Have
me in. I'm excited.
Yeah.
I love doing these. So we can
Cool.
just jump right into it whenever you're ready.
Cool. Yeah, I would love to
Yeah.
jump. So, Brandon, I always start every question. The first question I ask all of our guests is this one, because what we try to do on Splintered Spirits, it's really about spirit communication and what are spirits. So I want to ask you,
Mhm.
what do you think spirits are, and what happens when we die?
Okay. Well, and that has been a big topic as of lately, as in the last year. There's a lot of controversy. People think they're just demons and this and that. But I am old school. I believe that they are spirits of our past. I call them past personalities. That's kind of what I call them. Instead of ghosts or spirits, I just call them past personalities. That covers the whole gamut of things. But they're definitely, in my opinion, used to be human. So they're souls, spirits.
Okay. But you say it's soul. When you say souls, do you say that in like a religious sense, or do you say, is there
No,
another, like, what do you think it is?
well, and that's a good question. But to me, when you're talking about what we're talking to, what we're communicating with, it isn't a religious thing. It's a spiritual thing. And I know how hokey that sounds, but it's
Sorry.
definitely, because no matter what your religion is, there's an afterlife, whether you want to admit it or not. So everybody has their own words that they want to call it, but it's all the same thing. We all go to the same place. We all go to, I shouldn't say we go to the same place. We go through the same steps, and end up going wherever we need to go and do whatever we need to do. Um, but to say that it's religious based, no, it's not religious based. It's spiritual based. It's just, you are what you are. There's no way to change that. You can't label it as a religion. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay. Now, when you got into this,
Hmm.
so it's like, did you have mentors or like how did you start? I mean, we'll get into like how you really started and what turned you
Yeah.
on to it, but like
Yeah.
how did you get? I saw that you were you were giving tours in haunted locations, and
Yeah.
you'll be a private practice where someone calls you, but like
Yeah.
what taught you your methodology? Because I look at you, man, and I see like a guy who has a very and some of the interviews I've seen of you and the videos I watch, you clearly have a methodology, and I kind of know how did you come to
Well,
learn that for yourself?
a lot of it is through personal experience. And that's how everybody should grow, in my opinion. Yes, you can take hints from other people, and I have. And I'm not one of those guys who's going to come out and say, "Whoa, I watched Ghost Adventures and that made me do it." Although it kind of did, I will admit. There's a little
Sure.
bit of truth to that. There's I like to think as myself is because I used to like when I first started on TikTok, people used to call me the Zach Bagans of TikTok. That's before he had a bad rep. You know what I'm saying? But just because I dress like him doesn't mean I'm just like him. So,
No, no, I
anyways,
get it.
but there's certain things that you should take from Zach, from like Jason Hawes is a huge been a big influence on me. I've talked to him several times, um, and I like to model my stuff off of the spiritual responses that I get, and I learn from that. That's the most. But yes, there are people out there. I've talked to priests, I've talked to mediums, I've talked to I've learned a lot from going out and not interviewing, but just having normal conversations with a lot of these people, a lot of people that you probably know. But to say,
Dude, I don't know shit, by the way. You tell me. Like I don't know anybody.
well, and
Even John knows.
I'm
Like
trying
it's a
really
fact.
hard. I'm trying really hard not to name drop because it's tough for me. you know,
Name
but
drop, bro. It's fine.
well,
We don't want to badmouth anybody, but let's name drop. If it's
I
like
will
somebody
You
who
can,
say,
yeah,
means
yeah,
I,
yeah,
something,
yeah, yeah.
if it's somebody who
Definitely.
means something to you that you like value, I
Please
want to
do.
hear who
Yeah.
that is.
okay, well, okay, I had the luck and opportunity to meet and hang out for many times with the guys from Ghost Hunters. You got Jason Hawes, you got Dave Tango, Steve. I can't pronounce his last name, but they're great guys and they're really down to earth and they don't bullshit anybody. They don't try to make it out to be something it's not, and that's something that I admire. Whether you have been doing it for 30 years or if you just started a month ago, if you are willing to say, hey, you know what, there's a slight possibility that that was not paranormal, so I'm not going to push it that it was paranormal. That means to me, when I see somebody do that, they jump up in respect for me.
Gotcha.
That's what I
Gotcha.
used to love about those the old Ghost Hunter, man, the old Ghost Hunter shows. Dude,
Yeah,
some of those episodes were just so there was nothing going on.
right.
There was no production into it. It was raw,
Yeah,
and it was shown to the audience as raw. It was great.
yeah. And that's another thing. When you watch a live, if you see somebody who generally has a lot of stuff happen or they have a lot of videos that have a lot of things, activity, I should say, and then you go watch them live and there's nothing happening, to me, that's validation because they're not faking it like most people do. I mean, you can scroll TikTok anytime, day or night, and see a paranormal group that's faking stuff. It's so obvious to somebody like me, so obvious. But it just means a lot when people actually take it seriously. I mean, I'm all for joking around and doing that, because spirits like that too. They like to goof around too. So
Yeah, they do.
you got to have a little bit of that, but you also don't want to just make a mockery of the whole thing.
Yeah.
So Brandon, when you get someone calls you and they
Yeah.
say, "Hey, I got a ghost in my house. I need you to come in and do an investigation," right? And I
Yes.
don't know if you do this actively still anymore.
Yeah.
I wrote down. I'm taking a guess. What's the first thing you do when you go to that house? Like,
Well,
what's the first thing you check? Someone calls up, Brandon, I got a ghost in my house. And then you're like, all right. I wrote down 3 things that I bet, and I want to see if
Okay.
they match up. I'm gonna show you.
There's a whole process that happens before we get to that. But if you're talking
Yeah.
about when I first walk in the door, first thing I walk in is get their story. I get their story. I find out where these happened in the home, and then okay, I might take some notes, or one of my one of my people that are with me are going to take notes. And then what I'll do is I'll take a baseline reading through the whole house. We'll go through with, I'm not going to go through the list of paranormal equipment that we use, but we go through and we basically take readings of all the electromagnetic fields in the house and just everything in the whole area. And then that way we have somewhere to go off of. After I listen to their story, I do the tour, then we start setting up, the cameras and things like that. And then going to setting up recorders. There's a lot of process. There's a lot of stuff that we do. It takes a while. It's way more complicated than just going to a haunted location and throwing a REM pod on the ground and hollering, "Who's here with me?" You know what I
All right.
mean?
Well, I was
Way
totally
more.
wrong, by the way. I was totally wrong. Here's what I thought for sure Brandon does. He tells him to check their plumbing, electrical, and pests
Oh,
before he wastes his time.
That happens before I even get there. That's
Okay.
before I even get there. I ask if there's pets, if there's children. Here's a nightmare scenario. You get there and you're in a third floor apartment, and they have people above them and below them, and on the sides. So there's so much
Right.
garbaging up your evidence that you're like, it is really tough to come up with any solid evidence from there. But I've done it. I've done it to the point where there was a lady and her daughter that would not stay in their house because they were getting scared in their bathroom. And after a couple nights, it actually took a few nights, we came to the conclusion that it was some Carol. And I asked her who Carol was. And here it was her mom.
Wow.
Didn't know any of that information until after we were done. And there's a lot more to it, but yeah. So
There's always a spirit in the damn bathroom,
I know. Well, I mean, if you're a ghost, are you going to watch people shower? I mean,
Yeah. I guess that's true. That's
true.
true. They're probably a little bit creepy. So, Brent, you said you have people. So, do you like working with a team? Do you find value in that, or do you like going with yourself?
Absolutely. If I'm doing a private investigation, and I have two different answers. If I'm doing a private investigation for someone who needs help in their home, I absolutely bring a team. If I'm doing something, and I'll explain that a little bit too. But when I'm doing like a haunted location, I'm going to an insane asylum or something like that, I prefer to be either by myself or with one other person. And the reason that is because I learned that when we went to the Farrar. I held an event at Farrar back in 2021, and we had like 10 to 12 TikTok people there. And I learned from that and going to ISS or whatever the heck it's called in Indiana, that you have too many cooks in the kitchen and everybody wants to be the host. So you're kind of fighting over camera time instead of doing an investigation.
That's funny.
You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
everybody wants
man.
to be the star of the show.
We want those likes. We want those likes, fellas.
Everybody wants to be the star. And I get it. I understand, but it really interferes with the investigation itself. So,
Brandon, speaking of the Farrar house, I'm going to pronounce it the Farrar School.
Yeah.
Now I've heard you talk about this before. Have you ever tried to figure out what that smoke monster was, or like done deeper investigations? Like, what is that entity, or what do you think it is?
Well, it is. We originally thought that it was the principal. Those of you who don't know the story, real quick.
Of course, it's a principal. Of course, it's the principal.
Right.
Hold on. Brandon, is this the floating head story?
No, that's a different one.
That's a different. I want to ask you about that later.
Yeah, that's
a great one. I remember you telling me that.
That floating head one is that's like my title story right there.
Yeah, you got to talk about. Tell this one first.
Yeah. But
we're all talking over each other. Brandon, go on. Tell us about this.
I'm gonna make it real short. We went to Farrar years ago, and I was with like the first team I was ever on. It was like one of the bigger teams. Anyway, we went there, and this was way before I went solo. We went there and we did an investigation. Half the team went to sleep, and half of us were up there doing a spirit box session. And I think this was right after. I think it was 2015-ish, in that ballpark, when the SB11 first came out. like the first, when it first came out, the spirit box, the SB11. Anyway,
Mhm.
so we were doing a sesh up there, and one girl, she was doing it, and she was holding it, and she started to get kind of, feel kind of icky and scared and whatever. And we just kind of blew it off as, well, you're a girl, blah blah blah, you're fine, you know. It was 2015. You could talk like that.
It was different then. It was
It was
different then.
a
Everybody.
different
Ghost
time.
hunters. It was
It was
before,
10
right.
years ago. This is a different time.
We were
You
far
can't
more
talk like that
sexist
today.
as ghost hunters then.
Yeah, you can't talk like that today. But anyway, but then through the spirit boxes, we started getting warnings, and it started to get increasingly scary, to the point where they were telling us to hide, run and hide, and he's coming. And it said a couple names. It's been a long time. I don't remember exactly what the names are. But then all of a sudden, the back door flew open. Now, keep in mind, there's 8 people in there, 6 to 8 people in there, and the back door flew open to the auditorium. Everybody else is sleeping. Flew open, and this black mass came in that you could see in the dark. That's how dark this thing was. It was dark, and it kept getting bigger and bigger and coming closer. And as it got closer, it kept getting bigger and bigger. And we heard these roaring noises, like this. It was super scary. Like, you'd think it was a movie the way I'm explaining it, but it's super scary. Scared the hell out of all of us. Everybody took off running. At this point, the girl that was doing the session fell down in the fetal position and was totally ugly crying, just bawling her eyes out. Couldn't take it, scared to death, saw the thing, couldn't not handle it. Everybody took off. This thing is getting closer. By this time, it's about 10 feet away from us already. I picked her up, threw her over my shoulder, ran out the stairs, or out the hall, down the stairs. This is on the 3rd floor. Went down 2 flights of stairs, went outside. We all hung out there. Some people left, refusing to come back. And we waited out there for a good hour. I was shooken up. And then we ended up going back in 21, October of 21. It was the 8th through the 11th, I think. And there was Jen from Extreme Screams. She saw the dark entity that I saw, and she told me about it. And like an idiot, Ray from Nebraska Paranormal, who might be on the show eventually, he was recording me running out after it like a lunatic, trying to get at this thing that, well, I had like 4 or 5 years to build up courage to, go after this thing, and completely lost my mind and ran out towards it. Like, I don't know what I was going to do when I got to it, but,
For science!
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what happened there. We did not, I didn't even get to see it when we went back. As far as what we think it was.
Oh yeah, sorry. Oh no.
I think it was. I don't think it was the principle like everybody thinks it is. I think it's something darker that holds spirits there. I think it's something that's guarding and preventing some of the spirits there from leaving.
Do you think, did you ever look at the history of this school? Like, did horrible things happen there? Did like kids die in a fire or some shit?
No,
Or like, what's
and I try not to do that until after I get some solid evidence so that I can compare to it. I'm not one of those who does a lot of research before I get there, as far as details, because I like to pick them up on my own, because I don't want to pre-program that in my head. So when I'm listening to a spirit box, I know, let's say Peter was the principal, and because then you're gonna hear Peter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sure,
So
that makes sense.
I try not.
It's the same thing. It's like, who's to say that Peter that's coming through is the same Peter that's the principal?
Exactly. So no, to answer your question, no, I did not. And I kind of didn't want to, because that's one of the places that I hold dear to my heart. And unfortunately, I don't think I'll ever get to go back, because now it's owned by Sam and Colby, and they changed everything. So,
wow.
So, you used to be able to go in there for $300, and now it's over 15. So, yeah, it's a completely different ballgame.
Let me ask you something. It's over 15. Are there people there? Or are you allowed to go, by yourself? Like, is it one of those things where there's always going to be living people in the building? And
Not anymore. The people that used to own it, the woman's name was Nancy. Her and her husband and her dog used to live there, and they were there day in and day out. Because we would have to stop our investigations for half an hour or whatever, so she could let the dog out before they went to bed. So they were always there. Then they had it up for sale for a long time. I actually tried to buy it, but price tag was a little bit too high for me.
Sure.
And I did talk to Nancy and try to work negotiations, but she had another offer that was better. And anyway, long story short, it ended up going to some bank, bought it, and then Sam and Colby bought it. So
Right.
So they own it
Right,
now.
right.
So, I mean, hey, if you want to meet Sam and Colby, they might be there if you want to go there.
What? So okay, that's a fascinating story of something you've done, and and it sounds like you were
Mhm.
doing that early on as you were working with early teams.
Yeah.
Now with the experience you've had, if you went to your dream location of an Alcatraz, how would you start that up? How would you start? Like, who would you bring with you? What would be the move?
I've got,
What are you looking for? What are you hoping to see? What are you hoping to get? And how would you do it, man? To make
okay,
it like,
in
I'm gonna get my dream stuff.
a dream scenario would be
Yeah.
to have Jason Hawes, Steve, all the guys from Ghost Hunters come with me. We're talking dream, right? It's my dream. We're gonna go with it.
Yes, it's your dream, dude. This is your bucket list thing.
I should be looking at the chat
capture?
right now. I don't know who's talking shit or not, but anyways, they're getting away with it because I can't see nothing.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about the chat.
So, anyway, it would be the Ghost Hunters, myself, and a few choice others that are unfamous, and I hope they stay unfamous because they're so good. And I don't know how they're not famous yet, but bless their heart, they're awesome.
Right.
We would all go there, and everything would be recorded. The whole thing would be like a big documentary. That would be my dream to make an Alcatraz documentary. Because I do know some of the stories from there, and who didn't play Call of Duty Alcatraz? I mean, come on, I already know the layout. You kidding me? I played that for 50 hours a week. You kidding me? That was great.
Right.
So
right.
so I already know the layout of the place. But
and who's on the team? Is like with these people on the team, are they have the same skill set as you, or do you bring people with specialties? Is it like the A team, right? You got your demolition expert. You got what is that? What does that look like?
Yeah, this goes back to the question where you said, do you want to go as a team? When I'm building a team, I'm very particular. I'm probably one of the pickiest guys ever. I test anybody that says they're a medium they go through the gamut of tests to see how good they are. And they have to be a certain quality to be on the team. I was blessed to have some amazing mediums through the years, and they're awesome. It is very hard to compete. You really need to have a medium on there because they can validate what you get through your equipment. So if you get something through your equipment, they can validate and say, yes, that person is right over there. They're looking at you. They're saying this and this and this. And then immediately after that, you get the same message through the spirit box. You can't top that. That is the best. That is rock solid, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. So you got a medium.
Yep. You got a medium.
You got like a tech person.
Yep.
That's really good at that, right?
Yep. You got to have a tech person, somebody that knows how to hook everything up, how to do that, how to watch. You got to have somebody that's watching the cameras who knows what to look for. You got to have somebody that doesn't, they're not on the walkie-talkie telling you every time a piece of dust flies by, telling you there's an orb by you. You don't want that. You want somebody that knows what to look for and knows how to, and this is all stuff that I used to go through when I did the training. Just stuff to not be alarmed at and whatever. But so you need a tech guy, you need a medium, you need somebody, and you can be one of those people. You know what I mean? You don't have to hire out or do anything. If you want to do it, you can do that. But the problem is you can't watch the cameras and do the investigation at the same time.
Right.
So you got to have somebody do that. Let's see, what else do you need? That's basically it. But like when you're doing a private investigation, you want to do it in two different ways where the people that live there are gone and then you want to do more when they're there because it's a completely different investigation, especially if
Why would it become? Why does it make it different when they're there? What makes it different with them being there versus when they're not? If it's the spirits that are doing the
if the
shit.
person is not there, you are investigating the location. Okay. If the
Okay,
people are there, you're investigating them and their attachment to the spirit.
I see. Okay,
Because
okay,
if they have something that's attached to them, if they leave the house, the entity will leave the house. You see
I
where
see.
I'm going?
Okay, yep,
So
I
if
do.
they're
Yep.
gone,
Kind of the difference between a house and a home. You know,
kind of, yeah,
the home. You know, the home. What's the home? The people in it.
yep, yep. So
Okay.
that's how I look at it. You know,
All
and
right.
and
No, that
and I
I
do
like it.
want to say I don't want to say, you know, because some people call themselves a pro or whatever, an expert. I don't. I don't consider myself an expert. I don't believe there is such a thing in this field. I want to make that
I say it
perfectly
all the
clear.
time. I agree with them
Um,
John says it all the time.
100%.
I don't think there's any way that you can be a professional until you make that, you know, journey, till you go through it. But that's I just wanted to make that clear. I don't want people thinking, oh, this guy thinks he knows
No, it's
everything.
cool.
No.
But look, it's like I look at look. I've been diving into this thing for a few months, and I've been talking to people who study it from UVA to the psychical research to the Forever Family Foundation to Arthur Finley School, and like all these people who study, right? And really, what it comes to, and all of them who they all are open minded because they all are like, what are we talking about? We don't know what it is. Here's what we
Right.
think it is based on our years of experience. And
Yep.
that's how you sort of could tell the difference between somebody who is and who isn't.
Right.
Um, in my opinion, right? So, like, just as what
Right.
I'm learning and what they're saying, so they can only rely on the evidence they've gathered from some of these people have been doing this shit for like 40 years, and
Right.
they have thousands of case files. And it's like,
Mhm.
well, this is what I have discovered and seen, and here's how I break down things. And I enjoy that, and you got to respect it. And that's what they've seen. I
Right.
wasn't there, so I don't know what it is, right? So, Brandon, you talk a lot about the tech of it all, and I feel like is that important to you, the tech, and how has it advanced in your years of doing this?
Well, when I first started, there wasn't much to it other than your voice recorder, EMF detector, you know, and your basic little, you know, before the official REM pod came out. I mean, I don't know if John knows about these, but they used to have just little boxes with a little
Look
antenna that would real
at 'em. Yeah.
flimsy, and they would
Yep.
break every time you drop them. So you're constantly buying new ones.
Dude,
But
we would modify thermins, you know, the musical instrument,
Theremins,
you
yeah.
know, back in the day. And those things were so flimsy, sometimes they'd break when we were bringing them to a location.
sure,
You
sure.
know, it's yeah.
Yeah, so the advancement in technology is phenomenal. And
Big
and
time.
the toys that they have now, and I call them toys, don't take that as disrespect, but they're
No, that's all right.
toys. Um,
We're big kids and they're the toys.
yeah,
I'm gonna
yeah.
say something about all tech that will be disrespectful to many. But go ahead, I'll tell you what my feelings are. I'm gonna say.
But you know, when it comes to there, you know, there's a big discussion as far as the app situation and this and that, and I'm not against apps. I kind of I like them. As long as you're not believing every word that comes out of it, you know, I'm totally okay with it. We all have our own journey. We all have our own process of learning. So if the apps is your thing and you're digging it, fucking go for it. You know what I mean? Um,
Look, here's how I look at it. This is, and again, take it from this noob, right, who doesn't know anything. But it's like I look at things like, and I was telling this to John. I was like, look, if how do I start this? I'll try to make it not too long, but it's if a carpenter messes up your renovation, you're not going to blame his hammer, right? You're going to
right,
blame him.
right,
And so that's the first thing, right? So I look at all of the gadgets and the tech, from witch sticks, which are metal hanger rod, those dowsing rods, to that what's that ovulus thing that you have that's like $600, John. That thing, it's like
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
look at it all as tools of because here's the thing, fellas, I'm gonna tell you this straight up. If we actually created a device or an app that can talk to the dead, the world as we know it would be changed forever. It would be bigger than Apple and Nike. It's
right,
not.
right,
But I do believe in people. and I believe in intuition. We all have it, right? We all have a vibe, right? Like you walk in, if a guy walks into a bar, John, I've heard you say this too. Guy walks in a bar, gives you a bad vibe, right? Or you meet somebody you like, you got a good connection. There's something there, right? And
Mhm.
much like, everyone could throw a baseball, but there's only a handful of us that could, or a handful of, not us, I'm not one of them, that could throw it at 98 miles an hour, right? I think intuition is that same thing where
Mm.
there are a handful of people who it's heightened, and maybe that is what mediumship is, right? And they're connecting to something on a different level. So with that, it's like, look, I turn on these apps, I get dick. I get the same old thing that everybody gets of leave, get out,
Right. Right.
why am I here?
Right.
It's all that stuff. But
Right.
I've watched John do it,
Right.
and it's been,
And
I get
John
chills
gets,
when I think about it.
hey, and
It's
I'm
specific. So, and he doesn't like it when I say it, Brandon, but it's like, I'm like, dude, you're like some kind of medium.
I'm
And
not a
he makes
medium,
the dad
bro.
joke. He
no.
makes the dad joke of he's a
If
double
if I
XL.
can
And
if I
it's
can
like,
touch on that just for a second, what people, I like to include myself in that category as
you
someone who has,
should, because I've seen some stuff of yours, and it's crazy what
as
you've got.
what I like to call it is like we're a paranormal beacon. I've been saying that for about, I don't know, 7 years now. But it's the ghosts or spirits, if you will, see us as like a lost ship looking for land, and they see the beacon, the light beacon, and they come towards it, because they know that that beacon is someone who is willing to listen to them, willing to hear them out, willing to give them any help that they can. And here's one tip that I really like to stress to people that don't know me, um, and that just go out and do this, is when you're doing a paranormal investigation, you're not just helping the family. You can help the family by helping the spirit get what it wants, what it needs, where it needs to go. Because if you can do that, if you can help the spirit's not going to be there to harm the family, to scare the family. They're going to be gone.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
an
family
interesting
doesn't have to
perspective
worry
on it.
about it.
That's an
I
interesting perspective. John, how does that fit into you? Have a slightly different perspective on this. How would you compare your
Well, first off, my perspective is only different because I don't even view myself as an investigator or a hunter. I view myself as a documenter. So I actually, and people have judged me on this plenty of times. I've been in situations where I've refused to help the spirit, where I'm just like, all right, I'm just here to listen, hear what's going on with the spirit, what it's doing, especially if it's in a place where no one's getting hurt or no one's getting bothered.
Mhm.
There was, I don't know, last summer, I believe it was, where that circumstance changed for me, where it went from documentation to actually having to get proactively involved. And that's where a place I go, we call the pre-war burial ground. We came across an entity that the spirits called the smoke. And interesting enough, in the woods, there's a little clearing and people walk their dogs. It's like a nice little dog walking area around the burial ground. And there's like a little campfire set up. People that hang out back there were getting harassed by something they nicknamed the creature. And this thing, these aren't paranormal people. These aren't people who even think about this stuff. These are normal, everyday people, that, have no interest in the paranormal whatsoever. And they're actually being harassed by an entity back there. So I actually had to get proactively involved because they came to me right on the stream and they're like, hey, man, you're the guy that talks to the spirits. This is what's going on to us here. And I'm like, well, it's funny because we're dealing with this entity that the spirits are calling the smoke. So I actually had to get involved and actually dig into it and, try to help it. So it was interesting. But I do listen, if you're going for investigations and hunting and a family contacts you, you want to help them.
Right.
You definitely do. That is
Right.
something you want to do 100%.
Right.
So
I'm not
Yeah.
saying if they have something evil, you're trying to give it what it wants. That's not what I'm saying at all.
yeah, exactly, exactly.
If it's something evil, you're looking to cut the ties with the family at the bare minimum, and at best case scenario is to shun it from the house. Best case
Well,
scenario, if you can.
if
A
you
lot
can,
of times,
fail.
you can't do it, and you have to seek
Yeah.
outside help.
It's true.
Brandon, have you ever I heard you tell a story about like the first experience you had. And you know, as you're saying, you like to think you're one of those people. I believe that you probably are, you know, one of those people who is a little more intuitive than most. And when it comes to the story of Philip for you, you know, as that when you were a kid,
Yeah.
and now have you ever gone back and to try to figure out
I
what
haven't gone back
Philip was?
haven't gone back to the house. I have found out through some further research that Philip was an. I'm trying to get the story right now. Philip was a guy that was associated with the house apparently, and I can't remember if he owned the house before them, but I didn't find this out until like last year. Like I just found this out. I thought Philip was just a name that my step grandfather made up to scare the kids into being good. You know what I mean?
Right.
Don't do that or Philip's gonna get you. He would say that
Yeah.
all the time.
How the hell did he know Philip? That's the question. You know,
And
like, what
that's
do
a
you think?
good
How do you think he knew?
question. I think he made it up. I really think up until last year, I thought he made it up, and it was just a scary story. It was a boogeyman story to keep the kids in line. But when I was a kid, there was something there, and I kept calling him Philip.
I see.
So,
Interesting.
so he may have adopted that persona. He's like, fine, I'll be Philip. Talk to me. You know, I'll call me whatever you want, as long as you're willing to, if you can hear
Real
me.
quick, I want to interject to what he's saying. And I love the fact that you use those words, adopt the persona, because spirits do that all the time. But in that scenario, another person would turn around and be like, oh, maybe it was something that got created. Well, I think we touched on this on one of the with our past guests, where
Yeah.
an entity gets created,
Have you
for
heard of the
for whatever
phrase?
reasons.
Have you heard of the
What was
phrase an
it called?
egregore? An
Yes,
egregore.
an
Egregore.
agricor.
So
You know,
so Brandon, where John and I are from, Westchester, New York. There's it's a wildly haunted place. But Washington Irving made one of the counties very famous at Sleepy Hollow, right? So you have probably the only true American monster is the headless horseman. That's right from where we grew up.
Okay.
Now, a consciousness of one of the things about the headless horseman is, did Washington Irving get his inspiration from a supposedly true story of a Hessian German soldier getting his head blown off locally in White Plains, which is where John frequents a lot?
Mhm.
Or is it an egregore, which is the collective consciousness, because the story spread, has built this manifestation of this spirit, right? Which is like,
Like Mothman.
like the Mothman. So it's really interesting, all these different perspectives. But I like how Brandon literally went to exactly what I would think also is, you know what? There was something already there. And it's like, oh, Philip? I can be Philip.
Yeah.
An easier way to,
Right.
now
get in there.
you said you
This
heard
is
there
when you
was
were
a
a
Philip.
child, correct?
Yes, I was 7
Yeah.
years old.
Wow. 7
Yeah.
years old.
And
Wow.
and
Okay.
listen, we all know that children and old people are the worst when it comes to being scary. If the movies have taught us nothing, children and the elderly are straight up the worst. But
Yeah.
but you looked up, you said you looked into this and you think there was a Philip associated with this property somewhere.
Yeah. And I come to find out that there was actually, and again, I just found this out last year, that and I'm well into my late 40s. Okay. But
I'm older, buddy, so it's all right.
so this is quite some time ago when I was 7. But anyway, I found out that there's actually supposedly a rocking chair that was owned by Philip that is still in the house or in some sort of property that was associated with well, I guess you would call them step grandparents that used to live there. So somewhere there
Rocking
was
chairs
this
are by
rocking.
far the scariest chair. Is there a
Yeah.
scarier chair than the rocking chair? It moves by itself. I mean, come on, everybody knows it, and of course they kept it.
So rumor has it that is Philip's chair. I've been trying to get it now since I heard about it, but let's just say it's in possession by the person that possesses it is not willing to let it go. So I have to wait.
So it looks like you like collecting this stuff. I'm looking behind you. So that chair, you
I was
have it.
just about to get into that. I want to switch
he's
this
got a
up real
bunch.
quick.
Yeah, I
I
mean, I
want
want
to
to talk
switch
about
this
all
whole
this
thing up
stuff.
real quick.
Yeah.
All right,
What's
listen,
going on? So tell me about your haunted
Brandon,
items and crystals and all that stuff. What's going on there?
tell us about the auctions, man.
Oh, well,
Tell us
all
about
right.
the auctions, because this
All right.
dude's got some cool stuff that he auctions off.
a couple,
Yes,
let's see.
real quick, Brandon, let me just tell the people, right? If you want
Yeah.
to find Brandon, he's got his handle up there at Real Ghost Hunter 1, but he's going to start selling his stuff. You know, he's got crystals for sale and other stuff at Real Ghost Hunter 1.0 on TikTok. That's where his shop is.
That's where I'm
Real
trying to do
Ghost
it.
Hunter 1.0 is where he's going to move everything to. Okay. But yes, Brad, tell us about this stuff that you're selling. I've even seen your co-host Ray opening boxes of cool ass skulls and shit. I
Yeah.
think it is cool, but
So
is there
I
a
do.
belief system behind what you do? Like, let's hear it.
Absolutely, there is. Absolutely, there is. Now, all right, if we're talking about the sales part of what I do, that started off with strictly oddities. Oddities, quote. I used to sell things that I would get off of haunted eBay just to see. You know, I would buy mystery boxes and open it up and
Haunted
see
eBay.
you know, what is there anything to it? Is there, you know, I would test it out, and there's been a few shocking things that I've gotten. So it's not
Wow.
all, you know, hokey crap. I mean, there is some stuff that
Sure.
is out there. So it used to be just straight oddities, and I did that for a long time. And it was like once every 2 weeks, I would, you know, sell off a couple things here and there. And then people started, and then it kind of took a turn when people would see that I had a crystal collection and they'd want to see it. Well, that turned into, hey, can I buy that from you? And I'm like, you know, whatever. And then they keep harping on me. And eventually I'd sell a couple pieces. Well, then word got out that I was doing that too. So fast forward to now every Friday night, I'm selling tons of crystals. I got tons of them. I mean,
What is it? What's the deal with crystals?
well,
What's the thing?
It started off with the whole spiritual thing. I was deep into protection and cleansing and all of that. And that goes hand in hand with paranormal investigation. You should have protection. You should have ways to cleanse yourself and to get rid of some of that, so your paranormal hangover isn't as bad afterwards. And if you don't know what that is, I can go into that too. But it's basically your body recovering from all the stress from the investigation and any influences that may or may not have happened during. So your body is trying to make up for that.
So a crystal is like a ghost condom.
Well,
to keep you from getting spiritual.
I'm not sure I'm doing the same thing with ghosts that you are, but
not yet. It's not cheating if it's with the ghost, Brandon.
I
By the way. Well, go ahead. No. Okay. So there's a belief system, right, in spirituality with crystals that it is a protective thing. That's what, like, is it? Do different crystals do different things? Is it the bigger the crystal, the better the protect? Is that what
not necessarily?
Is that the idea?
Not necessarily. Bigger isn't always better when it comes to crystals. You know, a smaller one will do the same thing as a larger one. It all depends on how paranoid you are, you know, and what you think you need. To be brutally honest, a lot of people buy crystals just because they're pretty, you know. So I gotta have that too. I gotta have the pretty stuff just so if they come in, they want the pretty stuff. For instance, I got stuff that's not so pretty. Here's something right here. Here's a garnet Medusa. You know, it's just, you know, just I mean, I got a little bit of everything.
This is cool.
Yeah.
Right. It's just cool stuff.
Yeah.
Now, are those dolls haunted behind you?
It depends on which ones you're talking about. But I do have. This is Adam. If you don't know Adam, if you've watched any of my, let's see, my most viral video, I think it's my most viral video, was where I was going through this portal box and running the SB11 through it, and I was asking. I played a song. I played "Tiptoe Through the Tulips" for Adam.
Was that in the attic?
No, that I did it in the attic, but this was down here, right where we're sitting, right here. This is where it happened here. And he said, no, I'm sorry, that wasn't here. Where was that? Anyways, it was with that portal box. Adam was there. and he said, "Fuck that, fuck this," and I don't know if I can say that on your podcast.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you're good.
That's fine. It's
Yeah, but he kept saying "fuck this" and "fuck that" and it went
We're
all
live,
crazy.
dude. So it's
As a
it
matter
is
of
what it is.
fact, let me just put this out there because, and it was so good that apparently Sam and Colby got a hold of it and used it on their YouTube channel, and of course didn't even tag me in it, but whatever, you know. I'm still a little bitter about that, but whatever.
I would be.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
know, they get
We'll
paid
find out
good
how
money
many
for that.
video views
That hasn't go get your residuals, boy.
Go
Right.
get
You know
those
what I'm
residuals.
saying?
But whatever, you know, you can't argue with them. You know, it is they're too big now. So, but anyway, so yeah, so
And
Adam,
so are
I
their
do believe was
wallets.
haunted. This is not. This was a gift. This Chucky was a gift from my kids for one of my birthdays.
That's great.
So yeah,
That's
You know
awesome.
what's funny? But what's funny is too. The scariest story I heard Brandon tell was about his teaching his teenage daughter how to drive. As you know, I just did the same thing, John, and it was like, you know, it's totally visceral, the biggest fear you can ever have.
The biggest
Yeah.
fear, huh?
You know,
Yeah.
Brandon, we've got a question in the chat that speaks to these items here. I'm gonna ask it, and we can show it. But it says my question for Brandon is: when you get an attached item, how do you know for sure that when they say their name from the attachment, it's really who you're speaking to, like your doll Adam? She probably watches you.
Right. But that's a
Does that make
great point.
sense?
Yes, absolutely. I know exactly what they're talking about. Thank you for whoever asked that. That was a great question.
Karina,
thank you, Karina. When you are, and it goes to something that I've been talking about for a long time. Someone gets a haunted doll. How do you prove that it's actually the doll that's talking? How do you prove that it's not just some random entity that happened to scroll or follow you through the door that day? You don't know. You don't know if it's actual doll that's just because you have the camera on that doll doesn't mean that that's the one that's talking. You know what I mean? Because
Sure.
I believe that we all have attachments. I believe that at all times we have any number of attachments because I feel that the spirits that are around us do miss what they had when they were alive and they want to feel that again. They want to experience that again. So if
I
you're
use that
doing,
in my warning all the time,
you
Brandon.
know, if
All
you're
the time, dude.
if you're doing something, you're cooking out on the grill, they love that. They love that. They're gonna be there watching you, hanging out with you. That doesn't mean that they're gonna haunt you. That doesn't mean they're gonna pull your hair when you're sleeping. That doesn't mean they're gonna choke you. It just means they're watching you. Let it go. Who cares? They're gonna leave when they get bored. They come and go. We all have attachments from time to time, whether we want to admit it or not. So back to Adam being haunted. I firmly believe I am like 100% that there is something attached to the doll. I'm not saying there's something in the doll, and I think there's a big difference there.
Big difference.
I don't believe
okay.
that there's anything that's trapped, quote unquote, trapped in the doll. I think it's something that liked it at one point, probably from Germany, because that's where he came from. And something that just traveled with him, with it.
Well, you've also done multiple sessions.
Right.
It's not
and
like
I've
you have
done
like one or two
well,
sessions. You've done multiple
hundreds.
sessions with
hundreds. And the word Adam keeps coming through. The same voice keeps coming through. You know, you got the same voice, the same name, the same asshole attitude. Because he's I'm sorry, dude, but you're kind of a prick. And that's why we get along. That's why we get along. You know, because you know, I can be a prick too, and I'm the first to admit it. When someone is disrespectful, I don't sugarcoat anything to them.
Yeah.
So after repeated the same responses over years, I've had him for what, 4 to 5 years now, and when it's always the same, that means that there's something there. There's something there.
Yeah, personality. When there's
We've got
personality there.
We've got about 5 minutes left, and in that 5 minutes, Brandon, you have to tell us the story.
And Brandon, can I show the
floating head,
picture?
dude.
You,
What's
are you
that?
cool? Can I show the picture of your floating head? Are you okay
Oh,
with that?
you have it?
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I found
You
it.
can wait, but don't do it until I cue you, and then
Okay.
I'll show it.
All right.
Show it after I tell the story, and I'll try to
tell the story.
You got
This
5
is a
minutes.
great story, everybody.
It's a 15-minute story, but I'll make it short.
No, yeah, let's hear it, and I'll show it.
So I'm doing a tour. I used to do tours for the public. And what that means, it's not just a haunted tour. This is a grave site. This is this. No, you would come in and investigate with me. And this was, I was part of a team, but I was the one who ran it all the time. And I'd have maybe anywhere from 8 to 24 people at a time. And this place was called Bootlegger's Bar in Greenville, Wisconsin. If you know, you know. If you don't, now you do. So it was closed at the time. Believe it or not, this place is open right now, but I'll get to that. So we were doing it and for the public investigation, and we were down in the basement. Now, down in this basement, they had a crematorium. This place was a funeral home at one time, and they cremated a lot of bodies down there. And right around the corner from that, there's this intersection, I call it, at the bottom of the stairs, where we all sat and we would do spirit box sessions. And we were doing an SB7 or SB11 spirit box session. Here's the SB11 in case anybody cares. Anybody wants to know what I'm talking about when I say SB11, it's this. Okay, you can get them on Amazon for like 180 bucks. Anyway, we were doing a session at the bottom of the stairs. I'm sitting there, I'm talking shit because it's kind of slow. I'm just trying to entertain everybody that's there because they paid to be there. So I'm talking and I'm trying to get a rise out of them, or whatever. And then all of a sudden, 2 girls across from me stand up, frantic, pointing at me, and they're saying, Brad, behind you, look behind you. I turned my head. I didn't even get halfway, and I saw something there. And I kind of did one of these, and I turned around. There was a floating head above me. No body, no nothing, a head. Now, let me explain this to you. When I saw it, it's slightly different than the picture, but it's similar. But when I saw it, it didn't look like the traditional transparent ghostly head. It was like dripping. Like it was kind of gross looking. So by the time I looked back, some of the people that were near the stairs had already got out of their chairs and were running. They're running up the stairs. And I grabbed the last couple people that were there and I escorted them up the stairs fairly quickly, because I didn't want to address the head, with everybody there. I wanted to get everybody out before I went down and addressed that. Not that I knew exactly what I was going to do anyway, but we went outside, sat there for a little while until people calmed down. Some people left, of course, understandably.
Yes, the smart ones.
Now we went back in after about an hour. We went upstairs instead. So opposite of main floor, we were in the basement when that happened. We went upstairs. So there was a floor in between us. We're up there, and one girl, we're doing something. And the girl says, "Oh, I got to check what time it is," because I make everybody turn their phones off, okay, during this. So she's like, "Is it okay if I check my time?" I'm like, "Yeah." So she turns her phone on, and she looks at it, drops her phone, and screams. I'm like, "What the hell is going on?" Everybody's looking like, "What the fuck?" And she's like, "Oh my God, oh my God." And it was one of the 2 girls that stood up and warned me, came over, ran over and showed this image on her phone of this thing.
Is that my cue?
And she says, yes. She says, "This is what we saw over your shoulder. Look." So go ahead and post it up. This is the picture that she showed me.
Give me 1 second. Let me get this.
I bet you those people got their money's worth.
Hell yeah, they did.
Hell yeah, they did.
All right.
You
So
know
this so this is what you're seeing. Okay.
This is it right now. Brandon, can you see my cursor on here?
Yes,
I know it's small. Are these eyes here?
Yes.
Is this the hand right here?
Yes.
Dude,
So
fuck this.
So what you're seeing is you're seeing him
Look at this, John.
standing here like this with his hand out like this. Like, ta-da!
Yeah,
like this.
He's
Look at
standing
this.
there. You can see his head, his shoulder right here,
Yep.
and his arm, and his hand is kind of like, how do I put it here so that you can see me? His hand is like this.
I can see it, dude. It's
You can
pretty
see
clear.
the thumb and individual fingers.
And what's wild about this whole thing too, and I stress this in my live streams all the time, the bane of the paranormal is audio pareidolia and visual pareidolia. They're just 2 insane things. And one way you can tell that this is not visual is the detail, the hand, the shoulder, the everything about it is just, there's just so much detail to it
You can see
that, you know,
everything. The ear. You
yeah,
can even see the ear, the
Yeah.
nose,
Dude, this
everything.
is
It's great.
nuts.
So
It's
this
nuts,
is
bro.
what that head is
a good one.
very similar picture, a little
Yeah.
bit drippier, but that's what I saw on over my shoulder. Now tell me, her phone was off. Okay? Get this. The picture was time stamped that it was taken at 11:04 when her phone was off and we were downstairs in the basement right before we came up.
Wow.
That's wild. That's wild. I mean, that's cool. I mean, it's just like
That's
truly
cool.
unexplained is wild.
That's
right?
cool.
I mean, that's like you
Yeah.
get something really great.
Yeah.
Thank you for Brandon. Thank you for letting us share that. I mean, it's really
Yeah.
it's cool, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's the kind of stuff that
And-
we're all like. That's the kind of thing. I mean, look, I like to think like that's we're all trying to figure out what the hell that is.
I
right?
have been to
Like,
that
what-
place several times after.
Now, is
So-
there
so,
is it known?
Brandon, what do
well,
you,
said
what
it's
do
known
you
for
think
sorry,
that
go ahead.
is? What do
I
you
think-
think that is?
Well, originally, now that I've had years and years to think about it,
Hmm.
originally I thought it was a demon. Originally,
Okay.
first thought in my mind, but I think at the time, and I've grown since then. You know, it's been 10 years. I believe that it wasn't something that was intentionally trying to scare us. It was something that was just happened to be gross looking, but I don't think that's their fault. I think something happened to them that
Dude,
made
ugly
them
people in
gross.
life are not
Like,
necessarily scary. They're just ugly. You
Disfigured,
can't help it.
something
Yeah.
disfigured this poor soul, and it was looking to either possibly get help, possibly get some attention, possibly just to tell its story, saying, hey, something happened to me. I want you to know that I'm still around. Can you imagine, you know, dying and then not going to heaven or whatever you believe, and you're stuck on earth and nobody can see you, nobody can talk to you, nobody can hear you, and then all of a sudden, years go by, and there's this one guy who can hear you? Can you imagine how overwhelming that must be to
Yeah.
them?
Exciting. And
You know?
and that's the other thing too. What about, you know, what if, you know, that spirit is so excited and it manifested from that excitement and it just
Right.
ended up looking like that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Manifestations are
Exactly.
interesting. So
And
yeah,
that's-
dude.
And that's where I think experience comes into play as far as understanding. So and then you've got you've got what we just talked about, and then you've got people that think they got demons in their house because their light flickers. Okay, so there's a whole
Yeah.
different
I know.
spectrum of
The D, listen, I unblocked it, but for the longest time I had the D word blocked in
Yeah.
my live stream because it's just ridiculous
right.
with the amount of everything is a demon.
Right.
No, there's no such thing as angry humans, let alone
Yeah, right?
angry spirits,
just,
right?
They're just
We're
asshole
all just
ghosts.
happy.
That's right.
Yeah.
They were an asshole in life. They're an asshole in afterlife.
Exactly.
I just started this whole process, and I told John the other day I got my first like Jesus fan trying to convert me to stay away from demons on my
Mhm.
tree. I was like, John, I did it. I've achieved. I've arrived. I got my
Yeah.
first. You know,
Yeah.
don't fall into the thing of
You
demons.
deal with them a lot,
which is-
unfortunately.
It's a
Which
damn
is-
shame you guys are your podcast is so short. I think you should go longer.
We
I'd
can,
love to
all right,
sit
so we
here-
got. Well, listen, Brandon. Look, John. I got a couple minutes actually. If you can
Oh,
stay,
we
or
can,
do
we
you
can
have to
go on for another 5.
We can go
I
for
have
another-
another 5 minutes, and then I gotta
So,
unfortunately
look,
go.
Brandon, I don't have.
Yeah.
You know, I got one
Well,
more thing that I'll
okay.
close out with, but I know you had some questions, Brandon. What did
Yeah.
you said you want to talk? Go for
Yeah.
it, dude. This has been really fun, by the way. I've had
Yeah.
a good
I
time
think
with
so.
you here. This is really great.
I think so. I love talking in depth. You know, I was really afraid that I was going to come in and you guys are just going to be like, so what places have you been to? What, you know,
No,
the
no,
cookie
no, no,
cutter bullshit.
No, dude, I'm not. Listen, I'm not interested in the. I'm not interested in the Wikipedia version
Right,
of Brandon
right,
Kramer. I want to know
right.
what your. I want to hear your
Well,
perspective on it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
what I want to. I'm trying to understand. And what this podcast is hopefully doing by talking to a variety of different people
Okay.
is what are spirits and what they look at, right? And we do these lives because I want to get more of this crowd, this influencer crowd, from a different perspective for the pre-recorded ones. And if we can do it, it feels very fun. And to keep it high and tight. But go ahead, you take the show here. What do you want to know?
Real quick,
want to ask John?
I just wanted to say that the reason that I think that I got so I was fortunate. I got on TikTok pretty close to right away before all of this. Now there's thousands and thousands of paranormal people on there. I got on. There were 6.
So many.
There were 6. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but what sets me and what I like to claim as a difference between me and everybody else is the one thing I like to do is when I believe in something, I try to go the extra mile to explain it to people as to why I think that way. I'm not just pushing what I say and you just believe me because I said it. No, I'm going to explain to you why I think that way and maybe shed some light on something like the whole. Nothing annoys me more than you see a paranormal investigator telling the spirit to go to the light.
I can't stand that.
Don't even get me started. Because if the light was there, they would see it. They don't need your
dude.
They don't need you to tell them. A bright light, they're going to notice. They're going to notice it. They're going to check it out.
I take it a step further with them. I take it a step further. I straight up say, hey, what if that light is some sort of interdimensional entity that feeds off our human energy? Like you're gonna send little Sally Joe there,
right?
You know, like, are you kidding me?
Well,
you know,
and that might be where my religious belief comes in to believe that that's probably not the case. But if it was, wow, you know what I mean? But the whole I could talk for an hour about my icks of what people do during a paranormal.
Oh, dude, we can make a whole. We could talk for. They're very similar.
I claim no negative energy. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, whatever. But you know, I get why they're doing it. I get it. Being that I'm Catholic, but I get it. But you're just
we were both raised Catholic as well, John and I.
We're both raised Catholic.
We're probably more atheists now, but
you're drawing attention unnecessarily to yourself. So, instead of the opposite, and you know what I mean? You're not helping yourself out when you put that comment in.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
So anyways, that being said, now back to because John, goddamn it, I don't know what happened, but we used to be tight, man. I don't know what happened. I used to come to your lives all the time. You must have went through something and unfollowed everybody.
Dude. And do you want to know
what the hell? What did I do? You know?
Yo, listen. It was nothing that anybody did. The problem is that, you know, these fake accounts that pop up and they claim to do tarot readings. They claim to do, contact your loved ones.
Yeah.
Dude, if you go on TikTok right now, search Santa Paranormal and click users, you will see 50 of them.
Oh, wow.
So one of the big things I did is I unfollowed everybody so I can just tell my people, hey, listen, this is before I had 1 million followers too. I was like, hey, guys, I follow no one and I will never message you. Do not fall for the scams. They're still doing it to this day, you know, but it's now I'm following people because it didn't stop. It's been 2 years of it and it's just relentless. Yeah. It was not anybody did. I still like everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because I see you poke your head into lives every once in a while. And I'm like, I always wonder every time. I'm like, John, what the hell did I ever do to piss you off?
Nah, you did nothing to me, man. You're good, yo. You're good.
So,
dude, we started this podcast together. It took him a few months to finally follow it. I'm like, dude, can you please follow it? This is yours. It's not the same. Can you? So it's like it's not a personal. And he's still getting people. And Brandon, just so you know, I mean, look, he's still getting people that come in there and they look for the littlest thing. We're not on TikTok right now for a reason with this live because the things we talk about, someone will use against him to knock him off. And
to get me banned.
So
Still happens.
He just got banned a couple weeks ago on TikTok for something of the spirit that always like calls people assholes, called me an asshole. Like it's in this one spot, has this one personality, and it said it, and someone said they were bullied.
Yep.
Really?
Not a joke. They complained.
Wow.
Knocked right off.
And I know I still remember, like, just to prove that I remember the whole meow thing. Okay.
Hell yeah, we still got the meow thing going.
Now I always thought
I'm a dog person.
Well, I'm a dog person too. I got 5 of them.
Yeah.
But I had no idea it was actually related to cats. If it is,
it is.
I totally thought it was just women being frisky in your life. I totally did not. Right up until
you flatter me, Brandon.
today.
You flatter me.
Yeah, I
No,
thought
it's
that's
cats.
what it was.
It's cats, man.
Because all your
You know
people
what?
would
It's-
come
it's-
into my live and they would say, "Hey, meow, Brandon." I'm like, "Okay, you're from Santa, you know, whatever."
Yeah.
And you know, and I'm like, and I always thought they were just being frisky with John. That's what
Isn't
I
it great?
thought.
Brandon thought it was about pussy, and it's actually
I didn't say that.
Real
That's
pussy.
funny though.
I didn't say
I'm
that.
not that good looking of a guy.
It's about real. It's really about cats.
It's really about it. All right, so where it came from, just real quick, where it came from is every now and then at a ghost tube, you get the original ghost tube, not Vox. You get, you know, it repeats the same shit over and over and over. And one phrase that's always said is make a noise, you know. Ooh. So I would say, whoop, whoop, welcome to Chili's. You know, every time it said it, you know, and it started off as a joke just so people would kind of ignore the same shit that's coming out all the time. Because again, going back to these spirit boxes, the digital spirit boxes, the apps, they have to be taken with a grain of salt. I say it all the damn time. Can't take every little sound, syllable, and word for something. Because, dude, it's insane. A spirit will say, you know, I don't know, what's something? I'm trapped here. And then all of a sudden, you know, people are coming up with scenarios of why the spirit's trapped. And it's like, you know, for all we know, a spirit, you know, got its foot caught on a root. You know, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it could be anything. So, but that's where that comes from, the whole meow club. So, yeah. That's funny, man. That's great, dude.
How I would think that, though, right?
Yeah, no, listen.
Of course.
It's logical thinking.
You know.
Of course, it's cooler that way.
You know?
So,
that's
hey,
funny,
I tried
man.
to give you credit, man. You should have just sucked that up and been like,
Smart. He should have.
He
should have. Listen,
and dude,
Brandon,
and you know, Brandon, another thing I want to touch on what you said real quick. Dude, isn't it insane how many people are now just out there, you know, on not just TikTok, YouTube, everything. It's insane. It's like, you know, I remember, think about it. When I came onto the scene, you know, doing this for social media wise, I can remember you. Okay. I can remember Howie, RIP.
Yeah.
The very controversial Paranosis.
Right.
They
actually came quite a bit later, but yeah, they were earlier than all the big mass that came in.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And now all of a sudden, it's just like everybody is just.
Yeah.
That's like my big regret with cemeteries, dude. Like, and I feel partially responsible. When I started doing those cemetery walks, I felt like Gizmo, like someone threw water on me and I fucking multiplied, you know?
Yeah.
Like, insane, dude. And I mean, some of them were good, but others, it's just like, ugh.
Dude, did you see? Like, totally off point. But we had Chris. You know, did you see Chris Netzel's video from a couple days ago?
Yeah,
dude,
I know Chris, but I didn't see it.
Dude, he puts this
great video.
We had Chris on. It's a dude. It really looks like something's walking. It's not like a smoke or a thing. It looks walking.
Oh no,
and
that went right by him.
I think I saw that on his TikTok. I think I saw that on his TikTok.
Yeah. If it were me, I would have been like shooting and running at it,
right?
Because I know he's packing. He is because it was a really good.
But and I don't know.
He's a lot of fun.
I'm assuming Chris has been doing it for a while. I don't know him really well, but I know him. And I like him.
He's a cool dude.
But it goes to show like how numb we become to activity after a while. You know, when something big happens, sometimes it's not big to us anymore. Now because you keep looking for bigger and more and better and try to get so when a REM pod goes off or you know, heaven forbid, goddamn cat ball.
Cat balls.
Know, that excites a lot of people. Not me. It does nothing for me. You know.
Right.
But, dude, you breathe on those cat balls the right way and they're going off.
Yeah.
You know, and they're so, dude, I stopped using cat balls after I bought like a bulk of 100 and none of them worked. They all came defective. And I'm like, this is not. I'm done with these. Like it's
I look,
cat
just
balls are one of
from
those things that are what's the best word for it?
garbage.
Pseudo evidence, if you will. I mean, is that the best way to say it? It's like,
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Look, the thing I value the most as someone who's new to all this, honestly, is, and John, I've said this to you 100 times, is personality. When he's getting words and phrases that are not, there's not only a clear call and response several times with specific information, things that are not generic, right? But there's a personality to it.
yeah,
There's a tone of voice. The words used are that I find really wild. Like that's what
Yeah.
I watch for what he does.
Right.
But look, now I do have to call
Yep.
it a day. Brandon, this was a lot of fun. I hope you had fun.
I did.
Yo, thank you. Brandon, thank you for doing this, man. I appreciate it.
So many more.
Yeah.
We're just getting started here. We have there's so many other things. I have a lot of questions I didn't even get to. So which is only good because we want to keep the people wanting more and we want to have you back. So that's
Right.
really the reason for it.
There you go.
So I really thank you. I really thank you for your time
So
and
if
taking
you,
the time to do it.
hopefully maybe some of your people will follow me over on TikTok and you'll get to see more.
Yeah,
guys, follow Brandon.
Real Ghost Hunter 1.
He has an auction every Friday.
Every Friday.
Right? And he's going to start that on Real Ghost Hunter 1.0. And Brandon is a co-host of a podcast of his own with another paranormal investigator, Ray Wright of Nebraska Paranormal. It's called Paranormal Watchtower.
Yes.
That's Paranormal Watchtower on YouTube. It's a great title, by the way. And it's they oversee a lot of various people and evidence, and they talk about it, from
we talk about everything.
sort of experience, traditional
cool.
stuff. But that's another. This is a great guy. We're really glad, a really great paranormal influencer with a lot of experience and a lot of fun and a lot of things to talk about. Brandon, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, man. Thank you for doing this. Awesome, dude. Thank you.
You bet.
Thanks, Brandon. See ya.
All right. See you.
All right. Wrap it up.
Awesome.
Now I gotta go too.
Yep, I gotta call it.
Bounce.
And I tell you, guys, this is a good one. It's fun. It was fun, right?
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
Cool dude.
He's got that head photo is creepy as hell too.
It's such a good story too. I remember him telling me that years ago. He must have told me that like 3 years ago, that story. And I was just like, oh, that's it's unique, it's awesome, it stuck with me. Like, oh, it's floating good. Head. Ooh wee,
Yeah, it's nuts. Everybody, thank you so much for
thank you guys for listening
with us
and being here.
We appreciate it. This has been
thank you.
Splintered Spirits. I don't know why my music's not playing. Come on. There we go. There's our little theme closer.
There's the little theme.
There's a little podcast theme. It was there. Now it's gone.
Yeah.
Now it's back. Things are a little slow. Everything's on a little bit of a delay, but it's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, mostly ladies, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
Sorry we didn't get to all your questions. Well, we were in it, man. We were in it with Brandon. We couldn't get to all the questions.
A lot going on.
Looking at the chat now, a lot of people reminding us how married they are, as if they don't fantasize about us regularly. You liars!
Yeah, right?
You know you love us.
Or do you fantasize about spirits? They might fantasize about spirits.
That's probably true.
And
Brandon just jumped into the chat, and there he is on YouTube. Brandon Kramer, everyone, the Real Ghost Hunter 1. Really fun time. Everybody, thank you so much. John, I'll talk to you later.
Gary, talk to you soon.
Yeah,
later,
don't forget
guys.
to like, follow, and subscribe. Splintered Spirits. Follow.
Oh, wait.
John can't stand you.
Honey, he's gonna start his shit. You have no idea what you're in for with this spirit. He's nuts.
Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew Johnny, where I follow Johnny as he tries to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living, that somehow our electrical brain synapses and energy release into the universe when we pass away. Last week I was with Johnny in a cemetery talking to a ghost of a child named Edward. This week we are going to speak with Edward again, but this time an older, more cantankerous version of the same spirit. Let's dive into the conversation. So this is your apartment building.
Yes, this is the apartment building I'm in. It used to be an outpost built in the 1700s. Hence, the old fireplace. Then in the 1800s, it became the family home of Edward, the spirit that we previously spoke to at the cemetery, but the child version of him, the child memories of him.
Your first interaction with this Edward was here in this basement, right?
Yes.
Now, is that him talking right now?
That's well, it's a possibility. Not everything that comes through is going to be Edward, because this will pick up on other spirits that are here, and there's a lot of them. But when Edward comes through, you will know. You will 100% know that it's him.
Idiotic.
What's idiotic? Now, I also have a nickname for him that he hates. I call him Cupcake. So he doesn't like it. I call him Cupcake. The best way to depower strong spirits is to bring them down. So you have a strong spirit, you got to be like, hey, you Cupcake. You know, and so you're taking a very prominent, powerful man in life, and in death, a very strong and angry spirit, and then bringing him down a couple notches.
Keep recording.
Cheap recording? Is that what he said?
Yeah. He said keep recording. Well, one of the spirits.
Did he say keep recording or cheap recording?
No, he said it sounded like keep recording on my end.
Okay. Say, how dare he? This isn't cheap.
Yeah, right? This ain't cheap. We don't run a cheap establishment here. Now, that's another thing, too. There's a breeze behind this fireplace. I removed a brick.
I'm not sure.
Oh, I'm sure. And for some odd reason, he doesn't like it when I speak about behind that fireplace. So I don't know if there was something put back there or whatnot. I have not smashed it in yet, but one of these days I will. So anyway, so Edward, you know, he built this place, you know, as a retirement home, and this is where he did a lot of evil shit. We talked about in the last episode, the raping, the sacrificing, the murdering, everything. And he was not caught. Nobody knew. He did it with his secret service. You know, listen, let's be real.
Allegedly, according to the spirits.
Yes.
Let's be
Allegedly,
clear.
according to the spirits. But if one thing history is showing us, the rich, powerful, and elite
Graveyard.
have a lot of sick shit they're into. There's tons of things that are popping off. You know, from, you know, Harvey Weinstein to Jeffrey Epstein. There's just
Help me.
tons of shit. No one's helping you. No one's helping you. Don't try to pull on any heartstrings. This man, and I'm pretty sure he had an elite circle of people too he did this with, in secret, allegedly did a lot of things according to the spirits. So, and who knows, he might get into it too. Because he does talk about a lot of stuff, and he makes a lot of nasty threats as well.
And not that we're here to make fun of the rich, Johnny. I mean, come on. Poor people have done some dark shit as well.
Oh, hell yeah, they have. But the difference is they can't hide it. You know what I mean?
All right, so we're going to try now to make sure that we're talking to Edward.
Cemetery.
And then we want to see if he is actually connected to what we think was the younger version of Edward that we spoke to at the cemetery.
Yes. So, according to my theory when it comes to quantum mechanics and spirits,
I want to stay.
well, you know what, Edward? I wish you would go, to be honest with you. According to my theory with quantum mechanics and spirits, and this, you know, splintered spirit theory, spirits being all around and, you know, different memories in different places. If it holds up, unless there's another quantum connection that I can't see, the child spirit of Edward and those memories should technically not be connected here.
Okay.
But you never know, because again, it's a theory. You know, new information and new data could change things, and maybe I'm the connection. You know, who knows?
Let me just tell you, if he spots the trap we laid for them, I really don't know what I'm gonna do, but something's off. Like with the universe off.
Yeah.
Something's off.
Oh, yeah.
As a reminder, the plan is to tell this Edward that I'm Johnny's brother to see if he catches us in a lie.
What are you talking about, Gary? This is my brother, Gary. He got here. He's actually all the way in another state across the country. He's not in New York. It's kind of like TikTok. Remember everyone on TikTok you used to talk to and make fun of? It's kind of like that, but this is one-on-one.
You won't understand.
I guess I won't understand. I don't even know what the hell that's supposed to mean. I don't know if he's talking to you or if he's talking to me, but...
Do we know that that's Edward, first of all?
Edward, is this you? If so, can you tell me and my brother what you think about me? You know what I want to do? I want to talk about. I want to treat this like I'm like I'm live on TikTok because
In the corner.
well, we always say cupcakes in the corner. Notice that when I bring things up about the history and I talk about things, that's what gets him going. Like, think about it. If he's a smart intellectual spirit that knows what we're trying to do, he's gonna ignore every question. And he's not gonna let this go through. So what we have to do is push his buttons a bit. And the easiest way is probably to talk about certain circumstances that I've been in with Cupcake and dealing with Edward.
Hell.
Yeah, it's been hell. It's been it's been hell. I've gotten into so many arguments with him, like actual 5-minute arguments.
Tell me about one.
It's always when we're talking about the children that he sacrificed and the sick shit that him and his wife did, because his wife was definitely in on it. There's no way she wasn't. And I've heard from her too. She's a complete psychopath.
Johnny, is this the room from our first interview where you said you had to stop doing live because people were getting freaked out?
Yes. That's why I don't really live stream from here anymore. If I do anything, it's on YouTube and it's like a video. Like, so I have you ever heard of Gold Refinery?
No. What?
I do e-waste refinery. And I make gold like a hobby. It's something I've always done. I do that down here, but I do also copper and brass scrap too, because why not?
Sure, why not?
Let me give you an example of that. You know, a lot of high-end, expensive equipment, is gold tipped.
Rumpelstiltskin, the ghost whisperer.
I strip the gold off of these, and I do this a video series I just started actually on YouTube while I'm running the spirit box.
Maybe I should start to worry about my boy here. The missing tooth, mining circuit boards for gold. He's like Bubbles from The Wire selling copper pipes for smack. I'm definitely calling his mother after this interview.
So what
is this mess?
Oh, you know what, Edward? I'll tell you what this mess is. This mess is me doing what you hate the most, making money.
And I just want to be clear, what I'm looking at for people who can't see it is there are boxes. It looks like cables. It looks like it's a mess. There's a mess.
It's a mess. Oh, yeah, it's a complete mess in here.
Ed's right, it's a mess. Tons of bins loaded with circuit boards. This is apparently where my nephew's mining for gold.
Once I get all the flakes, then I'm going to heat them up into a gold bar. Maybe make my own currency. I don't know.
Right, that's perfect.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I know you don't like it, and that's not my problem, Edward, because you're dead.
Does that sound like him? Is he the guy who would say that kind of stuff?
Oh, 100%. And he's also very sarcastic.
What do I do? Do you know?
Unfortunately, I do know what you do. That's the problem. That's why I'm here. But tell me about. I think he might have been talking to you.
No, dude, I don't want to talk. I mean,
I think he was directly talking to you, to be honest. But tell me what you think about my brother.
Believe me, dude, I need that shit in my life.
I'm coming.
Maybe you just saw a sexy picture of you when he said that.
I can't leave.
Those are actually two different spirits talking. I just heard I'm coming, and then another one said I can't leave. Those are two spirits talking to each other, which is interesting because we will get other spirits speaking that are down here. But I do believe that was a direct reply to you when I asked him, what did he think about you? And then he said, what do I do? Do you know? Saying like, how much is, John told me about you.
Sure.
Yo, Edward, let's talk about your money. You had a lot of money, right? You're a big shot.
Halt.
Let's talk about that money.
I want to stay.
Me personally, I could care less whether you stay or go, and that goes for any other spirit that's down here. I ain't here to keep you trapped, that's for sure. But I'd like to speak to Edward.
Maybe he'll get mad that you were talking to his mom and his other self.
I haven't even told him about that yet. Think I should tell him and see what he says?
Yes.
Hey, Edward.
Are you from here?
Maybe that's to me.
Maybe. Edward, listen to me. I spoke to you, but a younger you, an innocent you. And we spoke about your father and how your father treated you like shit.
No more losers watch.
What are you trying to say? You don't want us talking right now? What is that even supposed to mean? Are you referring to TikTok? Yeah, I don't stream down here anymore. I don't know what he meant by that.
No more losers watch.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. I heard that straight up. Clear as day. That's Ed.
Sure. Okay.
I don't know exactly what he meant by that. Edward, do you know who took my virginity?
We dropped the name Catherine last week to the other Edward at the cemetery.
Disfigured.
Disfigured?
Maybe he's trying to make a joke and saying she must have been blind.
Oh, maybe.
Thank you.
Oh, he just said thank you.
Oh,
Oh, you might get on Edward's good side.
I'm hazing you a little bit. Maybe he'll tell me some secrets.
He might. Edward, listen. I want you to tell me about your wife. Tell me about Elizabeth.
Traitor.
Traitor? Who's a traitor?
While I'm bugging out that disembodied voices are responding to Johnny's questions, he looks unfazed. I think he's pulling gold off cables.
This is a good one. This is going to have a lot of gold to it. You see all the gold plating on there?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's like,
Gold's up for $2,600 an ounce.
dude, you're going to do real well in the apocalypse, I think.
Yeah. Oh, dude. I got books on foraging. You kidding me? I know how to do all sorts of stuff. Filter water.
Not me, dude. I'm going to be the first one killed.
You think?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah?
I have no interest in surviving in some sort of post-apocalyptic hell zone. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, but what if you get lucky, and you come across a place that's got solar power and a stream nearby?
Oh, yay. I mean, it's like, what, like I like hunt for food. I mean, it's just so ridiculous to even think about. It's like, I don't want any part of in a post-apocalyptic.
Oh,
it would just like, it's not worth it, dude.
It would be the worst thing ever.
No way.
But I'd make the best of it.
I'm sure that's what I'm saying. You'd start a business somehow.
Oh, 100%. With all the gold, I'd restart the economy.
That's probably true. You know what, bro? I have no doubt.
Hey, Edward, talk to us about money. You love money.
Tell him it sounds like he loves money and little boys. Shit. Now he's got me taunting ghosts.
It does sound like, well, Edward's a pedophile. There's no other way around. That's why I can't stand him. Over everything, I deal with all sorts of spirits that talk about all sorts of sick shit.
Vengeful.
You just said vengeful.
Ooh.
And this is the only spirit that I taunt and try to push his buttons either. Normally, I don't do that. That's not my MO. This spirit, however, completely different story. Oh, he would tell people to report my account as well.
What?
Yeah. You would get people that, everything a spirit says is gold, and they would listen. They'd yell at people that were sending me gifts, respect the spirit's wishes, don't send them any money, things like that. And people are trying to tell people, hey, this dude's a really evil dude.
Thank you.
Ah!
Yeah, of course. Of course you would take pride in that.
Big loser you are.
Oh, you know what? You're a big loser, Edward.
Oh my God!
You're a big loser. Dude, you have this. We're just getting warmed up.
No way.
Dude, I'm telling you. We're literally using the same exact phone that I was using before. Nothing's changed. Nothing's different. It's just the location is different.
It's so clear.
Yeah. Edward, why do you think I'm a loser?
What is your name?
Oh, he's definitely talking to you.
My name's Gary. Tell him. What the hell am I doing?
Louder.
Gary. Great. Now I'm just in it. I'm in it.
He said his name was Gary.
You don't remember me from the cemetery? Johnny, why do you think this guy comes through so strong? What is it about him that makes his voice so clear?
I believe that has to do with a lot of the evil shit he did. Because he did the shit he did down here.
Play.
Yeah, you call it playing. You weren't playing. You were discussing.
What about in your apartment?
So what's interesting about the apartments, not just mine, all the apartments, is there are spirits up there, but they're neutral. In fact, I moved from one floor to another when they fixed up another
Where
apartment.
is it?
And I'm not telling you which apartment I'm in, Edward. The spirits that I spoke to in my old apartment were saying how much they missed us being there, and I have a beautiful family and a lot of really nice stuff. It was a very different live stream. Let's just say that it was very crazy.
I'm scared.
You're scared? Why are you scared? That might be another spirit coming through. So there's a big difference between the spirits that are down here as opposed to upstairs and the other floors. And I actually have no idea why. I have no idea why those spirits that are bad stay down here.
Well, can they travel? I mean, if your theory is right,
so
they don't travel. I mean, they have to be where the memory is transferred, right?
Yep.
The energy.
One big thing with the paranormal I've realized is a lot of people try to put a constant on things, and you can't. So, for example, this place might be, you can't put things into a box. It's 25th of September, 2024. Basically, what I'm saying is each situation isn't the same. So here's a different story. If there was a lot of bloodshed, you know what? Hold on. Let's not even talk about the horrible things Edward did and the bloodshed here. Let's talk about what we know from history. This place, after it became Edward's home, was a hospital. So after Edward died, his daughter, his surviving daughter, wanted nothing to do with this place, and she sold it immediately. She sold it to a man. He had a heart attack and died. And then it got sold by his estate to a man who started a hospital here. And this place remained a hospital for a bit. But even before that, before the actual hospital, in front of you.
What was that?
In front of you, it said. So in front of me is you. So I don't know what exactly they mean. So in that time period of his daughter selling the place, it was a temporary hospital for the Spanish flu. So, and a lot of people died here during the Spanish flu.
Yeah, I know what it is.
It's madness that happened here. And this place was a temporary hospital. And there's even an incinerator down the hall where they burned bodies.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
That's a great place. It's a wonderful basement to be in by yourself.
Yeah. So even that, just that amount of death is wild. So even if we don't even go by what the spirits say about Edward or what Edward says about himself, and we go just based off that. Are you okay? I'm okay. Are you okay?
What else can we do to help identify this guy and Cemetery Edward as being the same Edward for the audience?
We have to find a way to boil his water and get him to talk about his dad.
Okay.
That's the best way. No, he just said no. Speak about your father, Edward. Tell us about your dad. Because honestly, I don't think your dad was that bad. I just think you were a little asshole. You know how I feel about you, Edward. You're a big piece of shit in my eyes. just speaking the truth. He called me a loser for what? Technically, I was just sitting here talking. So that's what I think, Edward. You were probably an unruly child, disrespectful, didn't listen, and you got everything that you deserved. There's no other way for me to say it, That's exactly what happened.
I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk to a ghost like you, ever.
Oh, yeah. Edward.
Why am I here?
That's a great question. Why are you here? Why don't you go somewhere else instead of bothering me? You go cry about your daddy issues.
Edward, who am I?
Edward, who is this man in the stream?
If he says my name, or he says who I am, I might just, I don't know what I'm going to do. That might be the weirdest thing I would ever.
I don't think he's going to give us that satisfaction.
Can you help me?
No.
Can you help me?
Yeah, Edward, don't even try. I filled him in on everything. He knows exactly how you are.
Quid pro quo, pal.
Everything. There's full disclosure.
Gone.
No, you're not going anywhere. You can't fool us. I know you, Edward.
Screen.
Edward, look at the bottom of the screen right here. If you say his name, I'll clean this up because I know how much you hate messes.
Radio. Look.
Look by the radio? I have a radio I turned into a spirit box right in the fireplace.
Look.
I'm looking at the radio.
I'm telling you right now, I'm not even going to look around my office to see if there's a radio if he's in fact talking to me. No way I'm even going to look at it.
Yeah, I got a radio in back of my tool bag right there in the fireplace. I turned it into a spirit box. It keeps burning out, though.
Go look at it, dude. See what's over there. You don't want to get out of the chair? You're going to you're going to move all that mess?
It's just the radio. Nothing. What about the radio?
How does it work?
How does the radio work? That might be a different spirit coming through. Well, I plug it in. I turn on the frequency generator. I set the frequency I want, and then the spirit speaks.
My nephew's not a mechanical engineer, but I don't know enough about what he's talking about, and he seems like he does, so maybe he's absolutely right and he can tinker in a way that to make ghosts. I don't know.
But it keeps burning out because it's a prototype. And I have to figure out the ventilation system on it. Might have to drill some holes in it or something. It's not
like it literally overheats?
Yeah, it overheats.
Wait, all right. So, dude, hold on. You turned a radio into your own spirit box? Is that what you're saying?
Into my own spirit box, yeah.
You can just do that with a radio?
Yeah.
You can turn any radio into a spirit box?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
Who is that?
You don't know who this is? I told you before who this is. His name's on the bottom of the screen.
So you think every radio, like I can take any radio.
Not any
that
radio.
Plays,
it has to be an old school radio.
Why? What does it have to have?
Qualified.
Basically, it has to have the tuner on it, and it can't be a digital tuner. It has to be basically you bend a tab in most of them, and once you bend that tab, it just keeps cycling through the radio stations.
Why does cycling through radio stations all of a sudden pick up the dead?
So the theory behind it is that the spirits are using electromagnetic energy to influence the radio waves to speak. That's technically the theory behind it.
This reminds me of Bumblebee in the Transformers movie and how it uses the car radio to selectively make words to speak.
Yeah, basically a lot of people crack that joke and say it's Bumblebee speaking.
I see.
The spirits are speaking Bumblebee.
That was not an original joke? That somebody's already used that bit?
Oh, it's still like you wouldn't believe. If you go and look at my comments on a lot of my videos, that's probably like
over here
the fifth thing said the most.
All right, dude, I get it. It wasn't a good bit. I'll come up with my own original bits.
It's not that good of a joke.
I get it. I heard. Point taken.
If you want a joke, I can give you a joke. The joke is that Edward, right? Another joke. Edward hates this joke. We suspect that Edward did a lot of the things he did because he has a micro penis. That he was just very miserable. And he had a micro penis. And his wife used to hit on me all the time, too. She'd come through and hit on me. And then I joke around with Edward, if you're not pleasing your wife, you got some issues, you need to talk about them. Find solutions. He used to hate it. Right, Edward? You want to talk about your micro pee-pee? It's okay.
How'd you know it was his wife?
She said her name. She'd be like, I'm Elizabeth.
Lady.
Straight up come through. Female voice and all.
Again.
Again what?
What form do you think these spirits are in? Do you think they're standing there invisible?
No. So what I personally believe, I think that it is almost like a quantum realm, if you will. Almost, or a layered dimension on top of this one. Either or works. And these spirits are vibrating frequency-wise into each of these dimensions, and they're never in the same one. And these dimensions, when using the proper equipment, can be listened to with the tips and tricks that we have.
So you think when these people die and their energy splinters off, it travels interdimensionally? Did I say all that shit right?
Yeah. Well, not traveling interdimensionally. The act of
I'm eternal.
Yes, we know you're eternal. All spirits are eternal. It's not that they're traveling interdimensionally. They're in their dimension. They're not leaving it.
Finish.
It's just that it's a think of it like this. Think of it like two balls, right? Two, kid balls.
I'm sure that's what Edward likes to think about.
Oh, 100%. Two, soccer balls, whatever, basketballs, baseballs, tennis balls. And every now and then they get close enough to each other where you could almost hear them. If they were speaking, they'd be able to hear each other. That's what this is kind of like, except on, way more complex levels. Like layer on top of layer on top of layer on top of layer, which is why some spirits have trouble communicating and others are a lot stronger. They gain enough of these memories quantumly because they can attract memories back to each other. And then the ones that are strong enough will shine through while others come in bits and pieces because they're not that strong.
Okay.
Obviously, this is all theoretically.
Well, of course it's theoretical. I mean, how could you prove it?
Exactly. We don't have the right equipment. And
Right.
and the reason why we don't, and I tell you this, and I firmly believe this, the reason why we don't have the right equipment is because nobody takes this seriously.
Yeah, man, I don't know what's to say.
You are funny.
Oh yeah? Why are we funny?
What's so funny about me?
Yeah.
Who's funny?
Yeah. Who's the funny one?
All right, so this guy, what else can we
I'm
what
trying
else
to
can we
think.
do with
We got him a bit. He was calling us
Yeah.
losers. We got him a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah.
John is poor.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
John is poor.
I'm not rich, but I'm not poor either. I got a good credit score. You know? Got a good credit score.
Oh my God, what a great. That was funny.
So, Edward, why do you think I'm poor?
Probably because of that tooth you haven't gotten fixed yet.
Probably. That and the fact that I'm tearing apart scrap.
Yeah.
It's a hobby, Eddie boy. Something I like doing. I like using my hands. I like making money. So guess what?
Rich.
I don't care how rich you are. Gary just said he thinks you're not that smart.
Son of a bitch is throwing me under the bus with this ghost.
Apologize.
He's not going to apologize.
Whoa.
He's not going to apologize.
Dude, you got me here taunting ghosts.
Yeah. He's not going to apologize. He thinks you're a piece of shit, and so do I. We both do. I just think you were highly successful because you used people. Yeah, you can be as angry as you want.
Just for the record, Johnny might think you're more of an asshole than I do. I just want to just to be on the safe side of this realm.
Edward, if you're so smart, right, why don't you tell us some financial advice? You raised a lot of money. Big money guy. Doing big money things.
Speak.
Yeah, give us a stock tip.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
It can't be insider trading if you get your stock tips from a spirit, I'm pretty sure.
No, not
I
at
think
all.
you're safe and clear.
Not at all.
Run.
Run? What? Edward, that's the one thing you know about me. I don't run. At all. Not one bit.
Dude, by the way, side point, it wouldn't hurt you a little bit to run a little more.
Oh, I know.
You're not getting any younger. You got to start worrying about your health. You could use a little bit of running.
I'm going to be hiking the Buckout Woods in the winter. I got to start getting in shape for.
You got to quit smoking too, dude.
Yeah, I know. Constant smoking.
Yeah, that's enough.
I got to cut it back. But not the cannabis, though.
You do you.
Got to do me with that, you know?
John can't stand you.
See what I'm saying? About him being an attention whore? We started talking about something else. And then he came out with it to bring it back to him. Yo, Edward, why don't you tell us about the sacrifices? Let's take this in a whole nother direction. Tell me about the sacrifices.
Graveyard.
No, not the graveyard.
But we were just at a graveyard.
We were.
Talking to him.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
Dangerous? Why is it dangerous?
Edward went silent after that.
Edward is a very clever spirit. He is not stupid. He knows exactly what we're doing here.
While we got what felt like real conversation and some definite insults out of Edward, he did not fall into the traps we set for him to see if this version was somehow connected to the spirit we spoke with last week. I believe the reason for that is simple. I'm terrible at this. I'm no paranormal investigator and have absolutely no clue what I'm doing. If I'm going to be of any help to my nephew on proving his theories, I need to smarten up. Next week, I intend to do just that when I sit down with an expert to get a crash course on spirit studies. Tune in for that conversation next week, right here on Splintered Spirits. Welcome to Splintered Spirits, a podcast hosted by me, Gary, and my nephew John Santa from Santa Paranormal, where we try to prove his theory that ghosts are the fractured memories of the living. If you've been listening or if you follow John, you know one of his favorite haunts is to document spirits at Buckout Road. Buckout Road is located in Westchester County, New York, near the town of Harrison. Its ghostly legends, lore, and curses can be traced back to the Native Americans prior to the Revolutionary War, all the way through Washington Irving's famous Headless Horseman stories about Sleepy Hollow, and even to the Buckout family themselves, the namesake of the street, who had some untimely deaths and controversy surrounding them. John's at Buckout right now to walk us through his day-to-day and why he loves the place so much. So let's dive into the conversation. John, how's it going?
Pretty good, Gary. Pretty good. Can't complain here other than the humidity and the heat, but that's to be expected here in New York.
So I see you're at a very unique spot in one of your favorite haunts.
Yes. Yes, I am at the legendary Buckout Road, right in front of the entrance to Stony Hill Cemetery.
What is, well, we might as well start at the beginning, John. So what is Buckout Road and why is it so significant, just not only in the paranormal space, but for your documentation?
So Buckout Road is considered the most haunted road in the United States. And that has to do with the many deaths that have happened here since the colonial age, along with the fact that recent deaths and missing people still happen. It is considerably dangerous as far as with the living. I've had interactions with the living here as well. Some go good, some not so much. And the story goes back to this was native land,
Mm-hmm.
and the natives would fight the settlers, which were bloody battles. And in history we hear a lot that the settlers came in and ravaged the natives, but here for the longest time it was an equal ground battle. I mean, we're talking about actual scalpings. And
The Sawanoi people, I believe,
yes,
is who it was.
yes,
I'm looking this up.
yep. And they held their ground, and they made it a very tough time for the settlers. But over time, unfortunately, they lost that ground. And there was a chief who realized everything that was going on, went through tons of hardships with his people, and decided to curse the land with a native fire curse.
Yeah,
And
it's
that
called.
curse is still prevalent at Buckout. I mean,
Look at you,
random
dude. You're
fires
educated
happen.
with this. It's Sachem Pathungo, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Is that the name of the chief?
Pathungo's fiery curse.
Curse,
He
yeah.
is said to have cursed the land in revenge for English settler John Underhill's slaying and burning of nearby Sawanoi village, which killed over 700 men, women, and children.
Wow.
This curse is believed to be the cause of numerous tragic events in that area.
Yeah, yeah. And my documentation slowly mentioned that. Like they would start off with this land is cursed, native curse, fire curse. And then finally the spirit said, native fire curse. And we were able to tie it in all together. Because remember, I don't research heavily to where I go. I let the spirits tell me what's going on. So people in the live stream are just like, John, we read the history, that's the native fire curse. And I'm like, wow, so that's a big thing that happened. So it was a whole village that got slaughtered. I didn't even know any of that.
So right, and then it's like as I'm reading,
That's
I'm pulling
wild.
up legends and curses, right? A tree's curse, Bathungo and Sachem Kakansenko. That sounds like made up. I mean, I'm probably saying this terribly wrong and pronouncing it wrong.
Yeah.
Allegedly cursed their former homeland after new settlers violated an agreement not to destroy certain trees, promising doom to residents. The curse is rumored to have lingered over the farming village of Kensico, leading to its eventual evacuation and flooding to form the Kensico Reservoir.
Yes.
How
Yes,
far are
which
you
is
from that right now?
5 minutes.
Got it.
Like if I keep walking through here and cut through the cemetery, I'm hitting that area.
So Wapato's gravesite, the cursed gravesite of Pathungo's son, Wapato, meaning white deer, is located in the Buckout Road woods.
Yes.
Do you know where that is?
Which I have not stumbled upon yet.
That's a lot. You've been all through there. And the mysterious white deer, a more benevolent legend tells of the Sawanois.
Which I've seen. I've seen the white deer. The albino deer, I've seen the white deer.
Well, it says a more benevolent legend tells of the Sawanois' annual search for a mysterious white deer that visited the area during a full moon each May. bringing
Yeah.
good luck to whoever spotted it. Do you feel like you got a lot of good luck
Yeah.
out of that, or what?
I mean, I feel like I'm a lucky son of a bitch regardless. So,
Sure.
you know,
All right. So it all started colonial,
yeah, colonial.
right?
Definitely.
Period.
Definitely.
And that has then preceded and grown.
Big time.
So you're talking like now we get into the 1600s and the
Yeah.
witches.
And the
So,
witches.
so what have
Yep.
you learned about witches and
So,
as it relates to the legends of this street?
so much. So much. We got to start with the first accused witches. There were 3 women that were falsely accused of witchcraft.
The 3
Now,
witches.
yep, it's very important for me to state that in popular United States history, there has never been a witch burning. Okay. None of the witches were ever burned. However, according to Buckout lore, those 3 accused witches were burned at the stake. Okay.
That's what,
There's just
yeah.
no records of it because
Right.
back then, records weren't kept very well. And
Sure.
remember, this predates the Salem witch trials.
Right.
So this goes before the Salem witch trials.
And now it
And
says this happened at a distinctive 3-way intersection on Buckout Road. That's where the legend is that this burning happened.
that the burning happened. Yes.
Do you know where that would be on the map, or where you
So
usually?
I know exactly where it is, but it's no longer a 3-way intersection.
Mm,
That road is that road no longer exists.
got it.
But I know exactly where it is, and I've been there.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Historically, 3 X marks were said to have once marked the spot where the witches died.
3 X marks are gone.
Right, driving over these X's was believed to bring misfortune. These marks are no
Yes.
longer visible due to road modernization.
Yep.
Crazy.
Which all happened in the early 2000s, by the way. Not that long ago. 20
What?
years ago or so.
Oh, you mean the roads?
The roads, yeah, all the
The
changes
roads.
and whatnot. Because
Got it.
now
Got it.
half of Buckout's developed. Now half of Buckout has multi-million-dollar homes on it. So, you know, it's with but the section here where I'm at is the more undeveloped part.
So yeah, tell us. So let's walk us through this cemetery behind you. What is this?
So this is Stony Hill Cemetery, and this is the first African American / Caribbean settlement in the United States. This was the last stop for the Underground Railroad for many freed slaves and post-enslaved. And unfortunately, as it sounds, this place had hardships of its own.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of history here, a lot. Not just with the black settlement, but with the surrounding area as well. And that ties into the whole Mary Buckout legend. This is where Mary Buckout is seen quite a bit and where she supposedly hung herself.
So this is before we get into that.
Yeah.
So let's talk about Stony Hill for a second. So Stony Hill, so it's on the Silver Lake area, right?
Yep.
Of Harrison. So established around the 1800 as the burial place for
Quakers.
emancipated by the Quakers, for emancipated slaves. Right, so the Quakers helped him out, members of the Society of Friends, that led to the formation of the Hills.
Yep.
One of the oldest and largest African American communities in Westchester County, thriving in the 19th century. At its peak around 1860, the community had approximately 200 members. Strong fair. So why now is this? Do you find that this place is very spiritually active?
Yes. Yes. In fact, when I first came here and started to speak to the spirits, you know, there was a whole race undertone to it. They were like, who are you? Why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. Sort of attitude from the spirits. And I explained to the spirits that in life or death, their color of their skin means nothing to me. It's the judgment of their character that I look for, and I am a friend, you know, in that regards. And ever since that conversation I had with them, I believe that when the spirits are warning me about the dangers of Buckout, it mainly comes from the good people of Stony Hill.
Listen to this. So You have real Civil War veterans there. So it
Yeah,
says
oh,
a
yeah.
particular poignant
And
aspect of the
World War One.
cemetery. A particular poignant aspect of this cemetery is its connection to the Civil War. At least 36 men from the Hills community enlisted to fight for the Union.
Yep.
I'm getting this all off the internet, so guys, I'm not some historian or
No, it's
researcher.
accurate. It's
But
accurate.
anyway, I'm just telling people that this is where this information, if it's loose or not, I'm not going to do much deeper dive on it. So at least 36 men from the Hills community enlisted to fight for the Union, contributing to the effort to end slavery and preserve the Union. 13 of these Civil War veterans are believed to be buried at Stony Hill Cemetery, including, now, have you ever heard any of these names? Is the question, John. Harvey Seymour.
100%. Spoke to Harvey Seymour.
Joseph
Right off the bat.
Griffin.
No, that one I haven't.
Thomas Butler.
I've heard the name Thomas.
David Barker.
I may have spoken or may have had David spoken about today during the live, actually.
John Leah Brown.
I've heard the name John. Don't know if it's the same connection.
The cemetery is a powerful testament to the resilience, agency, and contributions of African Americans in the post-Revolutionary War area and during the fight for civil rights.
Yep.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah, definitely. The history here is just phenomenal. But before, we did skip over the Revolutionary War because that's a huge part of this. That's a huge part of this too.
Right.
That was fought here. In fact, according to eyewitness accounts at the time, not even a tree was left standing, which has been pointed out to me in the live stream. People are like, John, if this forest is so old, why do none of these trees look big and massive? Well, one thing is nature, overgrowth, canopies, trees don't survive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is all the old trees were decimated during the Revolutionary War.
Now, I'm reading that this one of the lady in white is associated with this particular cemetery.
Yep.
Is that
Mary
true?
Buckout.
Okay. So,
or at least supposedly Mary Buckout.
Right. So, not specifically tied to Stony Hill, the lady in white is a common cemetery haunting trope. That's usually reported around there. Is that what you've heard too? Does that tie into what you know, or in other areas more?
No, this area in particular, I hear a lot about Mary Buckout.
Tell us about Mary Buckout.
So
what should we know about this?
I don't know. I'm going to tell you two accounts of Mary Buckout that I know. The
I know.
first one is just growing up in the area.
Mm-hmm.
You hear about the lady in white, Mary Buckout, that has been seen for decades wandering around here in the woods and on the road. Okay, that's something that I've always heard just growing up in this area. My documentation, I've heard things that Mary is suffering, Mary is unhappy, Mary hung herself, Mary took her own life, Mary walks the woods, the road, things like that. So that's starting to add up. But supposedly there's been multiple Mary Buckouts. In fact, I think maybe a couple of her children might have even been called Mary and have had their own issues. So we don't know exactly which Mary we're dealing with.
Well, the main Mary who gets the kudos for being and sort of the award for being the woman in white she's a member of the original Buckout family.
Yep.
She is said to have hanged herself from a tree on the road, and her ghost is reportedly seen roaming the road wearing white.
Yep.
There's stories of grave robbing in the family cemetery, and which believed contributes to Mary's unsettled spirit.
Yep. That's right. And so that cemetery is literally right, not even a 2-minute walk up the road. Those two cemeteries are very, very close to each other.
Now, here's a fun one about Buckout. Now, where are you in relation to the Red House? And do you know what the Red House is?
That's the cannibal. That's the cannibal albinos. That is that burned down.
Okay.
Okay, that no longer exists, but the property still exists.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone there plenty of times, and yes, the spirits there threatened to eat me. So, yep.
Do you know this legend, the honking ritual?
No, So, what would happen is you'd pull up on their property, and you'd honk a couple of times, and the cannibal albinos would come out and chase you.
3 times. Everything's
Yeah,
always threes.
yeah. But I guarantee if you did it twice, they'd still come out but they're long gone.
Right.
The albino family is long gone.
This says this tale is purely folklore with no historical basis for a cult of cannibalistic albinos. Some version of the story suggests the albinism and cannibalism are the result of a voodoo curse related to racially tinged violence in the past. But I don't know if there's any true evidence of albinos, although the legend exists.
The only thing I can say is that I've had spirits threatening to eat me over there. However, you know who else lived on that side of Buckout too is Albert Fish, the notorious serial killer that Hannibal Lecter is based off of. And guess what he liked to do? He liked to eat children. So who knows?
Right.
Who knows? You know, it could be associated with that as well.
He had a lot of nicknames.
He did.
The Gray Man,
Yep.
the Werewolf of Wisteria, the Brooklyn Vampire, and the Moon Maniac.
Yep. He had a lot of nicknames. And supposedly, well, hold on, listen. I love this.
Yes.
The Silent Hill alarm.
What is
Did you
that?
hear it?
Yeah.
Well, because fires are so prevalent here, they still do the old school fire alarm.
That's creepy.
Yeah.
That's a creepy
when it
type of
happens
alarm.
At night too. I love it. So yeah, it's still prevalent. So not many places use that as a fire alarm, especially in the developed area of Harrison and White Plains. But they still do it here.
That is a creepy one.
Warning everybody, hey, there's a fire, you know?
Now, it's funny you talk about these albinos and hearing that. And this goes, all the things we've learned about in terms of, or agregores or manifestations of spirits based on legends, which is sort of poltergeist-esque, but it becomes an interesting take in an area so regarded as being haunted, like Buckout Road.
Yes.
Right, where it just becomes, it feeds itself. It keeps itself alive.
Yep, it's true. Or, it could be spirits that are bored as hell saying, oh, yeah, we're going to fuck with this dude right now and say we're cannibals. Either way, it's still interesting as hell. You know what I mean? It's still like, whoa, the fact that this is still popping off and these things are being heard. Last night, I'm live and a bunch of teenagers showed up and they were just like, yo, can you help us find the cannibal albinos? And I directed them to where they were. And then one of them recognized me for cleaning headstones. And then they started fanning out like crazy, taking pictures with me and everything. It was
that's fun.
Yeah. But it just goes to show how sometimes when I run into people here, it's super awesome. And at other times, not so much.
Sure.
So.
Well, it's creepy out there.
Going back to the cannibal albinos, whether there was a family or not, the spirits speak of something that has to do with eating people. So whether it is like an allegor, where it is the fed manifestation, coming to life, if you will, or coming to afterlife, or it's something else, something more malevolent, or it's simply the spirits being bored and being like, yeah, we're going to screw with this person. Either way, it's just wild how sometimes my documentation will sync up with that.
Sure. Oh, yeah. What about, John, in terms of your history with this place? Was it just a natural sort of like, oh, I got to go? Everybody knows about Buckout where we grew up. So it's like, I got to go here if I'm going to do this. And then since everything was always so active, it's just one of those things where you have to stay. How did that work out?
So it was actually really interesting. I always wanted to do Buckout. It was always on my list. I was just so knee deep in other things like the undisclosed location, the cemeteries, other locations. And then one day I just decided, I'm like, you know what, it's time to shift my documentation to this place. And it just took off from there. And I've been here as a teenager so many times. I've been here, as a young adult so many times. This is a road where, if you're going for an L ride, as we used to call it, when we used to, roll blunts and go driving around, this was a road you went on.
Right.
This was it was Buckout. Buckout's 2 miles long. You're gonna take
Well,
the
that's the thing,
take
right? We should have probably started with this, like geographically. Buckout, it's only a 2 mile stretch of road
It's only a 2 mile stretch of road, but
in
the
Westchester County,
woods.
New York.
Yep, it's in Westchester County, but it's like this. You got to think of it like this. Buckout's only 2 miles, but attached to the woods of Buckout is Old Lake Road, Old Orchard Road, another two haunted roads that are in this area. And the woods aren't even that deep either. I think they're less than 10 miles of woods.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a lot. It really isn't a lot. And especially the fact that it's getting more and more developed.
Right.
It's pretty wild though to still think about that. There is still dense woods here. Not that much, but enough where it's, you can get lost.
So yeah, it's about, let's see. So the town, man, it depends on what you look at in terms of how big it is, right? So the Stony Hill Cemetery behind you, 6.5 acres.
Yep.
Right. So that's just that along it's in and of itself. Buckout Road is located, it's in Harrison, technically.
Half in
Approximately.
Harrison, half in White Plains.
Right. So 11 Harrison is 11,000 acres, but it's not all of that, obviously.
Because this is the other side of Harrison.
Right.
Remember, Harrison is technically after Rye, but a part of Harrison actually swings past Rye and Portchester and borders White Plains, and that's where we're at.
Right. Let me show the people what this looks like.
Yeah.
On the old map. Sorry.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good, just for them to get a good visual of exactly like where I'm at, and then they can see how far Rye Lake is, and the what's the other area that's connected to that? That's where like the main village was that got taken down,
Right.
by the settlers. That's probably more that way.
All right. So we know where you are in Stony Hill. So would you say Stony Hill's that like in the middle? Are you in the middle of it all
No.
right now?
No, I am maybe more towards the left side of Buckout Road. The middle of Buckout, I'd have to say is probably, oh, excuse me. Yeah, the left side. The middle of Buckout's more down the road. Like if there's still like an area that's developed and not developed. That's
Mm-hmm.
more the middle. I've been there a couple of times on the streams. I'd say I'm
Mm-hmm.
more towards the left side.
Okay.
Depending on which way you're looking at it.
Right. Okay. We got the Baldwin Farm on one point, right?
Yep.
You've got the Quarry Park. You been
Yep.
up to there?
No, I haven't been up there yet.
Oh, no. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't
right.
been up there. There's a lot of Buckout I still haven't done yet. Haven't been to the farm. Haven't been to the park.
Baldwin Farm's pretty intense, I think.
Yeah. Well,
What would you say? What's the most haunted place you've seen?
You mentioned Seymour. You mentioned the name of the one of the Civil War soldiers that was buried here, Seymour.
Yeah.
I believe Seymour had the connection to the farm. I could be wrong on that.
Harvey.
I'm trying to remember.
Harvey Seymour.
Harvey Seymour.
Okay.
I think Harvey Seymour had a connection to that farm.
Of all your experiences at Buckout, what would you say is the most haunted area you've been to?
The most haunted?
Or the most activity. Let's say the most activity, to use a better word.
The most activity would have to be between Stony Hill Cemetery and the Buckout family plot.
That's the grave, right? The Buckout grave? Is that that's what we're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. Is that usually where you make camp, right? You sort of plop down and sort of watch the road? That's usually where you're set up?
Yeah. No. When that's here is where usually Stony Hill's to my back, the road is to the right. When I go there, I mainly have the plot in the background. The YT, the YouTube view sometimes gets the road, depending on how I set up. But when I watch the road, it's actually mainly over here. One of the spots. There's another spot by the Cannibal Albino house that burned down that I also camp and watch the road too. So
okay. Okay.
It depends on, I try to switch it up.
All
So
right.
it's
Let me
yeah.
I want to show these pictures, John, but I may have to quit and restart. So let me see what happens here because we want to show these images of when we get into this.
When we get
And then
into okay,
I'll
that's
just
cool.
I'll edit both of them together. Just give me 1 sec. Let me see what
Yeah.
happens here. While I'm dealing with a technical issue, I don't see what John's doing. So this is what he does with the few minutes that I'm off screen.
It's just me. Hi, everybody. I'm over here at Stony Hill Cemetery. My nip nips are hard. You know, just being me. Hard nip nips. Yo, it's hot. It's muggy. There you are.
Oh, I wonder if it kept recording with you there. So
It
that
did. It definitely did.
okay, good.
Yeah,
Uh,
I was saying some silly ass shit. So
okay, good. So
it'll be,
let's see.
it'll be
I want
funny
to see here.
when you edit it.
Yeah, download it all. So, all right. You sent me some images
Yes.
recently,
Yes.
which are you sent me some thermal images
Yeah, they're from
of
the
this
thermal cam.
area. So, talk to me about why you use this piece of tech. What does it help you
So believe it or not,
do?
believe it
Yeah.
or not, the main piece of this tech. Now, this tech is not paranormal tech. This is something that a fire department would use or electrician would use for hotspots. Like this isn't, geared towards paranormal. I originally got this piece of tech so I can spot sons of a bitches in the woods spying on me. Okay,
Sure. Yeah.
after the first encounter with the stalker at Buckout. Yeah, you're a person. The hell you doing out here? Where you going? Huh? Where you going?
If you're listening to this podcast as opposed to watching it on YouTube or Spotify, we're showing a video of when John caught a guy wearing a hoodie and mask trying to sneak up on him on Buckout Road. It's far more terrifying than any ghosts there. Go give it a look.
All right. That was, and I don't hide that from my live community or anything. It's like,
Sure.
no, I got this so I can see a motherfucker spying on me because no
Right.
one's getting the jump on me like that again. You know what I mean?
Right.
I learned from my
Yeah.
mistakes the first time. So then I'm like, oh, you know what though? If the thermal catches a cold spot, and catches something, that's an added bonus.
Now, for people, what that means, because it's funny. I was when you were talking about it on your live once, I saw people in the comments, trolls is who I love. They were just like, "Spirits are dead. They're not going to be hot on the thermal." But not,
That's like,
but
no
not,
shit, Sherlock.
yeah, not thinking the other way, right? But the idea, especially in relation to this idea about energy, that if spirits are attached to energy, they might need that energy. And that means they're sort of absorbing that energy. So what you're looking for is a cold spot.
Yes.
You're not looking for hot spots. It's sort of things like those sort of anomalies, right? So
Exactly.
for those who don't understand how a thermal camera works, they can see infrared radiation, right? Which is beyond human visual perception. So investigators try to detect entities or manifestations that are coming through that may be taking away from the heat in the area, right?
And
They
it
manifest cold spots.
And it also helps me differentiate the difference between something. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, because it ties into everything. If it's an animal in the woods making noise or if it's a spirit. So, for example, if I hear the cracking of branches, I can literally take the thermal, point it in the direction I'm hearing that happening, and then I'll see a raccoon in the tree, or I'll see a deer or a bear, and it's like,
Right.
okay, I can tell. But what happens, especially with the case of most of this thermal video and picture that we're about to see, is I hear something, I go and I scan with the thermal camera, and I catch things that are not animals.
Right. All right, let's take a look at some of these that you sent over.
All right.
Okay. So let's take a look. Let me make these as big as possible.
Yeah, make them as big as possible. Okay. So this is taken not here at Stony Hill. That was actually taken at the Buckout family plot. And that's
All
me
right, what
looking
do
down
you
the
see something here that we're trying to figure out what
Yep.
is what?
Right.
Where
Yep,
should we be
right
looking?
there.
This.
Yes. That is an unidentifiable mass. You know,
Right.
and I'm like,
Let's go. I'm gonna go to the top of the I'm gonna go to the first image. I'm just gonna go up. Let me
okay.
make it big. So
Yes,
this
and it
thing sort of
moves.
this
And it moves too, which
right.
is wild. So I'm glad that
So it's black.
Yep.
It's a black image, which I mean, guys, when it's hot, it's the warm colors.
Yep.
Orange, yellow, red. When it's cold, it's the cool colors.
Yep.
Blue, purple, or black if it's no heat.
Yep.
That looks black to me
Yes,
on
it
there.
does.
Right?
Now what's cool about all these is it moves in the pictures.
I don't know what this is. This might be just a blip.
Yeah.
Some of these images you sent seem cut off, or like I don't know. Was it this over here?
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah, yeah. It was that there in that one.
Okay, but this is
Yep.
this is the same blip as this one, so that's that.
Yep.
And you can see it. Okay.
Yep.
Let's take a look. What's this one? Hold on. Whoops.
Okay.
That seems like
So this one's really interesting because this one is not a completely black mass. This one looks like there's somebody sitting right there on the log.
this.
Now that was taken right here. That was taken here in this background. So that looks like there's somebody in a dress.
Right
sitting.
here.
Yep.
This is it right here where my cursor's swimming around?
Right there.
Is this the log right over your shoulder here? What is this? No.
No, it's hold on one second. It's right there. That's where that
Okay.
picture was taken.
How far away for you from because this looks like it's zoomed in. So yeah.
Yeah, well, and when I took that, I was over there
Okay.
at the road.
Okay.
So yeah,
And that would
picture
be
was right there.
right.
Yeah.
And we assume it's white, but it's obviously just a cool.
It's so, and if we use the tree that's to the left as a starting point, you know,
Right.
that's just the natural heat from the tree getting picked up. But something cooler got picked up right there, and it literally looks like a woman just sitting there.
It does look like a woman sitting there. Right here, guys. See it?
Yeah, and that's one of those, yo, I hear something behind me. What is that? Let me take some thermal, make sure it's not a bear or a human. And, you know, that was taken. So this one's really interesting. I haven't determined if I caught an orb to the left there. And you could see it to the left. Yep, right there. And what the rest of that is. It was just an anomaly, if you will.
I find orbs aren't the majority of orbs dust bunnies or lens
and
flares
bugs.
or stuff. You know, dust
dust and
bugs,
bugs.
lens flares. But on a thermal camera, that's a little bit of a different game, I think, right?
A little different. You know, a little different. All right, so now we're going back to the okay.
Right.
So there's
We've
that,
seen this one. This is
there's that
this
black mass, and you could see from the previous ones how it moves. Okay, that's also taken. Yep, there's that another one of that orb. Slightly different.
Now, was the spirit box going at the same time as this?
Yes.
What were you hearing? Were you hearing or having a conversation with anything that could confirm or deny what this is?
Not exactly, no. Because they talk about, you know, all sorts of random stuff that have to do with Buckout.
Ooh, that looks like
wild, right?
That's a super creepy one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
You know, so that's moving too. Like, you know, it's moving. I wish I had I didn't take video yet because all of these came. I was still learning how to use the thermal camera.
Now, we should be describing these a little better, I guess, for anybody who's listening to the podcast and not watching it. You can see visually the podcast on YouTube or Spotify, but right now what we're looking at is an image from a thermal camera. It's predominantly purple. It is cold out.
Yeah.
And in the down a road at the end of it, it looks like that's a road, right? A path? Right, John?
Yep.
We're looking at a road, right?
That's the road. That's Buckout
That's
Road.
the road. So at the very end of it, there's a black, image, as if someone's walking. It looks like it could be, maybe it's a something.
Dude,
there, and there's several images there, and it's like it's all in black with an outline of white, which is odd, right? Because
Yes.
black, remember, this is thermal, so means we would pick up heat signatures. There is no bright colors coming from it. There is no heat, but there's an odd outline around it.
Yep. And it almost looks
it's
like
absorbing energy. It's absorbing heat. It's black.
And it almost looks like it's holding a lantern if you really look at it.
Yeah, right. It does look like it's
Yeah.
holding a lantern. That is a very good pareidolia thing, isn't
Yep.
it? Right.
Yep.
Which is an interesting sort of look.
Which is another thing we can jump into at the end of this, pareidolia and the thermal. Like, how do we, you know what I mean? Do the same rules apply? Like, okay, that's another one of, all right. So in this
Where
one,
am I looking here?
it almost looks like that same image is now reading a book.
Over here?
No. Because look, that's the woman on the log again. Right there.
Oh, here.
Yep.
Here?
Yep.
I'm
right
having
there.
I'm having a hard time making this one out.
Yep, right there. You just had it.
This?
Nope. Go back. Yep, that. Right? But then if we ignore that completely, we're going to look at that dark image to the right of it. Yes.
This.
Yes. Which we're going to get into that later, because I always thought that was some random, like, cold spot over there. And, it was just, nothing until I caught it moving. So I think I just, got lucky and caught both of them in that. There's that.
So here's another image we're showing of that road, and the black image that we looked with the guy holding lit. Now, there is something there now that looks like, I don't know what that was when you were there. Is that
I don't know what it was either.
Like
but I can
a
tell
mailbox
you this,
light or something?
It's not a spirit holding a lantern now, because now that that's there. So that's something down there that's getting picked up.
Right. So the image in black, for those who can't see it, it has moved away from what made it look like the image was holding a lantern.
Dude, Gary.
Yes.
Dude, a child just called my friggin' name. Dude, when you go and play this back, isolate that audio. We just caught a child calling my friggin' name, dude.
Okay, I'm going to play this back with an enhanced audio track. Let's listen to see if we hear what John hears. So I jacked up the audio, and what you can hear it sounds like two scratches, as if John accidentally rubbed a microphone. But he's not wearing a microphone. I'm going to play it back again. Listen this time. See if you can hear it. I'm going to try that again, but this time I'm going to slow the audio down and see if it sounds any different. Okay, now I'm starting to get a little freaked out. That was definitely a high-pitched something, so I'm going to slow it down even more and see if it really is a child's voice. Let's check it out.
These nuts?
Okay, I was fucking with you at the end there. They didn't say D's nuts, but the scratches were 100% real. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to make of it. Yeah, we had a little fun with you, but let's get back into the thermal images. Did you hear John or did you hear Santa?
No, I heard John.
Okay. I don't know why you're even sitting there. That is the weirdest thing. Play the street sucks. And now he's back. And so look, now
this
image for everyone, it has now moved closer to the little bright spot that we're calling a lantern, but it's not a lantern.
No.
That little bright spot has been stationary,
Yep.
and the black image behind it has moved. Now, yes, the camera angle has been slightly different, but the image is definitely not where it would be even if you moved the camera. It's not moved that far away.
Exactly.
That image is definitely in a different spot.
Yep.
So that's some pretty wild stuff, dude.
Yep.
That's
very wild.
And now, but we don't know what. But it just goes and speaks to the lore of Buckout Road as another haunted and terrifying place.
Yeah.
Now, we just did an episode recently on Sleepy Hollow, and the big thing is our boy, the Headless Horseman, the true American monster, created by Washington Irving. But there is some historical relevance to this thing, is there not? That we've come to learn.
Let's talk about the actual legend of Sleepy Hollow and how it was created. You know, historians believe that Washington Irving took aspects of his life, real life aspects, and incorporated them into the story. Like the character Ichabod Crane, all right, is supposedly based off 3 different people, 2 of his war buddies and himself, right? And he got the character Ichabod Crane. Bron Bones, you know, the villain in the story that's also trying to go after Van Tassel. He's a combination of a father and son blacksmith at the time. So, you know, and the Van Tassels, a very prominent family in the area at the time. You know, all these things were taken from his real life, combined into the story of the legend of Sleepy Hollow. But what about the Headless Horseman? The Headless Horseman is supposedly a Hessian mercenary. Now, for those that don't know what that is, that's fine. It's, you know, it's a deep dive into
Yeah, read your history. It's what Germans were.
Yeah, it's what the Germans were. The English contracted the German mercenaries to help fight the rebels, okay, which were the colonialists, okay, and they were very prominent here at the Battle of White Plains. I believe it was October 28th, 1776. It was either the 28th or the 26th. But regardless, one of them lost their head to cannon fire in that battle and is buried at Sleepy Hollow. Okay.
Now watch this, people. Like, so John has been out there, and you can tell me if you can hear the audio from this, John. I just want to make sure, but
not fun.
Beware the mercenary.
Yes. Beware the mercenary.
In this video, you have recorded them talking about to beware the mercenary.
Yes. To beware the mercenary.
And I've got another one here from you where it's like you've heard them the first time you heard the word Doulahan.
Dullahan wants blood.
I'm sorry, what the hell is a Dullahan?
Doorway.
And what do you mean it wants blood?
She was a
Spirit?
the first.
Spirit, what is a Dullahan?
Did you have to go and look that up afterwards?
Yeah. Oh, dude, I had no idea what it was. And all right, so a lot of the times with spirits and spirit communication, they talk about things I don't know, but my brain logically puts things together. When something is spoken about that my brain can't logically comprehend, my tisms kick up like you wouldn't believe, and I start spiraling out of control. So that's what ended up happening. So as soon as they started talking about the Doulahan, I lost it. I lost control. I was all over the place. My brain is trying to comprehend what is going on. I'm freaking out. You know, starting to go talking on tangents and random it was bad. It was funny, but it was also very bad. But yes, I had no idea what the Doulahan was. I've never heard of such a thing. And to hear it here, because it was here in this cemetery that I first heard about it, I lost my mind.
So the Doulahan is a figure from Irish folklore, considered the embodiment of death itself.
Yep.
It's one of the most feared and powerful creatures in Celtic mythology, far more sinister than the more widely known headless horseman from American tales.
Yep.
All right. So it is a headless, it is uh, a Doulahan carries its own severed head, usually under one arm or held aloft, like you would hold a lantern, right? It's got a creepy, moldy, like looks like moldy cheese. Its head. It's just like it is.
And what's
It is a.
wild is there's many different creation myths for the Doulahan.
Mhm.
They believe some believe it's a dark fairy, others believe it's like a demonic entity. But one in particular, what made me go, oh my god, that's insane, was the fact that some people believe in Celtic mythology that a Doulahan is created when a warrior loses his head in battle.
Well, this is where like life imitates art, possibly, right? Because
Yes.
there is a legend, or it might be, and or some people believe it to be true that a soldier in the Revolution, a German mercenary, had his head blown off
Hmm.
by a cannon, and that's been roaming around. You've got this Doulahan roaming around, and then the Doulahan is where Washington Irving sort of possibly
Picked
takes
up.
that up
Yeah.
and writes a kick-ass story that we all remember from the wonderful Disney cartoons as
Yep.
well. And then
Ichabod, Ichabod.
the Headless Horseman,
Yep.
which is one of the creepiest dudes, and you got to make it to the bridge,
Yep.
And is that bridge still there?
No. No.
Um,
That bridge was paved. The site is still there, but the
got it.
bridge was filled in and paved over a long time ago.
Right.
So
So
yeah,
right, you got to make it to that bridge to be
Yep.
safe,
To
right?
be
If you don't
safe.
make it to the bridge, you ain't gonna
Yeah.
get there. So it becomes this idea, but this is all around Buckout Road. So
Road.
the horrors of
in the
Sleepy
original
Hollow.
story,
Yeah.
it speaks of that. In the original Legend of Sleepy Hollow, it says that the Headless Horseman rides from Sleepy Hollow to the site where he lost his head. And the only way to get to that site is to go through Buckout.
Sure.
So,
That's
it's pretty wild. And the fact that we know how Washington Irving put this story together, that he pulled all these influences from his life to write this, who's to say that when Washington Irving was, going to Sleepy Hollow, or hanging out in White Plains or Harrison, that the people weren't like, oh, beware the Doulahan, beware the Headless Rider. And he's like, oh, I'm going to write a kick ass story with this. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
These people don't know what they're sitting on a gold mine. They could be writing
Yeah.
the book of a century.
So what's really wild too, and which I love, is when you really do a deep dive into Sleepy Hollow and all that in Washington Irving, you can literally pinpoint everywhere where he put that story together, except the actual Headless Horseman. Like, the Hessian mercenary, sure, but why did he become the Headless Horseman? Just because he lost his head? No, there was more to that. And the more to that was the legend that was here at Buckout. And that's where he took that from. It's almost like a
What
final piece to the puzzle. You know what I mean?
John, what is it about, what about Buckout Road do you want to still figure out and find out?
So I want to see Mary Buckout.
Okay.
Like hands down. I want to see Mary Buckout. I want to see what everybody has been seeing all these years. Okay, like that's
Mhm.
my number one goal. And then my next goal after that is to just dive into what I've been hearing about the witches, the curses, and maybe, uncover some more unexplored, mythos of Buckout Road.
Right. How can we I mean, it's funny because there's obviously a lot of historical records about it to
Yeah, at to a certain
corroborate
point.
to corroborate what you're hearing.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to try. Here's the thing. Do you ever bring I know you got to carry around a lot of gear, but do you ever bring things to record EVP along with
No.
your maybe we got to get you a little.
So what I'm actually planning on doing, and I'm working on it now, it's been an expensive project. That's the problem. Is I got an original Talk Boy. You remember Talk Boy?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
And the reason why I went with the Talk Boy is not just for the nostalgia of it, but it uses cassette tape rather than digital.
Mm-hmm.
And I already have the converter and all that for the cassette tapes to turn it into digital. But what I wanted to start doing was taking that Talk Boy and literally firing it on and leaving it in the woods. And then, like, so for example, if I am here at Stony Hill, I'll leave the Talk Boy up at the Buckout plot and hide it, so no one would, will find it. And then when
Mm-hmm.
I'm done, go and retrieve it and then listen to the audio and see what's going on. The problem is that,
Well, the problem is it's only going to last 45 minutes. How many tapes can you still find tapes?
oh, I already have it all. I have the tapes. But the tapes are a lot longer now. I think they're almost up to 3 hours.
What?
Wasn't like it was when, we were using
But there's
cassette
only so
tapes.
much space on a tape. I don't
Yeah.
even understand that.
Yeah.
How would they do that?
Well, because technology, ribbons get more. You can pack more data on the ribbons, you're good to go.
Interesting. What there's those, you can get a cheap digital recorder, right? I mean, if it's a ghost is going to talk, he's going to talk.
It's gonna, yeah,
And
yeah.
Sturgis said an interesting thing. He's like, I don't even use the microphone because they don't have voice boxes. So if they're going to record it, they don't need it, right?
Yeah.
Like if you capture EVP. So it's like,
well, except for the
you know what
disembodied voices. Except for the disembodied voices.
Right, you would hear that. Yeah, but if you're hearing that, but it's also the what I want to do is the reason I want to start doing it with you too on some of these excursions, even if it's only for an hour at a time, is sort of and bringing other tools is to show consistency in what you're getting.
Yeah.
Can we just put an end to this conversation, please, about the apps or the this?
It'll never
It
end.
might not ever end, but I would like to have
I
would love to have a piece of video proof that says, I heard it on the app. Here's an EVP, and your beloved Ovulus also picked it up, or this also picked it up, or this thing,
Dude.
like corroborating sort of, but it's also just good from look, if the goal here is to document what spirits are and what's coming through.
It's great.
It's also great just to see for ourselves, like what's working, what's not. And I saw, the two different apps picked up two different things.
Well, that's what I was about to get into last night.
Two different apps picked up the same thing, I should say.
Yes.
Which is wild.
So I love that. And I love it even more when, so for example, last night I was here at Buckout as well. Instead of using Vox and Ghost Tube Original, I switched it up. I used Ghost Tube Original and Spiritus. Now, Spiritus is made by the same people that make Necro and Necrometer, while Ghost Tube Original is made by the same people that make Vox. Two completely different companies that are in fierce competition with each other. Okay, when it comes to the ghost app world, there's no better names than Chill Seekers, which make Necrophonic and Necrometer and Spiritus, and Ghost Tube that make Ghost Tube Original, Vox, Seeker, SLS, and all that. Like, those are the two big names, right? So here are these two big names in the app ghost hunting world that are literally not only saying the same thing, okay, but backing up what each app is saying. So
That's wild.
I love it when that happens. That's like, oh, these apps aren't real? Well, then how the hell did that happen?
Yeah.
Because they're not going to, competition's not going to back each other up,
Right.
So that's pretty wild when that happens.
I would also love to say, have you ever taken like just a straight magnetometer to that place? Do you have any sort of such tools just to see what Buckout?
I do, but the problem is I keep burning mine out when I use it for my homemade spirit box, the old radio. Yeah, I have an external one. I burnt it out again, which is why I haven't done dude, when they're not in your phones and they're not whatever is the Ferris protection or whatever it is, dude, they get burnt out for everything.
Figure out a good one just to see the area you're in, because if Buckout is so insanely such a high traffic zone, why do you think it's a high traffic zone? You think it's just because the Native Americans cursed it? I mean, does that be a real thing?
It's just all the bloodshed. It has to be all the bloodshed.
But now how does bloodshed how does bloodshed get into the theory that we have about energy and memories? Does that
Well,
just make a stronger memory?
well,
Is that what the idea is? Like,
possibly.
what's
It's that I don't know, but it's a possibility. You would think that, it goes into almost how, like, when I talked about, you know, people getting other people's organs and then experiencing, their memories and
yeah?
their, feelings and changing their personalities and things like that. Blood is key. You spill your blood somewhere and you spill enough of it. Who knows what memories DNA holds memory? Who knows what's getting locked into the land? So,
I see what you're saying.
yeah,
What do you want people to know about Buckout that they haven't learned from your streams?
that no matter what happens here, Buckout is and always will be a very dangerous place, not just for the spiritual elements, but for the human elements. Bad stuff still happens here. People still go missing in the woods. I think the last missing person was in 2024. Early on. I don't want to mention her name. I don't want to blast her name on the
Mhm.
podcast. Because I think it's still in an open investigation. People still go missing here. People still die here. Buckout is dangerous. It's just a very dangerous place, and that's nothing that my documentation will prove. It's just a fact.
Yeah, it's all it's gonna do is make you a suspect, bro.
Yeah,
They're like,
yeah,
who we haven't checked out yet? We haven't checked out that weird guy who sits in the chair, whether it's hot or cold, till 3 in the morning.
it's
You
true.
know,
It's
it's like
true.
some Stephen King character. It's like,
Yeah. Well,
don't mind old man Santa sitting over there. He just
dude,
likes to sit there and talk to the
yeah.
ghosts.
Luckily, the cool thing is about that, I'll never have to worry about that because a lot of the cops get called on me all the time here,
I
all the
bet.
time.
No
So
kidding.
yeah, so
You're
they know
sitting
who
out
I
there with
am.
no sleeve. You got a missing tooth.
Yeah.
It's the middle of the night.
Yep.
It's cold. You're
Yep.
probably like, cars are driving by. Even people that live there, like, did you see that there's some guy in a hoodie with a missing tooth sitting there just like talking to himself because
Yeah.
they can't see the cameras and he's just like crazy. It's like you're that guy. Like you can't
Yeah.
get there from here, and you're like, if you bury a child in over there, it's gonna come back to life. You're that
Yeah.
guy,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah.
You're the Buckout guy. If
Yep.
you keep doing this for many years to come, you might become part of Buckout legend.
Well,
You can
that
see
well,
it's like, you know who's here? There used to be an old influencer here that used to sit around. Now the ghost of John Santa, his memories float around.
I
And it's
tried to send you the video. I had an 8-minute video of right after the spirits brought up the Doulahan, and I had this big machete with me it's serrated, and I'm literally waving this machete around, yelling at the top of my lungs about the Doulahan. While all this is happening, the camera's pointed at the road, and some random dude who I ended up talking to the guy. He lives down the road over here, is walking, and he sees me. And you
yeah,
see him, he looks at me, I scare the shit out of him. I don't
of
see him.
course you do.
And he just walks right away. And I'm literally
Yes.
sitting there with a machete,
He
waving
had to
it,
get back.
going on about a Doulahan.
He had to get back to change his pants, is what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah.
Because it's crazy.
No, I talked to him. He said I scared the living shit out of him.
Yes, of course.
He said he
It's a
told
terrifying
everybody
thing.
about it too. And I'm like,
You will probably be in whatever, like it's
in like
Buckout
50
Road,
years in the
Buckout
lore.
Road Part 3. And it's
Yeah.
like, right, the ghost of John Santa
Yeah.
haunts Buckout Road. It's like if you listen now, you can hear what is that? You can hear barking spiders.
Barky. You hear, if you listen closely, you hear a ooh wee from the woods.
Right.
Yep.
It's like all of a sudden you're gonna hear
Yep. Ooh wee. You know?
Ooh. Is that Mary Buckout? No, that ooey is not Mary Buckout.
No, that's John Santa.
That's John Santa adding to the lore. It's like if there were pictures, it'd be like in the shine. At the end of The Shining, where it shows you zoom in, and you zoom in deeper and deeper to the picture of them all at the big New Year's party, and they're all in their tuxedos. But then he's in the picture now.
Yeah.
Jack Nicholson dies, and he's in the picture.
Yep.
That's you at Buckout, and it's
Yep.
like we go into the woods, and there's a lady in white and a Native American.
You get a
and John
bunch of
Santa with a monster.
Yep. You get a bunch of teenagers that show up, they're drinking. All of a sudden, one rolls a blunt and the other one goes, yo, don't spark that. The ghost of John Santa will
Yes.
appear.
The
You're
legend,
like, hey,
right?
yo, let me get some of that. You know,
If you pass it it have to be threes,
it
right?
has to be
If you
three,
pass it, if you pass
three
that blood
times.
3 times, the
Yep.
ghost of John Santa makes an appearance in
Yep.
the legend of Buckout Road. You have to sit in the corner of this and that in front of
Blow the
Stony Hill
smoke in that
Cemetery.
direction.
Yes.
You know.
3 puffs.
Yeah. Well, you know, in all seriousness, this is actually the only location that I will not be stoned for,
Why is that?
dude. I've already had I've already had 3 encounters where I had to
Oh, just
chase
because of
people
people,
off
because of
3
people.
times. You know, like
Right.
I
Right,
need
right,
to
right.
be 100. I can't be relaxed at all. I need to be like the first 2 times that dude was clearly homeless. That dude was
Sure.
clearly homeless. Like I took the image, I looked at, you could see all his clothes are ripped up. You
Yeah,
could
yeah.
see he's dirty. That's
He might
somebody
still be there
homeless in
somewhere.
these woods.
Right.
All right. So right off the bat, if you're homeless and you're at Buckout, there's something fucking wrong with you.
Right.
Okay.
Sure.
So right off the bat, that's that. And then the third time with the group of the 7 strapping young lads
Yeah.
that decided to harass
Right.
me that night that I had to
Right.
chase off.
Outside of the creepy people and some of these thermal images are wild, what is, and I know you have so many videos that are all fun and good, but like what stands out to you the most is like as a sort the question is what stands out to you the most is this is why I do what I do. This is the most interesting, this speaks to spirit communication. Like what is an event that it's happened to you there, an experience that you can point to as one of the most influential in what you do and keeping you doing what you do?
The disembodied voices. The disembodied voices, like the one that we caught today. And I guarantee you when you go back and you isolate that audio, you're gonna be able to hear something calling my name. It was a child calling my name. That's what makes me go, wow, this place is nuts. Like there's one video I sent you of the street light, and you faintly hear something calling me from the woods while the street light is flickering. And then on a side note, there's also a bit of a mystery to this place. Just the other day I was here, and before I went live, I was literally setting up. I fired up. I think I was using Necro, Meter, and Vox for the session. So I just got everything set up to hit, play. I'm firing up the spirit boxes, and then all of a sudden I look and I see an old woman walking. Okay, in great shape. She looked like she was in her 80s, but she was in good shape, and she's walking along the path.
Like
It,
Jane Fonda hot.
yeah, like that, right? But this is at a different spot at Buckout. This is near where the Cannibal Albino house burned down.
Okay.
So she's walking, and there's a trail back there. So she's walking, and all of a sudden she stops. She turns, she looks dead at me and goes, "Oh, you're a courageous one." And then just kept fucking walking. Dude, she never came back out of the woods. Okay, the live ended. She never came back out. And I was like, what the hell was that? And that's not the first time. Another another time, we were deep in the woods here, past the cemetery. We were at an abandoned structure that's back there. And it used to be part of Stony Hill, the community. And I'm sitting in the structure, and all of a sudden, I see an old man. And the old man is just hacking at the brush, like he's trying to fight his way through. Come to find out, that old man actually lives in the area and he has Alzheimer's or dementia, one of the two. And the son, I bumped into the son, and the son's like, "Thank you for not approaching him. He probably would have attacked you." Like, because he's like, he's wild. But then
Yeah.
I seen that same old man
He's wild.
before that, and I had a pleasant conversation with him. But like the old people here are it's wild, dude. Like the
They're
run-ins with
wild.
them are wild.
Right. You don't get
You know?
you get oldies up here. The oldies
Yeah.
at Buckout are unlike any of the other oldies anywhere else.
I've got a guy that drives over here all the time when he sees me live, and he's always just like, "If you run into any trouble, come to my house."
Gave me his address right on live.
I'm
and
sure
then
it's
he
made out of
drives by and he's-
gingerbread too, bro.
Yeah.
And he's got an oven in there full of candies for
That's
you.
it, right? Oh, candy!
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. He offers me coffee all the time. Like,
I'm sure he does.
great.
One day you're going to take one of those coffees and you're going to wake up with your mouth attached to another person's ass and you're going to be a human
for real.
centipede.
So the people element of this place is wild. Then I bump into random neighbors that claim they never experienced anything. But then I bump into some, dude, there's this one couple that claims that every now and then from their backyard, they see a bunch of people with hoods and torches walking through the woods. So it's wild. Some say nothing. Some say they see things. Some have experienced things. Some haven't. It's wild. But I can tell you this: everybody that is here just seems comfortable with this place.
Right.
The ones that don't get out of their cars, they don't go walking on the road. They'll straight up tell you, like, oh yeah, when I go to my house, I just, you'll never see me walking on the road. I walk my dog in the backyard, like. So.
Right.
It's pretty
Well,
wild. Man. Buckout is
I think that's great. I mean, I think that's great that there's so much still to explore. There's so much still to test.
Do we have that thermal video?
Yeah. Bob, let me see. But I could play it, but is there audio on it or no?
No, there's no audio.
Okay, then yeah, I have it. Here, hold on.
Yeah. There's no audio to it. I think that'd be a really good thing to end with.
Okay, so
again, this is in this spot here. Okay.
Okay, so
first thing I want to point out, obviously the chick that's chilling, that we've caught before, she's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now what we're looking at is this mass to the right that looks like it's moving.
To the
Okay.
right. This? Let me play it again.
Yep, you're gonna have to play it again. And you can literally see it. It walks. She's walking.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you guys see that? So we're looking at so on the screen, it's not far from where John is sitting right now. It's predominantly purple. There's a tree that's like a lighter purple orange and some orangey spots in front of this tree.
Yep.
But in the background to the right of the screen is a black mass that as
Looks
the
like it's a
camera
dress.
moves, it does appear to be like, it does look like something's moving. It's a black, it's straight black, meaning there's no heat coming from it. You cannot see through it.
Nope. And then it looks like it just walks off. Like the ending right there is wild, dude. How it just walks off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, as far as thermal captures go, that's a pretty wild one.
It's interesting to know why it's in this sea of black. There is a black in the sea of purple. I'm sorry, is a black form that, like a cloaked person or a person in a dress or.
Yeah, looks like a person in a dress.
But it moves.
Yeah.
It's moving.
And what's cool is because I'm moving, obviously, too. We'll take that into account. But at the end there, I'm moving in one direction. That's moving in another.
That's moving back. It looks like it's moving deeper into the woods.
Yeah, dude. Which is insane. I would, because again, we're both skeptics. So we're going to be like, okay, the camera is moving. But it's moving one way. And I'm moving another way, so it's not moving together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah,
so that's a good
literally
one.
right back here.
Well, you're right. That is a good way to end it because now I'm officially creeped out by the whole place.
Yeah. So
listen. Buckout Road is a phenomenal place, and it's like we grew up right around there, and probably one of the most haunted places in America. And it's home to a lot of legends and a lot of lore. And if you follow John Santa on any of his socials at Santa Paranormal, you're going to see him there quite frequently as he documents more and more spirits and gets closer to what may or may not be the history of that place from the mouths of the people who lived it or the memories of the people who lived it, which is absolutely incredible. John, thank you. Another good ep.
Yeah,
another
awesome.
fun
Yeah, this is a good one.
Yeah, live
Yeah.
from we're
Sweet.
here from Buckout.
Yeah,
John's
live from
there live
Buckout.
he's live at Buckout.
Yeah.
All right, my man. Until the next one.
All righty.
All right,
Guys, have a good
see you
one.
guys. Thanks for
Thank you
listening.
for listening
Thanks for
and watching.
watching. That wraps it up for another episode of Splintered Spirits. Thank you so much for tuning in. Please like and subscribe wherever you get your podcasts, especially our YouTube channel and our Spotify. Again, thank you so much. Tune in next time. Bye.